It's time for basketball in Washington. The Tournament of Champions, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is back. This week, 22 teams from across the nation will square off and high-paced basketball action. We're ready to go. Morton and Heyworth tipping off as the Hornets, who will be in red this afternoon, I should say, and Morton in white. Jeff Little and I'm Gavin Russell alongside you as Heyworth off to a fast start with a quick shot. Jeff, we'll get to a lot to talk about with this tournament, but probably the biggest thing off the top, a shot clock, fast possessions, a lot of quick shooting.
Well, that'll make a big difference in the way the game's played. I mean, from teams being able to control things to just, I mean, it's just a completely different aspect for it. So it will be interesting to see.
Certainly will. Hayworth, bodies banging down low, hitting the deck, a pile of humanity out on the three-point line.
Both coaches like to see that when players are ready to get on the floor this early in the season for a loose ball.
And Morton will come out of it with the jump. Let's get you the starters for both teams, starting with Heyworth. It'll be Tyler Bartels, Tyler Wills, Nick Rapson, Nick Feather, and Alex Moss for the Hornets. We'll get you the Morton starters momentarily as they'll move it around the perimeter.
Good closeout there by the Hornets.
Little floater blocked away right there. And it'll go out of bounds, but
off the Heyworth player.
That was Nick Feather, and kind of something to note about Feather, he averaged a block and a half per game last season, Jeff.
Well, and you can see why. He's a big, strong kid, and he got up off the floor quickly there. I mean, I thought that was a good shot that had a chance to go in, but he denied that quickly.
Great long arms. Looks like Heyworth's going to play a bit of a 2-3 zone. Feather with some defense. Morton, second opportunity, can't get it to go. Third opportunity, fouled on the play right there. But Morton was able to secure those offensive boards, led to some free throws.
He altered a couple shots there early, and then it just kept pounding the boards. The Potters did a good job on the offensive glass. Draw a foul and get a couple of free throws out of this.
And we get our first points of the KBM TOC. Going to be credited to Wes Gudeman, one of the best players on this Morton Potters roster. Second one is up and good. The Potters will roll out Evan Barlow, Gus Rugard, Trip Rugard, Colin Burns, and Wes Gudeman.
Good, strong man-to-man pressure by the Potters here to start, making things tough on Heyworth.
And, Jeff, this is a bit of a David and Goliath sort of scenario. Heyworth, the 1A school, Morton, the 3A school, but I think when you get to this level of competition, you can kind of throw that out the window.
Well, I think so too. I mean, granted, there'll be some things, maybe the depth that the two teams have will be maybe where it tells the most, but some of these kids play so much basketball throughout the entire year that, you know, they play against each other all summer long, I'm sure. So
indeed, a lot playing for their respective AAU clubs. Three-pointer on the way. A is not going to hit anything. It'll go back to Morton. Both these teams sporting new coaches this season, Jeff. Michael Mosley, who's been a big figure around the Peoria area, as well as Abe Zeller, the new coach for Morton.
Backdoor cut.
Nice score right there. It'll be Gus Rugard, the first field goal. Steal on the other end. Up and in is Evan Barlow. Timeout, Hayworth.
Coach Mosley didn't like the way that started. Quick start there by the Potters. A little slow to start, but then a turnover right there off full court pressure. The good backdoor cut. That's a good start for the Potters.
It's a Jake Weston State Farm timeout. And while we've got a bit of a break in the action, we'd like to remind you of our great sponsors for this year's KBM TOC. Without them, it is not possible. The OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and OSF being one of the biggest supporters of this year's TOC, as well as last year. OSF is leading the way in cancer care here in the Peoria area, as well as the entire nation. Their new proton beam therapy is one of a kind. Check out all OSF has to offer and what they are doing for cancer research. We'll talk about them more throughout this tournament as Heyworth comes out of the timeout and turns the ball over. I feel like, Jeff, they just need to get their bearings a little bit. They're just a little unorganized.
You know, this first game for both teams, you mentioned 2 new coaches at their programs, but they're not new coaches to basketball at the high school here in Illinois. So, you know, it's a matter of kids learning, hey, this is what coach has been talking about. You know, and you can do it all you want in practice for the 2 weeks before this comes up, this first game, but those nerves are there, and without a doubt, you're seeing a little bit of that here from Heyworth, and Morton's doing a good job of ratcheting up the pressure.
Indeed they are. Here's Rugard, steps in, 2-pointer just inside the free throw line. Another almost steal, they get it. Here's Gus Rugard up and in, a fast 10-0 start. Another steal. Up and in Morton, and another timeout. Full timeout by Michael Mosley and the Hornets.
Yeah, right away you see the pressure by the Potters. I mean, they're making just that initial inbounds pass tough, let alone to break the pressure.
Another Jake Weston State Farm timeout. We'll tell you about our great sponsors now that we got a little more time. The full timeout, starting with OSF. The OSF Cancer Institute will offer an area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy only at OSF, and they're also the official sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Also by the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Jeff, out of the timeout here again, you've got a lot of coaching experience. You've been around the game for a really long time. What do you tell to your team to just settle them down a little bit?
Well, that's exactly it. Hey, we've got to settle down. We know what we're trying to do. You can't let them speed us up. You know, they're playing at a pretty frantic pace right now, so, you know, Morton will probably dial the pressure a couple of different ways. You see it a little bit more of a choke and zone pressure here a little bit. Hayworth's made a couple of substitutions, so, you know, you're trying to get some kids out there that can maybe calm things down. And you know, that first basket going in, here's a 3 from the wing. Off the glass, good offensive rebound, though.
Good shot, an offensive board, second opportunity. Spinning. Trying to make a move on the baseline. They'll kick it back out. Wills moving it over to Rapson. Nearly a steal right there. Really active on the defensive side of things. They don't have official stats, Jeff, but multiple steals already in this first quarter.
Their hands are really active. Hayworth's being maybe a little not careless, but being a little lackadaisical with the ball when they go to square up and get in that triple threat position. And Morton with active hands, they've gotten their hands on 3 or 4 and come out away with some steals. So, you know, they're going to have to start taking a little bit better care of the ball here.
Heyworth looking for the first basket. 1 on the shot clock. Up another offensive board. Rapson will go up and in, breaks the seal for the Hornets, and it's a 10-point ball game.
You know, it's one basket at a time for the Hayworth Hornets to try to get themselves back in the game here.
Morton will slow things down a little bit comparably. Little inside out. Hayworth still in a zone. Gudeman kicks it out, 3-pointer from the corner, no good. Tipped, and it's going to go back to Hayworth.
You know, offensive rebounds are kind of one of those bugaboos that all coaches just hate to have happen, hate to give up. They're not always about effort. Sometimes it's just the bounce of the ball, but, you know, Hayworth getting 2 or 3 chances last night. Good drive down the lane and a 3-point play opportunity.
And 1 right there, so coming back in strong fashion. Gave up the first 12 points. They'll bring back in the big man Feather. Nick Feather, the 6'8 senior. It's a discus thrower, but completing the 3-point play, that's Tyler Bartels.
Seeing Hayworth here extend their pressure a little bit out of this. more of a 1-2-2 look here for Hayworth.
Morton figuring out a little bit. They're trying that corner three again. This one is an air ball. Another second opportunity, and it's going to be a foul on Hayworth. They're really looking to kind of spread the ball out, keep Hayworth on their toes, and if those threes from the corner start going in, it could be very dangerous.
Sure, and you know, I think their zone, the 1-2-2, that's kind of a weakness, the middle area, and then those corners, they're screening the bottom baseline against the zone, getting some good shots inside. There's Morton with another offensive rebound and another.
Wide open, Feather nearly with the block, but just gets it over his hand. Here's a three from Hayworth off the long iron. Coming the other way. Gus Rugard, hop step in. What an athletic play. Jeff, he's so talented. Yeah. He's been great the last couple of years, but really looking to take an extra step as we're getting trading baskets now.
Well, and I think that's just a situation where he's not afraid of a big guy like we talked about as many games as these kids play. He's not afraid. He's probably been challenged at the rim by bigger, maybe more athletic people, and there. Morton taking that shot from the corner, and Feathers has to go out to challenge that shot. And that makes the four smaller guys to be the offensive rebounder or defensive rebounders for Hayworth, and Morton comes away with another opportunity here to score. I'm sure that's one thing besides the turnovers against the press. Coach Mosley's got to address that offensive rebounding.
Indeed. A lot to figure out early season. You know, I think we talked about something before the game. If your first game is your best game of the year, something's going wrong. So
absolutely.
Indeed, both these teams will figure it out as they go.
Yep. Hayworth going a little man-to-man here, maybe.
Gudeman up. Good defense, another second opportunity. Feather bats it away, already his second block. But I think Michael Mosley, who's pretty emphatic over there on the sideline, got to clean up those offensive boards.
Well, I think he's saying you don't have to block that if you get the rebound is what he's probably telling him. All about position. You know, when you're a big kid, sometimes you just rebound because you're in the right spot. Good lob pass, good back screen lob pass off the inbound.
Morton making a lot of heads-up plays here early on. A lot of those steals on the inbounds, then the inbounds lob right there. Hayworth has found a little more offensive groove after starting the first several minutes with no scoring.
Well, and you wonder how much, you know, does the shot clock playing with that make a difference in the kids' minds? I mean, it's really, when you think about 35 seconds to get a shot in practice, you probably get a shot up in about 10 or 12 seconds in a 5-on-5 type drill. But here, you know, they're probably thinking, hey, oh, should I take this? Shouldn't I take this? That kind of thing. So.
And it's out of bounds. Errant pass. You know, Jeff, honestly, I've almost missed the shot clock. I haven't even noticed it.
I think one time you mentioned we've gotten to 1 on the shot clock, but most of the time shots are going up pretty quickly. I mean, I don't know. I've never coached with a shot clock, so it's one of those, do you take a good shot when you get it, or do you work it down and maybe force a bad shot with less time on the clock? I think you take the good shot whenever it's available to you.
Indeed, and I think that's one of the things that if you go back to when the teams, we'll get a foul right here on Morton, but when there was no shot clock, you were just taking the most quality shot.
Sure.
You don't need to be worried about taking the time down or anything like that, so good point.
There could be, there might be a situation just personnel-wise, hey, we're trying to really slow this down. We're going to walk it up. We're going to, take our time on offense, that kind of thing. But for the most part, most kids, they like to play the game. Yeah. So
both teams playing rather fast. 30 seconds left to go. Going to try a three. Off the iron. Feather up and in. Second chance points. It'll cut it down to a 9-point game.
Morton hold here for the last shot.
Morton with 10 seconds. Trip Rugard. Back to Gudeman. Gudeman drives inside, up and in, the floater, and that'll end our first quarter. Morton 20, Hayworth 9. Jeff, a few thoughts on that first quarter?
Well, I think both teams probably want to talk about, hey, we've got to rebound the ball off the glass better on the defensive end. And from Hayworth's perspective, they've got to take care of that and handle the pressure that Morton's putting on.
Let's get a quick word for our great sponsors in this Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with OSF Healthcare. OSF Support Services. The new OSF Cancer Institute offers a wide range of support services featuring a teaching, kitchen, counseling services, financial navigation, and the area's only cancer-focused intimacy clinic. The most comprehensive cancer support services only at OSF. Also brought to you by the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Also by Updrain. Get thousands in year-end savings at every Updrain Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations in the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpdrainAutoGroup.com. And brought to you by Titan Industries. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Heyworth with the initial possession here.
The big fella Feather trying to work it in. He'll go from the low block up and in. Second basket of the game for the senior. He's got a couple offers from some Division III schools, but that's nothing to scoff at. Laurence and Milliken among those teams. Gudeman up, bounces around, gets his own miss. Works it back out to Rugard. And Gus fires in from the wing.
Again, you see Morton kind of morphing that press, changing it ever so slightly. Not so much pressure on the quick inbounds, but more of a three-quarter court press.
Chase Rupert finds the back of the net for his first bucket of the game. We're trading baskets to start the second frame. Long three, Gus Rugard, and fouled on the shot. That'll be Chase Rupert, who just picked the last basket up, committing the crime. And that's a long three. I know Rugard's capable of hitting from out there, but you don't want to pick up a foul like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, you, as a coach, you're saying challenge that, get a hand up, but, you know, when you're out of position and you go after a guy like that, you're kind of off balance, and he draws the contact, and he'll shoot three.
Made the first one. Nice crowd on hand for the very first game of the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 18 seasons now of this, dating back to 2006, of course, the one-year stop due to the pandemic back in 2020. Rugard makes all three. Here comes Hayworth moving quickly. Rupert kicks it back out to the three-point line, off. And Morton comes away with it. Morton doing a very nice job on the glass.
I saw Hayworth really push the ball up quickly off the free throw. A lot of teams will use that sideline break against the free throw, off of a free throw make. Good inside-out attack, just missed the three. Morton being patient here.
Drives inside, just off. Evan Barlow, the Florida Gulf Coast commit. And a foul's going to be picked up on Trip Rugard. One of the things that obviously stands out about this tournament, if you're not familiar with it, for our viewers out there, is just the immense future college and professional talent that'll come through here. There's a long list of names that have already played in this tournament, but there's a number of players, as we'll get into at halftime in the studio, but we've got dozens of players heading to play college ball, many Division I, really just a one-of-a-kind tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, and you know, it kind of, again, this tournament was one of them that sort of changed the outlook for a lot of coaches. You know, do you come to a tournament like this and play against some of the best competition in the entire country, or do you go to that same local tournament that you have for 20 years and play the same 5 teams, you know, 2 of which will probably be in your regional or Christmas tournament, somebody you may see 3 or 4 times during the year. So, you know, to me, this is a much better option for coaches to gauge where they're at, especially early in the season.
Indeed, 3, gets 3 right there from Morton. Alex McKay, and a charge right there. That's a Jody Brown State Farm charge. Jody Brown won't charge you a lot, though, for great coverage. Call Jody your local agent in Peoria.
And that doesn't surprise me that Jody would sponsor a charge, because Kevin was always after his kids to look for opportunities, get yourself in a position for somebody on the other team that's out of control. Great way to get a turnover. There's a steal by Feathers.
Feather goes the distance, and he'll be fouled, and crashing into the wall. Helps up his opposition right there, and he'll go to the line to shoot two. As you mentioned, Jody Brown, the wife of late Washington boys basketball coach Kevin Brown, whom this tournament is named after. It's, of course, one of the biggest reasons why we're here participating in this tournament, and a lot of the proceeds of this tournament going towards research to glioblastoma, which rather unfortunately ended Kevin's life a few years ago, but fighting the fight against glioblastoma is the mission here for this tournament, and the KB Strong Foundation is Feather off on the free throw. We'll talk more about that later.
Well, when you're trying to battle from behind, you need all of those free opportunities, free throw opportunities, layups, those kinds of things you need. Again, there's a dribble penetration, get some help out of there for the Hornets, but that puts you at a disadvantage on the defensive board. So,
indeed. They were able to secure the board that time, and nearly another turnover. Rugard almost stealing it, but it'll be we're going to call it a two.
Yeah, foot
was on the line. That one always seems to hurt. Rupert once again finds the bucket, his second of the game. He's got 4.
Hayworth has gone man-to-man. Scrap the zone for now. Another backdoor cut. High post. Flash to the high post. The wing cuts backdoor.
And that's easy money right there for Gus Rugard. All Mid-Illini player a season ago. Trying to go up and in. Nothing happening for Heyworth. Nick Rapson back up to Gudeman. Kicks it out. A three-pointer off the mark. Another offensive rebound. Gudeman tries a 3. Another offensive board. Just
we're not repeating ourselves. It's really happening that often.
And finally, in the third opportunity, number 3 gets the 3. Alex Mackay hits it from distance. Hayward trying to answer. Airballed right there. Morton is just scoring at will. Offensive boards, easy money for the Potters.
Well, and that's, we talked about what would be the difference between a small school, big school. That could be part of it as well. You create those help situations, and players have to rotate across, and the guy I'm supposed to check out is the one crashing the boards, and, one guy on the weak side is supposed to rebound against 2, and then that's tough for any level.
Indeed, and as we mentioned earlier, this is the first game of the season, Jeff.
Sure.
It's one of those things that, as the players get to know the coaches get to know the players, it may change things up a little bit. Absolutely. How you make in-game adjustments. And for Hayworth, despite them trailing here, this free throw goes in, it'll be a 20-point game. But Michael Mosley, who coached 8 years at Bloomington High School with a 142-91 record with the Purple Raiders from 2011 to 2019, including a third-place finish in 2017. He's got winning DNA, and he's going to get Hayworth in the right place.
Oh, absolutely. And again, this is early in the season. These games only pay off down the road when you're in a regional championship, a sectional championship. As you progress in that IHSA bracket play, teams just get tougher and tougher. Nice pull-up in the lane off the mark.
Couldn't get it to go. Nearly a steal on the second effort. Rugard will bring it out, though.
See the Potters kind of spreading things out here against a man-to-man. They'll flash high post, clear everything out so there is no weak side help, and then there's a cut down the lane.
Batted around the ball, pinballing. Finally off a leg, and Hayworth comes away with it. Morton's got a few reserves in right now. Gudeman, Gus Rugard sit on the bench. Feather sits for Hayworth. Moving it around. Just a tick over 2 minutes. Trip Rugard with the steal. 2-on-1. Other way go the Potters. Up and in is the flip.
Nice pass ahead off the break. And chance for a three-point play here for Hayworth as they push the ball right back up the court.
Jeff, I swear you can't look away.
No.
Checked my notes for literally half a second, and the ball was already going through the net on the other end.
Well, and I apologize. Some of these names are new to us, but I mean it is a quick pace, and again, whether it's the shot clock or what it is, there's Hayworth trying to get themselves back in the game and trying to get some easy opportunities.
Indeed, they are. Trip Rugard moves it around. Three-pointer just off the iron. Hayworth with another solid board, finally cleaning up the glass a little bit. Quick entry, flipped up just off the back iron. Rim unfriendly here at Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium.
Nice spin movement.
And another block. That's probably one category Hayworth has had the upper hand in. It's their third block of the first half. Nearly steps over the backcourt.
Again, the Morton subs have come in, and there's really no letdown on the pressure.
And get some of the starters back in here. Gudeman will come back in. Notice both teams playing a lot of players, and that's definitely characteristic of an early season.
Sure.
You got to figure out who works with who.
Well, and you can condition all you want, but you never are in game condition. I mean, you can think you are, but steal on the inbound. Here come the Potters, 2-on-1.
Gudeman up and takes the contact. Nice finish, and another timeout by Michael Mosley and Hayworth. While we got a quick break in the action, let's get a quick word for our great sponsors in this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with OSF Healthcare. The Breakthrough Treatment Center. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Cancer Institute offers phase 1 clinical trials, innovative biotech, and novel therapies, giving you access to treatments and research from around the world. This Breakthrough Treatment Center is only available at OSF. Also by Uftring. Get the used car you really want at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Local trades, one owner, hard to find trucks and SUVs, great gas mileage, and more. You can get yours at UftringAutoGroup.com. That timeout is sponsored by Jake Weston, State Farm in Washington. Lots of good State Farm neighbors. Jody Brown, Jake Weston, and more. Nearly another steal. Gonna be a three-pointer. Hits from distance, nearly had his foot on the line, but gets it to go. Jackson Law, the sophomore, getting some big minutes early in the season.
Hayworth turning up the pressure here a little bit.
Throws it over the head. Gudeman saves it. Stolen away finally. 47 seconds. And it's going to be a blocking foul. Very close call right there, but while you do get the block, boy, Hayworth really turning up the pressure on defense.
Well, and it really is one of those where they really went after double team the ball handler up top, forced a pass down the side, lob pass was almost thrown out of bounds, had to be saved, and Hayworth turned it into a quick scoring opportunity.
We're going to get a couple free throws right here. Off the back iron, a few missed from the foul line, and again, those will settle in as the season goes along. Second one is up and good. Cuts it to an 18-point deficit. Morton has slowed the scoring down significantly. They may try to run out a good portion of the shot clock and take the healthy lead into the half. Tipped away.
Steal by the Hornets. Nice play on defense. Good help on the pass inside to Gudeman.
2 straight possessions and a steal, Jeff.
Yep.
Hayworth working into the middle. It's tipped away. There's a block. 13 seconds now, 12, 2-on-1. Gus Rugard up with the left hand. Nice finish. 5 seconds now, 4. Hayworth with the last shot. Nearly at the buzzer. Body hit the deck, and Hayworth wanted a foul, but they don't get it. That's where we'll leave the first half. Jeff, It was the first half of basketball. We've kicked the season off officially. We've got it here and done. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think Morton's got to be really happy. 41 points and a half. You know, that's a good offensive performance by the Potters. A lot of it created off the defense and the offensive glass. So, you know, I'm sure they'll go in. They ran some nice sets and got good shots. The backdoor cut got them a couple baskets. And I'm sure Coach Mosley's going in, hey, you know what, guys, here's where we're going to start at 0-0. I know we're down 20 on the scoreboard, but you play the second half out and try to get better than you were in the first half. So,
indeed, we'll have to see what half number 2 brings. We're going to send it down to our Uftring Auto Group studio in just a moment. We're going to first give a quick word to our great sponsors here for the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with Teamworks. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the game. For all your sporting goods needs, see Teamworks, located 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Also by Legacy Solar Power. Legacy is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament. To learn more about going solar, you can visit legacysolarpower.com. All right, we're going to send it down for our first time of the season down to Uftring Auto Group Studios. Joey, take it away.
Gavin, Jeff, thank you very much. Welcome to Uftring Tournament Central for the first time in the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. I'm Joey Wright. To my right, Jody Brown, wife of Kevin Brown, who, of course, this tournament is named after, a legend here in the Washington community. 18th year, Jody, as we were talking about before we came on, of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It is a tournament that's meant so much to this community. How excited are you to see it back here for year 18?
It's great. I swear, I think I've been here from morning till night for 17 years that we've had it here at Washington, and I wouldn't change it. I still can picture Kevin walking through the halls and doing the everything going okay, and then he was off on the the basketball coach thing. So it's so exciting to be back.
Year 3 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, since it's born Kevin's name, I guess would be the proper term there. And Kevin Brown obviously meant so much to this community. The KB Strong Foundation now raising awareness, fighting the glioblastoma fight. We were talking again before we came on the air. That tournament, or that foundation, I should say, really off and doing some great things in that fight for glioblastoma. Tell us a little bit about what you guys are up to.
Absolutely. So we have we started KB Strong in June of 2019 when Kevin passed away, and we have just surpassed over $500,000 raised in less than 4.5 years. And our mission is to raise awareness of glioblastoma, raise funds for research, and then, everybody's heard me tell this story, but Kevin wanted to be a cancer survivor, which obviously did not happen, but he also wanted to help people. And so we do that through 2 programs, one called the Warrior Fund, and we give $2,500 financial grants to patients that are in sick of our local counties. And then we have a program called Heroes, which stands for Honoring Each, Remembering Ours, and Expanding Support. And it's for family and friends who have been affected by glioblastoma as well.
And, of course, OSF Healthcare, the presenting sponsor of this tournament. I know you guys are closely intertwined, if I could talk. You work closely together. They are doing a lot in the fight, not only for glioblastoma, which, of course, is an aggressive form of brain cancer, but all kinds of different cancers there. They've got some great new facilities.
Absolutely. And anybody who has a chance to go down and check that place out, it'll be opening, I believe, in 2024. I know Ryan who and Wendy are going to be talking with you later in the week, but I think their theme right now is Bring Hope Home, and right here to Peoria. And I know for us there were some different radiation therapies and things that would have been nice to have early on with Kevin's battle with glioblastoma. And right now you have to go to St. Louis or you have to go up to Northwestern. And so to be able to, we have great surgeons, we have great doctors, to be able to bring the full care for a glioblastoma patient as well as other cancer patients in our area, to be able to stay right here in Peoria, that's going to be huge.
I know with the KB Strong Foundation, you guys have a lot of warriors. I know we'll see some of them here at the tournament this week. Tell our viewers a little bit about what a KB Strong warrior is.
I once asked somebody, is Kevin a survivor? And they said, with glioblastoma, from the minute you're diagnosed, you're a survivor. As you know, he coached the basketball season, but only made it 10 months and 1 week, and that's 4 surgeries in. So, it's not one of those that attitude makes all the difference. It's just, there's not enough being done to improve the outcomes for these patients. So every single one of them, whether they have been recognized by KB Strong or not, a glioblastoma patient and their families, they're all warriors because it is a very, very hard battle. You know, most of us think what you can see, the scar, but there's so many other things, whether it be memory, personality, physical abilities that go away, you know, when you're fighting this type of brain cancer. So our Warriors, specifically the Warrior program, is, like I said, $2,500 financial grants, and we give them to them, and whether it be to, you know, make memories with their family, whether it be to help with out-of-pocket medical expenses, but anything just to bless them with something to put a smile on their face.
For sure. 7 local teams in the field this year, if my math is right. I know Kevin had relationships with so many of these coaches. Of course, none closer than Eric Schermerhorn, Washington's current boys basketball coach. Tell our viewers a little bit about Kevin. He was obviously so connected with not only the Washington community here, but it seems like every coach, I know every coach we're going to talk to here in the tournament studio this week is going to have a Kevin Brown story, almost everybody at least.
Everybody has a Kevin Brown story. And as I've said so many times, I was married to him for just shy of 27 years. Got married when we were 21 and 23, and he had that personality that was so competitive, and it screamed love or hate him. And the people who did not, you know, that only know the Kevin Brown on the sidelines, they missed out, you know, because he was a big teddy bear, and a lot of his boys would tell you that as well. Just a great, great competitor, and just somebody who not only had a passion for the game of basketball, but just about life lessons, you know, and, you know, his value system and what he asked of other people, including me. he would never ask anybody to do anything that he didn't expect of himself.
For sure. It's going to be fun. I know talking with so many folks last year, even Brad Underwood, Illinois' basketball coach, had a little something to say about Kevin Brown. So that's going to be a really cool thing this week. Offering Tournament Central, going to have it all for you. I'm holding a program right here, too. If you have a chance to swing by Torrey Gym, pick one of these up. Has a lot of information about KB Strong, about all the teams. It's a great read, a lot of cool stuff in here. And, Jody, this tournament has just meant so much to the community. I know even before, you know, it bore Kevin Brown's name. Even you look at 10 years ago, the tornado that ripped through Washington, and the tournament still went on a week later, and it was a huge thing for this community. This tournament, I know we talked about it at the start, but just means so much to so many people around here.
Thank you. And it's funny because during the tournament, during the tornado, that was the thing. It brought, you know, the football team, and getting in the gym brought so much back to people. And we always said, you know, wouldn't it be nice to have a cause? I just wish he wasn't the cause.
For sure. Absolutely. Well, Jody, we appreciate your time. Maybe we actually got to fill a little more time. Teddy Ball tells me here as they get ready for the second half. Heyworth and Morton going at it, but I'm sure you'll drop by again here this week, so looking forward to that. And again, so many people here at Offering Tournament Central. It's always such a cool thing that we do here, bringing folks in and out and talking to them and getting the lowdown. I know we'll have coaches and players here this year. And Jody, I know we talked, you know, before we came on the air, you know, obviously you keep up with the tournament, you know, from a planning perspective and from a KB Strong perspective. You don't know a whole lot necessarily about all the teams coming in, but is there anything you're looking forward to this year at the tournament? Anything maybe you're keeping an eye on?
I'm so glad you asked, because every referee knows that it is me yelling for a charge or a block. It's my favorite call. And so I am sponsoring with Jody Brown State Farm the Chargers this tournament as well. And then I would also say come over to the KB Strong tent and get some apparel.
Absolutely. So many great causes here. KB Strong chief among them. They are represented here at the behind us. I guess the camera is not pointed there, but there's tents and stuff set up. So check those out if you pop by. We'll go back into the gym now, though. Heyworth and Morton ready to go at it second half. Gavin and Jeff, I hope we didn't talk too long, guys. Take it away.
All good, Joey. Thanks for sending it back up, and thanks for talking with Jody Brown for a little bit of it back here in Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium. It's Gavin Russell along with Jeff Little. Jeff, we had a great first half, and we'll talk a little more about it here in a moment. But first, let's get a great word for our great sponsors of this tournament that wouldn't be possible without them, starting with OSF Healthcare. They are the official sponsor once again for the KBM TOC. OSF's new Cancer Institute will offer an area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancers more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy only at OSF. Also by Kep's Sports Bar. Kep's is located not too far away here in Washington. For a great sports bar atmosphere and great food, you can go over to Kep's before or after any game here at the KBM TOC. Also by Uftring. Looking for a tough truck for the winter? Central Illinois' toughest trucks are in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Save thousands on a new Silverado F-150, Titan, or Ram. Find yours at UftringAutoGroup.com. Countryside Banquet is located here in Washington and is proud to support the KBM TOC. Countryside will provide meals on Thanksgiving Day for all the teams traveling in from around the nation. Many states, California, Georgia, Alabama, and many, many more. Appreciate Countryside's support of the tournament. Many other great sponsors that we'll talk about throughout this tournament. But Jeff, as we get rolling back here, Morton starts with the ball. Let's recap the first half a little bit. Morton got off to a fast start, and they absolutely hold a big, sizable lead. Maybe some first half thoughts, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. 20-point lead here by Morton at half. Rugard did a great job in the first half of really, he leads the Potters with 15, and their full court pressure. They did a great job of really getting a quick burst to get ahead that 10-point lead before Heyworth could even get a basket. So, it's been an uphill battle for the Hornets since then, but they've battled. They keep playing hard. They've turned up the pressure a little bit. You hate to see that right after you come out of the timeout or after the halftime and your first possession, you throw an easy pass to complete out of bounds. So Morton will get another chance to add to that lead.
Indeed. Couple turnovers to start the second half of basketball. The first game of the season for both of these squads. Trip Rugard is fouled and one. He'll go to the stripe to shoot the bonus.
Turned the corner after that high ball screen, got in the lane. Good body control, little bump and finished. Have a chance to make it a three-point play.
The 5'11 junior is one of several really good juniors on this Morton squad. Wes Gudeman, of course, is probably the most notable, but a lot of great players out of that class of 2025 for head coach Abe Zeller. The former Roanoke Benson coach is another steal. Heading up.
Gudeman, nice pass across the lane. Off the hands of his teammate.
Both teams trying to play incredibly fast. And another almost turnover. Hayworth somehow secures it again. And it'll be a 10-second call. I thought they had the ball in the backcourt for just about forever, Jeff.
I'm guessing, I'm guessing they said Morton never really gained possession, and I don't know, that's kind of strange in the official way down in the end. The two in the backcourt, let them keep playing. I don't know, Maybe officials figuring out a little bit as we go, too.
It's
their first game, too.
Getting warmed up for this long high school basketball season. But the officiating crew here always does an outstanding job at the KBM TOC. I remember talking to some of those involved coordinating officials. There's a waiting list to get into this tournament.
I was going to say, I would think that these are the kinds of games that officials want to work, because you're seeing good players, well-coached teams, different styles than maybe you get to see working in the area that you live in. And these guys come from a long way to work our tournament.
Indeed they have. A lot of them coaching some of the best high school games. Another steal from Morton. Some even coaching in the college circuit.
Gudeman's layup off the glass. Gets an offensive rebound, though. Potters will reset.
Finally slows it down as it's tipped out of bounds. The speed of the game is something that you'll notice throughout this tournament. Maybe your typical high school game. Nothing wrong with it, but a little slower moving. But with the shot clock, a much faster paced basketball, so you can't really look away. Up and a tough take right there. Morton adds another two from Evan Barlow. Barlow preferred walk-on at Florida Gulf Coast.
Strong move. A nice drive along the baseline. It, was contested. Still got it up off the glass and in.
Abe Zeller and these Potters, of course, with the juggernaut Metamora, the reigning 3A state champions, maybe a ways to go, but Morton certainly figures to be among the conference's best, the Mid-Illini Conference. Heyworth floats it up and in.
Kyler Bartles, nice move down the lane.
Working it into that low post, and it's a foul. It's going to go on Lucas Garber.
Colin Burns got it on the right side low block and just kind of turned to the middle. I think defensively you prefer to kind of filter him to the baseline and not let him go to the middle. But he's left-handed, that's the way he wants to go.
The lefty shooter comes up short on the first foul shot attempt.
Again, first game of the year, you may not have all the scouting for the opponent that you might have, especially if it's somebody from another state. You might get something from somebody you know in that area, but this is really come out and play basketball.
Really, it's, yeah, as you mentioned, no scouting, and these are two teams that, while they aren't that far away from each other, they're not going to probably play each other, as Heyworth, a 1A school, Morton in 3A.
Right. Sizable
difference there. I looked up the enrollment. Morton is about almost 5 times bigger as a school. Up to Trip Rugard, and he puts it in for 2. And make no mistake, Heyworth is going to have a fantastic season. They didn't lose many players from a year ago. They finished 20-13, very respectable, and narrowly lost a regional championship.
Well, absolutely, and these are the kinds of games, like I said earlier, will really benefit them down the road.
Morton tosses it away, and perhaps it's little things like that for Abe Zeller that you look at the scoreboard, everything seems to be going right. You got 49 points, a sizable lead, but you also want to be able to clean up those minute details.
Coaches never have a hard time finding something to yell about, believe me. I mean, there's always something that you see, you talked about, hey, we're not going to do this, and you do it. And, like you said, clean it up's a great way to phrase it, because it's a good start. It's a great start for the Potters, but, there are some things that they will work on too.
Tipped away, very active hands once again in this second half. And it's just tossed out of bounds. Turnovers, probably the biggest thing with both coaches that they'll want to work on going forward in this tournament. They'll be here for a couple more games this week at the TOC. So if you haven't caught all this game, you can see these teams a couple more times. Hayworth comes out with it. Down to the big fella Feather.
Nice baseline move, spins to his weak hand. Missed both, got his offensive rebound and missed that putback as well. Got a jump ball. It'll go to Heyworth underneath.
Feather, of course, one of the most prominent players you're going to find in the small school circuit, not just because of his sheer size out there, but he was an average of 12 points per game, 7 boards, and we mentioned over a block a game a season ago. He was an all Heart of Illinois Conference player. He'll be a scary sight for opposing teams.
Oh, sure. And he'll be a difference maker inside, because they won't, they may not be able to spread the floor out and attack off the dribble like Morton has, where he's been forced kind of away from the basket or into a help situation, and then they attack the glass when he's not around to rebound.
Three-pointer late in the shot clock. It'll go off the iron and rebounded by the Potters. Here's Trip Rugard. Tries to make an athletic pass, saved. Gudeman goes up, Feather fouls him, and nearly an and one. I think the thing I like the most about Gudeman is we see this a lot more in the modern era, but he's a big guy, but he's a stretch player. He can play just about anywhere on the floor.
Well, and I think that's one of the biggest changes in basketball at the high school level is the kids are just more skilled. I mean, you don't just have a true post player that plays on the block. I mean, they all want to come outside and shoot threes and dribble the ball up the court. And you never know. At the next level, maybe he'll be asked to do that more. So he's done a nice job battling against Feathers inside, and again, left-handed, he turns to his left. I would think on a good scouting, opportunity, you'd say, hey, make him turn to his weak hand, turn to the right, turn him the other way. So
indeed, and I think it's one of those things that as, fans watch throughout this week, they may be a fan of a particular college basketball team. this could be a very small sample size of what you may see if they decide to commit to the college you're a fan of. Well, I'm sure there will be plenty of coaches in the house as well. We saw Brad Underwood of Illinois last year. We saw coaches from Bradley University and many others.
I think we had one of our good former players came back to speak to one of my teams, and one thing he told them was, he goes, if you want to be noticed, he goes, be on a good team. He goes, if you're on a good team, coaches will watch your team play. And the little things that you may do that you think, oh, that's not points or that's not rebounds, those aren't the stats that people see. Coaches are watching the game and they know the game and they see what you do out there and how you handle yourself in adversity and everything. So you just never know who's watching you and when they're watching you. So
there are several hundred and possibly even thousands of eyes right now on these players, and big situation turned over. Quick shot and up and in. Finding the back of the twine is
Preston Sledge.
Sledge. Nearly an over and back.
Feathers gets it at the free throw line, rolls down the lane. He gets fouled. Jude Zeller picks it up for the Potters.
Feather very smart to just throw it up quickly. He's going to get double teamed, even though you say sometimes mouse in the house.
Yeah.
He still was double teamed right there. Back off the iron. They'll try to remedy and make the second of two. It rims out. Feather a little frustrated, but like we've said, it'll work itself out.
Well, and you can shoot all the free throws you want in practice standing around. Sometimes coaches do it as a pre-practice warm-up or post-practice, but it's a little different when you run up and down the floor 5 or 6 times, and now I've got to shoot 2, and I'm really breathing hard.
Sometimes that's why you'll see the players take a little longer in between shoots.
Absolutely.
A couple extra dribbles at the line.
Tie a shoe, whatever, draw.
Somebody dropped a ring or something on the floor. Three-pointer off the iron. Another opportunity. Sledge goes back up and in.
He's done a nice job off the bench for Coach Zeller here.
Just going to say, coming off the bench, finding his role really well. As Abe Zeller undoubtedly, his Feathers fouled again, but new coaches, of course, have been able to be with their teams for the past several months, but once you get to these real game situations, that's when they're going to figure out, okay, who can we trust in the big moments?
Absolutely.
Who needs to be starting? Who needs to be coming off the bench?
Absolutely. We as coaches, we want to give confidence. We want players to be confident on the court, but at the same time, you as a coach have to have confidence in that player, in their role. And, when a player excels at doing something for you, you can expand their role. You can give them a little more responsibility. So
Feather finds the free throw, and that's a good point there, Jeff. Jeff, you've coached many of teams here at Washington High School. So this is a pretty familiar spot for you.
A little higher up than I used to sit, but you know what? This is a great place. A great place to watch a game, a great place to participate. I mean, it's just a fun atmosphere.
It really is. I mean, completely unbiased, this is one of my favorite gyms to watch a basketball game in, or even, if there's a volleyball game. It just seems like the layout of the gym, the way the noise reverberates around is just an exciting atmosphere, as you mentioned.
Well, when you get the Washington Pep Band in here playing, it's hard for you and I to even talk.
Here's a breakaway, blocked away. Tyler Bartels. No, that's not Tyler Bartels, rather Alex Mackay. Got my threes mixed up there.
Yeah, Jackson Law had a breakaway off the rebound pass from Feathers. Thought we might see our first attempt at a dunk here. Good hustle by the Potters.
And they're rewarded getting the ball back. They'll work it around. Under a minute to go here in this third quarter as the Potters hold a significant lead here in the first game. Got off to a fast start, 12-0 run to start the ball game and never looked back. Three-pointer on its way. Off the mark, another offensive board. And a foul coming up. Heyworth was looking for a jump ball.
Have a long time before the foul was called. That's sometimes where things get out of control. But
Silas Steffen will step up, number 13. And he hits the first one with ease. The outlook for both of these teams the rest of the week, again, if you want to catch Heyworth and Morton respectively. Heyworth will be back in action tomorrow morning against Thayer. Thayer out of Missouri. They'll also play Friday against North Tampa Christian. Morton will play the same two teams, just in reverse order. Get that in 1 second for you as Heyworth moves it around the perimeter. Morton will face North Tampa Christian. Fouled and one.
Alex Moss inside there for the Hornets in a basket.
Good feeling right there to what could be their last bucket of the third quarter. But going back to Morton, they'll play North Tampa Christian on Wednesday afternoon. Is tipped out of bounds and heads to Morton. And then Morton will play Thayer on Friday. Thayer, a very, very good team. Both these teams part of the Gray Ribbon Shootout sponsored by Teamworks. Hayworth with a steal.
Again by Moss. His basket up and in.
Moss, a difference maker at the end of the third quarter here. He's got a few brownie points with.
Almost another turnover there.
And this will be to no avail. Third quarter is over. Morton still commanding a sizable lead here in the first game of the KBM TOC. While we got a break in the action, let's get a great word for our sponsors, starting with Dagger. Dagger is the official social media partner and photography partner of the KBM TOC. Your social media feeds are gonna be filled with lots of great pictures and videos. Not to mention our team of people with Clutch will also have plenty to show you from the sidelines. So make sure to check out our social media feeds, Twitter, or it's now known as X, Instagram, you name it, as well as the online photo galleries all throughout this week. Also by Countryside Banquet, not located too far away from here. They do a great job with catering and they can host your next event. But for this week, Countryside has its focus on the KBM TOC, helping with the great hospitality room for all the volunteers, coaches, and players. They're also helping provide meals for the teams traveling from afar. Big thanks to Countryside for their continued support, as well as Titan Industries. They're a miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor who's proud to support everybody involved with this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course, OSF Healthcare, the title sponsor, who's not only helping to make this tournament possible, but also helping to make cancer treatments possible. They're having some revolutionary new things to come out with. So appreciate all of those great sponsors' support. Fourth and final frame, the bell rings and we're underway.
Looks like Coach Zeller's brought a few kids in off the bench here for the Potters.
Just gonna say, it looks like they're going into some of the deep reserve, some of the guys that may typically be with the JV group, getting some fun minutes here at the TOC. Up a tough take and fouled before the shot clock violation.
Fouls on the Potters, Grant Selke.
Selke, another junior, part of this team, a lot of juniors. Mason Clawwitter from the stripe, misses the second of two. And tipped up out of bounds.
Again, as a coach in this aspect, if you're Coach Zeller, I mean, even these kids you're bringing in, they practice the same things that your starters and your second string and everybody else. And, you know, you want to see them execute the same things that other guys have been out on the court and done. To run the offense, push the ball, play the same style of defense.
Absolutely, Jeff. Good point. And as they flip one out, Potter's another second opportunity. They'll try and kick things back out. But Zeller, who coached at the 1A Roanoke Benson, obviously had great success. Three's off the mark. Hayworth gets it. He didn't have as many players to deal with, so now Coach Zeller gets to develop not just a few guys, but really a whole program, being in the 3A circuit.
Absolutely. I mean, it will be different.
Different in a good way for sure.
Oh, but I think you can see that he seems to have adjusted well to this point. I mean, the kids have played really hard, played really well. They're well organized.
Coach Zeller did some interviews with local media outlets. Deep shot off the mark. Hayworth gets a chance. But really the reason for hiring him in place of departed coach Matt Franks was just the winning DNA, just being a winning coach. A lot of confidence in that. And so far, off to a good start with his new Potters.
Again, even dribble drive to the basket is tough for the Hornets to get it in. Good inside post move there by the Hornets. Number 21, Lucas Garber off the mark.
Up and in, nice coast-to-coast action. Silas Steffen.
Good-looking sophomore for the Potters.
Took it the distance. Looks comfortable out there.
These minutes are so valuable for those kids, for those young kids that are getting out there for the first time, you know, and they feel like they're ready, but the game is just at such a high speed. Got a scramble loose ball. Looks like we've got a intentional or flagrant call here.
Looked like a couple players got hit in the head. I don't know if it was intentional or inadvertent. They're going to call an intentional foul. Looks like it's going to be on Heyworth.
I think they've called it on Alex Moss. And again, we've got the running clock, I think with the 30-point total. 30-point deficit by Hayworth.
And it'll be, as you mentioned, on Moss. So Owen Adams will shoot the technical free throws. And some more reserves head back onto the floor, including Preston Sledge, who's actually been really good tonight. Jeff, he was off the mark with his first couple shots from three, but otherwise has started to pick up his scoring and has added a few baskets.
Well, and he's just been steady. You know, you want to sometimes you bring kids in off the bench to give you a spark, and sometimes you bring kids in just to kind of settle you down and be steady, and he definitely has been that for Coach Zeller's Potters tonight.
Down the lane. Lots of bodies in the area. Hayworth finally comes out with a nice pass down the lane. And the ball's tipped away. But Hayworth still showing they like to move fast. Jeff, I thought that was a really nice pass from Maddox Clawhitter right there, just down the lane.
But again, with a 32-point lead, you see the Potters hustle back. I mean, that's easy to jog back and say, hey, give them the basket and keep the clock running. But no, you know, Owen Adams is trying to show Coach Zeller, hey, I want to play too, and he hustles back, gets his hands on it. Steal here by the Potters.
Misses the layup, second opportunity, and we'll get a foul. This is big opportunity to show what you're all about, and hey, get yourself some more playing time perhaps. But as you mentioned, a running clock. You might see it running, thinking at home, wait, why is the clock still going? It's here in the IHSA in Illinois. After a certain amount of deficit going into the second half, the clock will continue to run and almost effective a mercy rule.
I think, I'm not sure exactly what it is. I think it's 30 points in the fourth quarter.
There's a lot of little rules that I'm not so good about.
And I think that's one, too, that is used in tournament play sometimes and not necessarily during the regular season. You might not see this kind of thing, but, you know, keep games on schedule and that sort of thing. They will do that.
Indeed. 3 minutes to go in the ball game. Stolen away, another by the Potters. Got to think that they're pushed well over 20 steals probably now on the night.
Yeah, you know, we talked about offensive rebounds and turnovers. Owen Adam down the lane. Nice move by the sophomore. You know, those two bugaboos have kind of continued here a little bit for Heyworth in the second half.
Thinking about a three, passes it up. Drops it down into the lane. Paul Witter driving inside. Gets it back out up top. Good ball movement. Nearly poked away.
Good backdoor cut. Nice pass by Bartles.
Couldn't hang on to it. Clawwater comes back up with it though. Kicks it back out, up, and nice finish. So overall, a good sequence there from Hayworth. Alex Moss finishes it off.
Steffen's pass inside, intercepted.
Tried to catch it behind his back, still saves it. Clawwater saving everything. Three-pointer off the mark.
They pressure Steffen in the backcourt. Adams comes to help him.
And they're going to foul. Maybe just to stop the clock, or rather stop the game and get the substitution.
Yep.
Coming up next, it's part of the TOC Shootout Series. So these teams will only just play once. Your one and only chance to see them here at Torrey Gymnasium. The next game coming up is Indian Trail Academy versus El Paso-Gridley.
Steffen strong, good left-hand drive to the basket.
Under a minute, chucks up a three-pointer. Hayworth hasn't made many three-pointers, but Brady Wicklander gets it one to go. Then he steals the ball, coming the other way.
Loose ball scramble. Both teams on the court.
Finally call a jump ball. Not going to have too much effect on the remainder of the game. Potters will.
Shot clock's off.
Wonder if they'll just dribble it out here. No, they're going to keep playing.
Nice pass inside. Owen Adams, great dribble penetration and drops it off inside to the junior Ryan Schaffnet. He gets tied up for a jump ball.
And that's where we'll leave it. First game, come and gone. Final score, Morton 67 and Heyworth 34. Jeff, it was a great game to get things kicked off here. A lot of great plays, a lot of fast-paced action. I got to warm myself up to call some basketball. We're so used to calling football this time of year. Now we got to transition a little bit, but it's been a pleasure, Jeff, to call this one with you. Jeff, some thoughts from the game. Both these teams will play a couple more times here at this KBM TOC.
Well, it'll be interesting, I think, to see what adjustments both teams make. You know, I'm sure Coach Zeller's going to go in and tell his team, hey, here are some things we need to work on, and the next game may not go the way this one did, even though if we play as well. So, you know, and Coach Mosley, veteran coach, like you said at the beginning, he knows that, hey, this was a learning experience from it, and we've got a lot to learn. So
the conversation in the locker room may be stern on one side, a little more favorable in the other, but as you mentioned, a great learning experience both ways. That's going to wrap things up for the first game. Once again, I'd like to thank OSF Healthcare for being the primary sponsor of this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Their revolutionary technology and new treatment ability will treat even the toughest cancers. You can check out all OSF has to offer. Come out to the KBM TOC to learn more or go online. They got a great website and they got a great new facility coming up in Peoria. The next game coming up is again part of the TOC Shootout Series. It is El Paso-Gridley, an Indian Trail Academy. But for now, we're going to take a couple minutes to head down to the studio. Joey Wright back once again. It's going to be with Brad Stewart. See if Joey's not ready yet, Jeff. See, we're still working out our bearings.
There you go.
First one of the year. We'll get there, folks. Joey Wright will have Brad Stewart here in a moment. Jeff, what are you looking forward to at this tournament? We got a lot of time to kill between the next game. But Jeff, what are you looking forward to? There's a lot of great players, a lot of players we could touch on. What do you think?
I think the wide variety of teams that you're going to see and styles of play are just going to be, to come to one place and be able to see them all in 1 week is going to be quite a thing for any of the fans here in the Central Illinois area. I hope they get out here to see this. I mean, you're not only seeing great basketball, but you're supporting, the KB Strong fight against glioblastoma. So, this is a great week for the city of Washington. It's a great week for Washington High School, but it serves its purpose. And I mean, the styles of play, the talent level, all in one place, I think is going to be key. So. I think one other thing that you mentioned that we didn't see a lot of in that first game is, the three-point shooting. I mean, both teams maybe made a couple, but I mean, that those teams in the course of the season are going to take and make a lot more threes maybe than they did. Was it the shot clock? Was it the fast pace, the pressure that Morton put on early that maybe caused Heyworth to speed up and play at a faster pace than they wanted to? So, but I would think that we would see some more outside shooting.
Indeed, that's going to be a lot of great plays we'll see throughout this tournament. I'm sure we'll see some great high-flying dunks. Should see some more blocks, and as you mentioned, lots of three-pointers should be raining here at Torrey Gymnasium. But now to Joey Wright. We're going to head down to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central with Brad Stewart. Take it away, Joey.
Gavin, Jeff, thank you very much. Good win for Morton to kick off the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Welcome back to Uftring Tournament Central. I'm Joey Wright. To my right is Brad Stewart. We talked with him last year, Jake Stewart's father. A lot of great highlights from Jake's time here at Washington Community High School. Now he's playing baseball at ICC. But Brad, so many memories I know with not only Jake, but born and raised in Washington. A lot of great memories here at the tournament overall.
Yeah, absolutely. The atmosphere, Washington, the committee, the TOC committee, the board members, the individual players they bring in. It's just an incredible environment. It's a ton of fun for families. It's a ton of fun, especially for the little kids that come. They're looking for autographs. They're looking to get a picture or a selfie. Invite them to be a friend on social media. It's a great atmosphere. It's a lot of fun. Hope to see a lot of good basketball and a lot of people, a lot of new faces. Hopefully come out and check it out.
Already seen a lot of folks here today, and I imagine more this evening. Two really good games to cap things off. Washington and St. Lawrence, Washington always draws a great crowd, and then Metamora and P&D to close out the night. So it should be a great night of basketball. Brad, you've been around here for all 16 TOCs that have been played in Washington. The first two were at Bradley University's old Robertson Fieldhouse. But how have you seen this tournament grow in the last some decade and a half?
Well, obviously this has turned into more than basketball, and as a member of the KB Strong board, it's turned into a philanthropic organization. This tournament is specifically every penny that's brought in is specifically going to help fund research with the University of Illinois College of Medicine, with obviously the OSF Cancer Center. It's turned into more than basketball, so we're excited about that. The basketball itself, how it's evolved, I mean, it's just like it's one incredible team, it's one incredible player after another. It's every year, it's just a new crop of incredible basketball and incredible individual players.
So many great players in this year's field, number of Division I commits, including a few that we'll see tonight, so looking forward to that. Going to be a great year for the tournament here in 2023. But Brad, you mentioned your membership on the Kevin Brown, the KB Strong board, I should say. Of course, the foundation that bears Kevin Brown's name. Everyone you talk to in Washington here, doesn't matter who we talk to this week, so many folks are going to have a Kevin Brown story. What's yours? Tell our viewers kind of your relationship with Coach Brown and kind of how you guys got to know each other and everything kind of
Yeah,
with
sure.
That. Yeah.
So when Kevin moved in back in 2013, they actually purchased a home right across from where my wife and I had built a house. And I was told the new basketball coach was moving in across the street. I didn't really know. I came home from work one day, and there was this bald gentleman walking his two dogs. He had two little white dogs, and I just happened to miraculously walk across the street to grab the mail and struck up a conversation, and it was Coach Brown. And immediately from there, we established a pretty close relationship. He and Jody are essentially second parents of my children. They've been around my family, been around for both of the boys' births, and been a vital part of our family since day one that they moved in here.
Sure. And this is I believe this is the 4th tournament. I know when I was talking to Jody Brown earlier, I said it was the 3rd tournament, but I think it's the 4th tournament that has had Kevin Brown's name attached to it since he passed
Correct.
away in 2019. No tournament in 2020 for COVID. But, talking with so many folks here at Washington Community High School and around the area, the Panthers have really kind of kept Kevin Brown's identity. And, they play tough. They play kind of in the same style that he was so known for. What does that look like for you as a parent? I know Jake had, of course, 4 great years in this program, a lot of great highlights as we talked about earlier. Take us inside kind of what Washington Panther basketball is all about, that kind of grit and toughness.
Sure. I mean, it starts right at the top with Coach Shermerhorn. When Kevin passed and he took over, nothing changed. Philosophies, Eric's doing it his way, and that's what Kevin would have wanted, which I'm proud of him for. But one thing that has not left our program is you have to be physically and mentally tough. And, it's just part of basketball in Washington as a whole. We started with our junior high, even trickles into our travel teams. Coach Shermerhorn's been a vital part of that. He's instrumental in making sure that he's seen with those younger groups and instilling that toughness. So it's been a pleasure to be a part of. I'm happy that he's let me be around. I don't know if I offer him much, but as far as Jake goes, Jake knew that undersized. To be able to survive, you had to have some sort of toughness. So, and you'll see it through every guy from number 1 through 16. Every kid brings a level of toughness that our expectations to be in our program.
You can learn more about the KB Strong Foundation. I believe it's kbstrong-fightingthefight.org, I believe there is the handle there. So plenty of great information about Kevin Brown, about what the tournament is doing, what the foundation is doing. A lot of great stuff there. Looking forward to seeing what Jake does at ICC playing baseball this year. So looking forward to that. And Brad, before we send it back up topside, El Paso-Gridley and Indian Trail coming up should be a good one. Of course, it's not just Washington when you look at great basketball in the area. Central Illinois really has it going on, especially in the Peoria, Bloomington, Normal area right now. You look at what Metamora's done, P&D's done in recent years. Morton going to be off. They're already off to a good start now, 1-0. Just how much fun is it to follow basketball here in Central Illinois, and could have another state champion or two come out of the pack this year.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, there's I think 6 different state champions that are here from different states throughout the country. This tournament is unique, maybe a little bit different than some in the past. There's a different style in just about every game that you're going to watch. You're going to see some crazy athleticism, and you're going to see some teams that really work together as a team, move the ball, run the shot clock down to 2 or 3 seconds before they're not looking for the quick shot. They're looking to get a perfect shot. So to see some of the small schools go at it, we'll probably see them in the postseason, maybe make a nice deep postseason run. So it's a different variety, a lot of different styles. I'm looking forward to seeing it all unfold.
Going to have a lot of those heavy hitters at the tournament this week. Follow along all week on Clutch Sports Media, and of course all season long. A number of great teams, of course, that aren't here that we'll see become risers and such throughout the season. So going to be a great winter season, I should say, on Clutch Sports Media. Brad, appreciate the time. Teddy, our production assistant. Teddy, are they ready back up topside for us? We're waiting to see. But yeah, Metamora and P&D, Brad, as we fill a little time here.
Sure.
So many great storylines in that game. I mean, this gym is going to be packed tonight.
Yeah.
I was talking with Eric earlier. I know Washington students will hang around after the St. Laurence game. It's going to be a great 2 games.
It'll be a good
3
one.
games here.
Sure.
Yeah, the rest of the night.
Night 1, the stands are already packed. Smell the popcorn. The NPR is packed. It's going to be an incredible atmosphere for night 1 for everybody. What an atmosphere. It's going to be a good time.
For sure, and a busy day tomorrow. A lot of marquee games then. We'll have, I think, 5 games for you on Thanksgiving, 7 on Friday, and 7 on Saturday. So we're just getting started here.
Just getting started.
On Clutch Sports
Truly appreciate you guys coming back. What year is this for you guys?
This is year 3 for us at the tournament.
Okay.
Larry Larson and I did a 4th
That's
year
right.
in 2019 through a different outlet, but year 3 for Clutch, and it gets bigger and better every year. Really,
I know a lot of the teams that are obviously from out of state truly appreciate you guys, so we appreciate you. Thanks for coming back, being a part of this. So
Absolutely, Brad. And I got to say, we appreciate our viewers here as we get about 2 minutes until we go back up to the booth. I was looking earlier during the Morton game there. I think we had some 260 viewers, so I imagine that number will only go up throughout the evening. So, yeah, appreciate our viewers for tuning in, and everyone who makes this a possibility. OSF Healthcare, the presenting sponsor of this year's tournament, the KB Strong Foundation, so many sponsors. I don't want to name them all now because I'll leave someone out. But
obviously OSF is a major one. Titan, Teamworks. I mean, there's just a litany of folks.
Of course.
Yeah,
our
Uftring.
Tournament Central sponsor.
Yep.
So
can't forget our friends Kirk Johnson.
Yeah. Right on. Just getting started here.
Mark Weston.
Jake Weston, of course. Jody Brown, I know she mentioned earlier in the studio she's excited for the Charges. She's got those sponsored this year. So, yeah, just getting fired up here in Washington. Torrey Gym getting ready for what should be a good one, El Paso-Gridley and Indian Trail. I know the Titans here, a local team. They've got some ambitions, looking to make some noise in Class 2A this year, so we'll see how that takes off. I believe every team here is playing their first games of the season at the TOC. Maybe I missed one, but I know all the local teams are getting started.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Dale team we play tomorrow night, they've had 3 or 4 games. I think 4. So we've been able to sneak in and look at some film and watch a couple of their games, see what their style is, what they like to do. But everybody else, it's like, all right, night one, it's almost kind of roll a ball out and see what you got and make some adjustments at halftime. So we'll see how it goes.
Tell you, one guy I don't envy this week is Eric Schermerhorn. I know he's running around.
That dude is relentless. He is a worker, and I watched him. I mean, he's getting ready to coach a ball game, and he's out here putting all the flags up. He's setting tables. He's putting fencing up. And he's everywhere. He's a worker. He leads by example. We're blessed to have him on our side. He's a true friend. He's a warrior for KB Strong, and he's a great friend as well. So.
Absolutely. His team coming up. It'll be the second game you see from right now after El Paso-Gridley and Indian Trail. It's Washington and St. Lawrence. Peoria, Notre Dame, and Metamora to close this one down. And the first game tomorrow starts at 11. Yep. So we're got a little bit of a break, but not much, and we're right back to it. Going to be a great 3 games here. 1 down, 30 to go at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. El Paso-Gridley and Indian Trail are about ready to go. We'll go back up to the booth, and Gavin Russell and Jeff Little. Pardon me, folks. We're still working through a couple of kinks here. They're not
got some more questions
ready.
For me, Joey?
I know. Well, yeah, we're just doing a podcast at this point.
There we go.
Here
Let's keep rolling.
in Uftring Tournament Central. It's only like 15 minutes between games. I feel like we've been going for
a
while
That's
now.
all right.
Yeah, they're ready to go.
Eat up some time.
Sure. I want to thank our entire crew, too. It's a sacrifice they're making. We've got some 9-10 people helping us out, and it is a sacrifice, of course. They're giving up their Thanksgivings, as so many volunteers here at the
Where's
tournament
Charlie Schermerhorn at? You got him working today?
Yeah, he's on our computer right now.
Okay.
He's firing off the graphics that you see on your screen there. I think he's doing that game, too, as well. I have to double-check the schedule. I'll be in the booth for the Washington-St. Lawrence game. Looking forward to that. John Michael's got the Peoria, Notre Dame, Metamora game later.
Awesome.
So, yeah, it is a full-scale operation. I always tell people, I remember when Larry Larson and I didn't even have a camera. We were just going around doing kind of radio games here, and it's blown up. It's a lot of cool
You guys had a busy fall with football, obviously.
We did.
Yeah.
Great to see the Washington Panthers making a run, too.
Yeah,
They and Normal Community, our last team standing.
Okay.
Ready to go back to Torrey Gym now, though. El Paso-Gridley and Indian Trail ready to go. Gavin Russell and Jeff Little on the call. Gavin, take it away, guys. Have some fun.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. We have a big-time showdown between the Indian Trail Hawks and the El Paso-Gridley Titans. Not Jeff Little in the booth. It's Jonathan Michael here alongside Gavin Russell, ready to bring you this exciting game tonight between 2 teams in purple. Gavin, this should be a fun one. These shootout games, always pretty unique. These teams only playing 1 game, so this is the only chance that we'll get to see these teams, but should be a good one.
It really should be, John. And last 2 teams were wearing red. Both these teams are going to be sporting purple. So love to see all the different teams coming through the TOC, even if it's just for 1 game. And so we get things rolling. We got the first game under us. We're ready for some great basketball action heading into game number 2. A lot of great basketball left to be played, and these 2 teams should bring it.
They really should. And we'll start with El Paso-Gridley first. They pretty local team. They just had a short drive over from El Paso, about I'd say 20 to 30 minutes straight east. I had to get my directions right here of Washington, Illinois. Kenosha Indian Trail, a little bit further away. I'm area that I'm very familiar with, southeastern Wisconsin. I'm a Waterford native, so good to see some representation of the Milwaukee and just southern Wisconsin area teams. They're part of the Southeastern Conference, always very good in just about any sport. You got Franklin, Oak Creek, all those schools. Kenosha Tremper and, all those Racine schools as well. So should be a good game. Gavin, we'll start with Indian Trail. Looking at some of their big players, MJ Stackhouse, one of the big guys for them to watch. He's going to be playing at the next level for sure.
Indeed. He's already got an offer from Milwaukee, and he averaged 22 points per game last season, John, 9 rebounds, so just shy of a double-double player all season long. They lost several seniors from a season ago. They lost 4 impactful seniors, including 15-point-per-game scorer Caden Johnson and Jackson Wilmison. So definitely some holes to be filled for this Indian Trail Hawks team, but they do bring back a good core, and there's several seniors on this year's group, as you mentioned, MJ Stackhouse, along with a number of other seniors that should help get the job done.
Really should. We're about 2 minutes or so away from the buzzer sounding. And, we talk about El Paso-Gridley. It should be a special season for them, Gavin. They have 2 juniors that have already made waves around here, starting with Jonah Funk and then Micah Mice, the son of head coach Nathaniel Mice.
Yeah, Nathaniel Mice has been at El Paso-Gridley a long time, a 259 to 133 record over his 15 seasons. 4 regional titles. Last one came just a couple of years ago, and 4 20-plus win seasons. So they definitely have some great chemistry, but as you mentioned, a special group coming up right now. Jonah Funk, offered by Eastern Illinois. He is a double-double average last year as a sophomore. He also set the school record for blocks, John, just a season ago, so he may be able to break his own record a couple of times before it's all said and done. He's also part of the very coveted Central Illinois Mid-Pro Academy for AAU basketball, so lots of great representation for both teams. And again, I got to say, I like the purple and black both teams are sporting this evening.
Yeah, it really is a unique color matchup. You usually don't see too many teams that are both purple and black on the court at the same time. And again, I haven't seen the actual jerseys. It looks like Indian Trail is in some black shorts. So it looks like, believe that, I don't know, we'll have to see. I guess we'll see when they take their warm-ups off. But Indian Trail, they have those jerseys, those warm-up jerseys that say Soul on them. I know I believe that's a Nike thing. I can't remember exactly what soul means. It's like the sole of your foot, not soul like heart and soul, but should be a good game coming up here. And coming up after this we'll have the much anticipated matchup between the host school, the Washington Panthers, and the Burbank St. Louis Vikings. St. Louis looking to be one of the top teams in the state in Class 3A. Washington looking for a big year as well. Head coach Eric Shermerhorn's always excited about the guys he has. But first we'll have Indian Trail and El Paso-Gridley. Glad you're with us here your Thanksgiving weekend on Clutch Sports Media for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And Jonathan Michael here alongside Gavin Russell. It's going to be a big week of action here on Clutch Sports Media. We'll have all 31 games streamed live and for free right here. We just had one of them wrap up. Morton took down Heyworth by a big margin. As we'll get a look at the starting lineups from both teams for El Paso-Gridley. As we pull them up here, it looks like for them it will be Chancey Maxson. That's a senior guard. That certainly a player to watch. Then you got Jonah Funk, Cameron Schumacher, many people may know him as El Paso-Gridley's quarterback for football season. And then Drew Neal, 6'2" senior, and Micah Mice, a 6'5" junior, rounding it out. And for Indian Trail, they'll go with a number 1 who is not listed. We don't have a number 1 listed on the rosters provided to us. We'll try and figure out who he is eventually. Then we'll have LJ Dagan, a 6'1" senior. And number 5, again, no number 5 on Indian Trail's roster given to us as well. So we'll try and figure out who these players are eventually. They also have Peyton Mancusi and then MJ Stackhouse rounding it out. Stackhouse is a 6'8" senior, so a lot of size on the court. Yeah, I think we may see some big rim-rattling dunks in this game.
There's definitely that possibility, and I think that with both these coming in with a lot of size, I think they're going to just try to bang that out. A lot of play in the post. We're going to see a lot of activity on the glass. I think that certainly is going to be a focal point of this game.
It certainly will be. It's starting lineups getting ready to be announced. The nightcap tonight, for those of you wondering, the fourth and final game from Tuesday. Much anticipated game between Peoria, Notre Dame, and Metamora. Metamora has P&D transfer Cooper Koch, who's committed to Iowa. So if there's any Hawkeye fans out there, or any just local Peoria basketball fans, any viewers out there that like watching good basketball, that's going to be a good one to watch. Metamora, obviously the reigning Class 3A state champions. And I think now, Gavin, talking about the Redbirds again. I don't want to take too much focus away from this game, but just briefly about the Redbirds, I think this is a tournament where it's been some of their only loss of the season. But I think the Redbirds are the team to beat, despite all these national teams coming in.
Yeah, the Redbirds definitely showed up here last season and fell in a couple of close games. They didn't lose many last year. They played some of the best competition on their way to a 3A state title. But as you mentioned, kind of getting back into this one, even though these teams will only make one appearance here at the TOC, this is a great opportunity for both sides to showcase their abilities in front of a nice crowd on hand, a big, healthy crowd on the Tuesday evening. People already showing up, and of course a lot of viewers at home or wherever you may be watching from here on ClutchSportsAll.com to showcase their ability. Two really fast-paced, exciting teams, and I think you all will be impressed with what you see tonight.
Certainly, whether you're in central Illinois or southeast Wisconsin, up in my neck of the woods, glad you're with us here. Anyone tuning in from Waterford, Wisconsin, a special shout out to you. That's where I hail from. As getting ready for tip-off. And into the circle will be MJ Stackhouse. And it will be Jonah Funk as well. So 6'9" versus 6'8" in the circle. And we are ready for the first game of the shootout series of the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here on Clutch Sports Media. El Paso-Gridley wins the tip. And here comes Mice, and they'll go with a lob right away. Jonah Funk, how about it? That dunk sponsored by Legacy Solar.
What a dunk and what a start there from the Titans.
Seeing that play, a couple teams are running it now to that lob off of the opening tip as here comes Indian Trail the other way. Here's a deep ball there from the number one, whose name we were not provided with. Now EPG the other way.
And EPG, again, a little on the smaller side here in Illinois, being in 2A, but they have big talents.
Deep three here from Mice was off the mark. Mice can really stroke it.
And he's been starting for El Paso-Gridley since his freshman year. Not just because he's the coach's son, it's because he's a really, really talented young player. So he's got great experience in his first two seasons, should bring it into this season as well.
Deep ball again from Indian Trail is good. And the Hawks snatch a 1-point lead. Now on the drive, here comes Maxon. That one just barely grazed the net.
And they'll slow things down a little bit here. They're going to expect a lot of outside perimeter shooting. We didn't see that much in the first game of the night, but I expect that to pick up. Stackhouse can shoot from three as well, just off the mark.
Clanks off the front iron. Here come the Titans the other way. Fast-paced game early on. Now throwing it up ahead to Funk, who lost it momentarily. Got it right back, and now he'll post up Stackhouse. Fades, shoots, got it. Jonah Funk has 4 of El Paso-Gridley's points. All of their first 4 to start the season.
And he's only got one Division I college offer, but just being a junior, I would anticipate that come next year, he's going to pick up quite a few more, especially the way he started this ball game.
There's Stackhouse driving in with a defense. That was Mice. That will stay here on the Indian Trail side.
Stackhouse can stack points in a hurry, John. In 22 points per game a season ago when Stackhouse was a junior. But he was supported again by a lot of seniors from last year that have now departed, so kind of taking over the team a little bit. He'll try another triple just off the mark.
And off the mark as Funk gets the rebound. Still no stoppages, I believe, so far in this one. Nice over now to Maxson. Titans working around the perimeter. Maxson dials up a deep one. No good. Stackhouse brings it in.
You know, they want to be aggressive. You want to throw the big punch early on, but a little bit rush shot. You got 35 seconds in that shot clock that we don't talk all that much about. Probably should have passed that one up and been a little more patient.
Deep three here from the Hawks. Off the mark. Stackhouse keeps it alive with the visitors in black, and he went fouled as he went up. That one will go on Drew Neal, a 6'2 senior.
What I like about Stackhouse right there was in good position for that rebound. Got into the low post. He had a couple hands swiping at the ball, but kept it low and close to his body, able to just get up and draw the foul. So great body control, great awareness from the senior.
First one is up and no good. Back to your point, Gavin, about Stackhouse being one of the only main returners. These are the only one of Indian Trail's top 5 scorers from last year. Their number 2 returning scorer is L.J. Dagan, who had just 4.6 points per game, but Dagan really a big breakout candidate. I know a lot of people in Wisconsin are looking for a big year from him.
Dagan obviously didn't get as much playing time last year with a lot of seniors in 2022, but he still got all over the stat sheet, multiple assists per game, 3 assists per game, 3 rebounds per game, so he did a little bit of everything when he was out there. Should do a lot more this season.
EPG goes with a pick. They find Neal behind the arc, no good. Now here comes Stackhouse looking to push. Indian Trail slows it down. Now back up to Dagan up top, guarded by Chancey Maxson. I think that's got to be one of the selections on the TOC all-name team.
It's going to be up there for sure.
Deep ball from the Hawks, no good. And brought back in by Funk, who's filled up the stat sheet early, Gavin. 4 points and already close to a handful of rebounds.
He's going to be one of the best in the state. Shoots another 3. Can't get it to go, but he's going to be widely known, not just in 2A. He's going to be known every class here in Illinois.
Here's Dagan on the drive, puts one up, no good. And Mice now controls it. Very fast-paced game already through the first half of the first quarter here in Washington, Illinois.
And if you watched El Paso-Gridley any of the last couple of years, you'll have noticed Mice out there quite a bit. So this is just pretty much clockwork for him as Indian Trail comes away with a steal.
Ball on the floor, and the Hawks come away with it. Now Stackhouse drives in, gets a foul. Looks like that was going to go on Funk. That will be El Paso-Gridley's 3rd of the game, or rather that's on Cameron Schumacher. That's his 2nd. He's already in some foul trouble early, and looks like he won't be substituted out. It'll keep him in the game.
And if we're ever able to figure out the old replay system, John, I'd love to replay that one. It was excellent body control there by Stackhouse. A guy of his size and stature shouldn't be able to move and spin like he did, ultimately drawing the foul. So that's just big credit to why he's such a special player. He can play like a guard, like he's 5'10", but he's got all the height of 6'8", 6'9".
Checking in now for El Paso-Gridley. Schumacher is going to come out, and checking in now, Braden Hayes, 6-foot freshman. So for all we know, this may be his first varsity action. Welcome to the fire, young fella.
Got to start somewhere, John. This is a great place to do it.
Great part about this tournament is you get tested early on. Talk about a lot of college coaches. They like to play their toughest games early in the season as they turn it over. Neal couldn't corral it, and
it'd be very easy for Nathaniel Meese and the Titans to just take a couple extra days off. They host their own Thanksgiving tournament in El Paso later this week, but hey, let's go and challenge ourselves. You think you're poised for a special season, let's get those tests early and often.
EPG comes away with the steal. Now looking to push. Mice finds Funk off balance, who keeps it in bounds over to Hayes. Now up top to Neal. Now back over to Mice. He'll dive a deep one. No good.
He likes to hit him from out there. He'll shoot from anywhere on the floor. Limitless range for Mice. But again, want to be patient as well. Use a little bit of that shot clock.
Deep ball from Stackhouse off the back iron. And it stays with the Indian Trail. Stackhouse gets it again, lays it in. And he has got 6 of Indian Trail's 8.
He's really starting to take over.
Now EPG looking for a response, down 4-8 again. They had that great start to the game, that alley-oop to Jonah Funk right off of the tip. He'll turn around on Stackhouse off the back iron. Stackhouse brings it in. He's got some long arms, Gavin.
Just corrals it with authority.
Deep ball here from Indian Trail off the front iron. Relatively low-scoring game, Gavin, for how fast this game has been. Pretty good defense. Also just maybe shaking off that rust. It's shooting the ball.
It's been great looks for both teams. Not many mistakes either way. The ball just isn't going in, so got to get used to shooting the ball again, that in-game action. It's a lot different than being in practice. You know, you could shoot 100 times with the gun in the gym, but this is a whole different experience when you got defenders coming up in your face.
Out Mice with it, spins, looking, and it has it taken away. Here comes Stackhouse. Indian Trail has numbers and size. Stackhouse uses the ladder for the lay-in, and Indian Trail takes a 10-4 advantage with exactly 60 ticks left in the first frame.
Really like what I saw in the last sequence there from Stackhouse. He's really starting to take over, and he's piling the points on here in the first quarter.
I want to thank some of our great sponsors that help make this broadcast possible, starting with OSF Proton Therapy. The OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancers and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy only at OSF. I thank them, the OSF, the title sponsor for this year's broadcast, and many of our sponsors will mention them at the end of the first quarter.
EPG looking to get back in the scoring column. They've literally started the game just seconds in with an alley-oop dunk from Funk. Just one bucket since then. Tries to go back to it and tosses it out of bounds. So EPG needing to get their bearings under them offensively a little bit, and a couple of sloppy plays. Definitely going to be something to work on heading into quarter number 2.
Indian Trail, they can go possibly 2 for 1 if they hurry again. In case you're just tuning in or maybe it's not familiar with IHSA basketball or this tournament, they are using the shot clock, which is still an adjustment for some schools. In Illinois, they can use it for some tournaments and shootouts if they elect to. TOC electing to do that is Indian Trail off the offensive glass. And in, that was Conrad Anderson. That's who number 5 was. We solved one of the nameless players for Indian Trail. We'll figure out who number 1 is later on. Here's Maxon now for EPG with 5 on the clock. And down to 4. Hayes with it, looking for Maxon to help to get one up from deep. Goes into Mice. No good. And Indian Trail, after giving up the alley-oop to Funk to start the game, goes on a 12-2 run to end the first quarter of play. Overall, pretty solid first quarter from the Hawks out of Southeast Wisconsin. And another word for some of our sponsors. We go with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And by Uftering, get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftering Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by Teamworks. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks. Located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. So it'll be Indian Trail ball to start out. Indian Trail went 20-7 last year. Won 2 playoff games against Milwaukee Pulaski and Waukesha South before bowing out to Kettle Moraine. 60-50. A nice ball movement. Stackhouse went for the flush. Couldn't get it. That would have brought the house down here in Torrey Gym. But instead, EPG the other way. They swing it around the perimeter. Not going to trust Stackhouse in the paint. He's on Funk right now.
That's one of the best matchups you're going to see in this tournament. Stackhouse and Funk, just two elite players.
EPG working around. Here's Hayes, top of the key. 3, got it!
Really nice looking three-point stroke, and as much as both teams have struggled shooting the basketball, probably feels good to see one tickle the twine right there for 3.
That one splashed home. Big bucket for EPG to keep Indian Trail away. And a risky pass taken away by Hayes. The freshman being active early on with Schumacher on the bench. Now here's Maxon feeding the post, and it was deflected off of Dagan. It'll stay Titan ball.
And I think definitely I can tell after a quarter and a minute of play, this game is going to be decided on momentum, John. I don't think it'll be an incredibly wide margin at the final score. However, I think it's whatever team can hold the most momentum going forward or can finish the game with will ultimately decide the winner.
I always talk about Big Mo here at Clutch Sports Media. Momentum. See if EPG can build some of it. Hayes looking for 2 in a row. Doesn't get it. Rebounded Dagan. He'll push up quick. Finds Israel Bolton. I believe that's who number 1 is for Indian Trail. And 1.
Kind of an unnecessary foul right there. That's one of those that you just let them have the lay-in. You got out of position. They cut behind you. You lick your wounds and you take the 2 points. Now with a chance for 3. Definitely a bit demoralizing to EPG, who had a fast start in the first minute and a half.
They cannot complete the 3-point play, so only way the foul hurts you is with the team total. But again, Gavin, that's also something that's changed as well. Eliminating the bonus now this year, something that we have to get used to as well. Fouls reset at the end of each quarter, and now 5 fouls, I believe, will get you in the double bonus, if I'm not mistaken.
You're correct.
Here's Maxon, off the back iron, then off the glass, but he keeps it alive. Floater in the lane, no good. Stackhouse with the board. Head stripped away, though, by Maxon. High off the glass. It was Lucas. May have been Lucas Schaefer for EPG.
Schaefer deserves a lot of credit there. He was scratching and clawing for that ball. He got it a couple times. Stackhouse too much right there, able to put it in again.
Hawks lead now 7.
Both these teams have tough schedules coming up this season, so great early tests for both. El Paso-Gridley, again, they host their own Thanksgiving tournament, but they're going to see lots of tough teams in their Class 2A division as well as their own conference.
And certainly will. Heart of Illinois Conference, always a big test, as is the Southeastern Conference back in Wisconsin. Deep ball from Anderson was no good. As they struggle for it, Dagan, the offensive board, high off the glass, no good. Guess who's there? Stackhouse, but he got fouled by Hayes on the way up.
Stackhouse heading back to the line, a little quiet in the first couple minutes, but boy, he was oh so good in that first frame. Sometimes you might think, oh, the players come out here, is the hype going to get the best of them? Usually that's not the case, and certainly not with MJ Stackhouse. He's going to go, if he can make this free throw, he'll get himself into double figures, our first double-figure score of the contest. For a guy who averaged over 20 a game last year, I think his sights are set even higher as a senior.
22.7 a game for MJ Stackhouse. Given name is Manasseh, but goes by MJ.
Manasseh's a cool name also.
It is a biblical name, if I'm not mistaken, as Funk out on the wing. Gives it over to Neal up top. EPG slowing it down. They trail by double digits. I didn't really credit Indian Trail's defense so far, Gavin. They've really made it tough shot clock going down, and the Titans can't get a shot off. Again, you don't know how often these teams have played in environments with shot clocks. El Paso-Gridley didn't seem to know that the shot clock was going down.
And that may be one of 5 or 10 times this entire tournament we see a shot clock violation, but it is going to get the best of a few teams, just depending on the style of play. Teams that play a little slower, it will bite them from time to time.
Funk the rebound for EPG. And then Schumacher couldn't hang on to it. Indian Trail Stackhouse up and under is good. Stackhouse has got 12 so far and a couple highlight reel plays to go with it.
Little crossover drive down the baseline, up and under. Sweet looking move there from MJ Stackhouse.
EPG needs to find a response sometime soon to get some momentum heading into the break, but it's taken away by Stackhouse. It saves it from going out of bounds. Indian Trail slowing it down now. Got to keep an eye on Stackhouse. He now goes to the corner being guarded by Schumacher.
Another basket here could prompt an EPG timeout.
Gotta wonder if Nathaniel Mice would call one. Shot clock at 15 now. Here's Israel Bolton, now gives it back to Stackhouse. He'll go left, kicks it out.
3 seconds on the shot clock.
They gotta shoot. Gets one up, almost made it. Great shot there. I believe that was by LJ Dagan, who realized, well, I better get this one up. We'll see if it goes in, and came really close.
And we talk about how little the shot clock has an effect. Well, both teams now in just a matter of a minute have both been affected by it in a big way.
Shot from Mice, no good. What a save from Schumacher. And it'll lead to potential numbers for Indian Trail. 3-on-3. Dagan drives in on Hayes. Off the mark, rolls around the rim. And should be a jump ball. Arrow favors El Paso-Gridley. I want to thank one of our great sponsors for Tournament of Champions, Morton, or Hometown Community Banks. Wherever you are on Central Illinois, Hometown Community Banks is right there with you, treating you like you're part of the family. I want to thank them for all their support. Very generous support, I should say, of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Now EPG runs a little bit of motion. They go from Maxon now over to Neal, now back to Maxon.
And Stackhouse, Funk both out of the game, getting a chance to sit, so this is an opportunity, maybe a little more guard play.
Hayes had it, thought about it, but didn't shoot. Shot clock now down to 5. EPG has to go. Both these teams struggling with the shot clock. Hayes has got to get one up. He does. Doesn't hit back, or I should say doesn't hit rim. Hit the backboard, no good.
Really starting to maybe get into both these teams' head a little bit that the shot clock is now present. Usually when you can kind of dismiss it from your mind, it's not really a struggle, but right now it's being very present.
Deep ball there from Peyton Mancusi was off the mark, but right there for the board was Anderson. And they'll go back to El Paso-Gridley.
El Paso, with a few opportunities here, but again, 7 points. This has got to be a lot lower than they want it to be at the moment. They're a team that scored 55 points a game last year, and again, didn't lose too many notable seniors. A few of note for sure, but they were a team that scored pretty regularly and pretty consistently last year, so a little uncharacteristic as Titans off to a slow start.
And to get something going, Schumacher has a bucket for him, as does Maxon, and Funk has 4, but that one is good.
I believe it was Schumacher again.
That was indeed Schumacher. He just wrapped up his football season. He was a weekly, almost just you could just expect him to be on our Instagram post of top performers that we had each week with what he did with his legs and throwing the football for the Titans on the gridiron as he'll check out.
I was doing preparations for all these games, John. I looked up El Paso-Gridley, and you look on each team's huddle profile, they have X amount of views for their highlights. Well, he had a lot of views for football, but I'm sure he'd like to make a few more for basketball this season, and he could have a really special one with the Titans.
He could, but they're down by 11, but they could maybe get a little something going here after the bucket from Schumacher, and foul there. That one will go on Lavarus Curry.
And with the point, again, needing 5 fouls to shoot free throws as they kind of reset kind of a new thing here in the IHSA. You don't want to be purposely fouling, but you got 4 fouls to give now, so they can play a little more aggressively for Indian Trail.
Hayes, top of the key, second one today from that same spot. EPG on a quick little 5-0 run.
And that's what EPG needed. They got an opportunity to shoot the ball a couple times and finally capitalizing as the rust is starting to come off.
There'll be a foul there on Hayes. Again, EPG not in any sort of foul trouble, just 3 at the moment. And Lucas Schaefer will check in for Maxson. 12.5 to go in that first half. Shot clock is off. And Stackhouse back on the floor for Indian Trail. They'll give it to him on top of the key. Going on Funk with 2 with 1. Almost got it to go. That would have been a heck of a shot, but MJ Stackhouse has as many points as El Paso-Gridley himself. After the first half of play, Indian Trail leads 20-12.
Really fun first half of play, a lot more defense, but honestly, I think it was just knocking the rust off in that first half. A lot of quality opportunities for both teams, a lot of really good shots. However, just wasn't able to get all of them to drop down. So we'll see what we get in half number 2.
And I want to thank all of our great sponsors that help make this tournament and these broadcasts possible, starting with OSF. Our Breakthrough Treatment Center at the OSF Cancer Institute offers phase 1 clinical trials, innovative biotech and novel therapies, giving you access to treatments and research from around the world. The Breakthrough Treatment Center only at OSF. And the City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And by Uftring, get the used car you really want at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Local trades, one owners, hard to find trucks and SUVs, great gas mileage, and more. Get yours at UftringAutoGroup.com. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by Teamworks, they're honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer ball boy and girl of the game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. And by Hometown Community Banks, wherever you are in Peoria, Hometown Community Banks is around there too, whether it be in Morton, Ipava, wherever around, you name it. Also by Countryside Banquet and Catering as well. And by Legacy Solar, they're a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com for more. We're ready to send it down to our Uftring Auto Group studio with Michael Savoy and Teddy Ball, ready to bring you some great coverage. Guys, send it down to you.
Central, I'm Teddy Ball alongside Michael Savoy. We're going to break down the first half a little bit, Michael. We've got a pretty good game on our hands. Was off to a little bit of a rough start for El Paso-Gridley, but they came back a little strong.
Indian Trail started off hot with MJ Stackhouse scoring a lot of the points. He has 12 of the 20 points in total of the Indian Trail first half. El Paso-Gridley, though, they held their own in the start of the game. They like you said, fell off to a small start. And, you know, they kind of picked up the groove towards the end of the half and made it more of an interesting game.
Absolutely, and that's obviously what you want. You can start off a game really slow, but it's how you recover, and going into the second half, you want to keep that momentum. But as for Indian Trail here, MJ Stackhouse has been the guy for them. Like you said, 12 points here in the first half alone. You know, how crucial is he to this team?
He's really crucial. He's got the height to be an imposing factor on any team he plays. He can stack up well against a really small school like El Paso-Gridley, not in terms of height, but in terms of enrollment. You know, the 1A, 2A schools in Illinois, they usually have smaller bigs usually have smaller sizes, and usually the teams that play those bigger schools, the teams that have bigger sizes, like a 6'8", 6'9", 6'10 player, they can really be a big factor.
Absolutely, and we have a lot of games going on, a lot of teams with players like that height. We see 6'8" guys all across the board. El Paso-Gridley, like you said, a little bit of a smaller school, might not have that height, but like you're going against a team from Kenosha, Wisconsin that made it to the third round of the playoffs last year. Obviously, they have the skill, they have the power to perform at a high level, and El Paso-Gridley, they're hanging in there pretty well. So,
yeah, you know, the smaller schools, like, you know, they play smaller competition. Their conference, the Heart of Illinois Conference, we just saw Heyworth, the team in their conference, just play. They're just smaller schools, and, you know, when you have smaller schools, small enrollments, it is hard to, you know, compete against some of the bigger schools at times. You know, Heyworth had trouble competing against Morton. Morton's not necessarily the biggest school in the world, but they're a 3A school in the Middle Illini Conference, and that Morton had a big advantage in terms of height, in terms of players on their team against Heyworth, and we're seeing that here with Indian Trail versus El Paso-Gridley.
Absolutely. Obviously, we want to see close games all around. El Paso-Gridley's bringing it back a little bit closer than it was at the start. But as for some other games going on, Michael, is there anything that strikes your attention?
Burbank St. Lawrence is for real. They're going to play Washington here after this game. That game's going to be very fun to watch. It's always nice to see the host Washington play in the Torrey Gymnasium, in the TOC. And as far as the game of the day is concerned, Metamora, Peoria, Notre Dame, Cooper Koch for Metamora. He was a Peoria, Notre Dame Fighting Irish player, and now he transferred to Metamora this year, the Iowa commit. He is for real, folks.
Absolutely. Like you mentioned, he's for real. There's a lot of players, like we mentioned, all throughout that have the ability to play at the star level. But going on to this Washington game, you mentioned it's a great atmosphere here at Washington Torrey Gymnasium and in front of the home crowd. You haven't been here for a TOC yet. This is your first experience, so just first off, welcome. You know, you're gonna have fun all week long.
It's great to be here.
Everyone's gonna have fun if you tune in. But from what I experienced last year, it gets really electric here in front of the home crowd. Washington, although they might not be someone that is considered high in the state rankings every single year, they are definitely a team that can punch you in the mouth on any given game, and they prove it here in their home time every single week.
You know, when any team plays on their home court, in a tournament, in a regular season game, it's always a home court advantage feeling. You know, Washington playing in Washington High School, the Torrey Gymnasium, obviously they have that sort of advantage. Their student section will be here. The student section will be wild. It should be good for them. And as far as being here for the first time, this is my first time not only being in the TOC, but in Washington High School. It's a beautiful high school, beautiful campus. I have been to some football games for Clutch Sports Media. It's a great campus.
Absolutely. Basketball season, for me at least, when it comes to TOC, it's the official kickoff of the basketball season. You have a few games here or there that start up, but Tournament of Champions is the identifier that it is finally here. Football season is wrapping up. You still have some playoff games to come, but basketball is here, and I'm excited. I know you're excited. Everybody at Clutch Sports is excited. Hopefully you guys are as well. But like you mentioned, throughout the rest of the day, we have a lot of good games. Throughout the week, are there anything that, you know, you also strike your eye throughout the week?
That this Dale team, Dale from Oklahoma, they were 32-0 last year in Oklahoma. They won the state championship very handily. They come into the TOC. They started their season a week or two earlier than the basketball season in Illinois starts. So they started the season 3-0. They're looking just as good as they did last year. It'll be very interesting to see them play.
Absolutely, that definitely helps too, getting a weak edge on some of the guys you're going against. As well, we talked about some teams that have some playoff success. There's 6 total state champions in this total tournament. There are 4 series that we have, a few teams playing in both of them, but 6 total state champions, that's definitely a high number.
When you win the state championship, that proves that you're a really good program, and coming into a tournament like this, you're not playing against schools that are necessarily in your state. In Illinois, there's a few schools in Illinois, obviously being an Illinois tournament, but you have schools from Oklahoma, Missouri, California, Florida, all these different states having different schools that are really successful. It should make for a very good tournament.
Absolutely. Now we talked about, okay, we're going to send it back to the booth here in a minute. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Michael Savoy. Thank you guys for watching, and tune in after the game for some more action.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Jonathan Michael, Gavin Russell here, ready to bring you the second half of Indian Trail out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, and the El Paso-Gridley Titans in the TOC Shootout Series. I want to give a quick shout out to all of some more of our great sponsors that help make all this possible, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, give Jake from State Farm a call at 309-444-4441 or online at jakewestoninsurance.com. And also SunPower by Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And also for all of our silver sponsors as well, you can look at them on the screen. You got SEFQ Country Financial, Casey's, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Dagger, Elite Sports Recovery, Michael's Italian Feast, and also Vision Logistics. And to get a quicker, more zoomed in look at it there at the screen. But again, I want to thank all of our silver sponsors. Again, they help make this great tournament possible. It's a great part about this tournament, Gavin. It's not just basketball. It's all the community. It's all the local businesses, local donors, whatever you name it. There's so many good people that regarding this tournament that help put it together and everything. And obviously you all see the good basketball, but there's also a big element of the TOC as well.
This is just community in a nutshell right here. Washington and all the surrounding cities, all of the cities that these great schools are representing, just supporting a great cause in KB Strong. I know it's had things mentioned about it so far, and we'll continue to talk about it, but if you're not familiar, that's something to definitely look on the website. And if you feel so inclined to donate money to help make things like this possible, to help find treatments, to help people in need. So this is bigger than basketball. It's community, and it's helping people out, and it's just a great time.
And to learn more about the KB Strong Foundation, made in the memory of his Indian Trail. We'll keep it with the Hawks there, but Kevin Brown, the former head boys basketball coach at Washington High School, passed away due to a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer called glioblastoma. Our KB Strong Foundation is dedicated to finding a cure for it. You can go to kbstrongfightingthefight.org or to go to the tournament home website, washingtontfc.org. And you can also find out how to donate there as well with more information. Now here's Stackhouse back out on the court after a great first half. He'll start out with a great second half as well. Turnaround Jay.
He really just looks professional out there. The ability to just turn around and hit a shot like that, you don't see many guys in the high school circuit that can do just that thing.
And it'll be EPG ball there after it goes off with the foot. Or rather, no, it will be EPG ball as it goes off the foot of Israel Bolton. Titans trail 22-12. It's to be 22-14. Drew Neal had to wait for that one to go down, but it does, and it cuts the lead to single digits.
Caught him napping a little bit, coming off the inbound right there, but up and under, good enough for 2 points. EPG just looking for a little more regularity scoring the ball.
And they do so there. MJ Stackhouse again for 3 this time. He is outscoring the Titans 15-14 by himself, or rather 18 now to 14 by himself.
He is a special player. It's hard for me to believe he's only got one Division I offer, so whether he ends up with the offer of Milwaukee or maybe a few others come along the way, he's going to be really special for whatever college team he'd decide to go play on.
Now look at him again, driving down Schumacher, passes back out. They whip it around the outside. Ball is blocked by Funk. He's going down. It's showtime! Jonah Funk with his second slam of the game. And his slam is brought to you by Legacy Solar.
That'll spark a little life into the EPG crowd and the bench. Funk's starting to get involved a little more. That'd be a scary sight for Indian Trail.
Driving in now. That was Peyton Mancusi, the 5'9 senior, lays it back in, and every time that EPG gets a bucket, Gavin, Indian Trail, it's been right there to respond.
But I think EPG could clean that up, defensively. They should be able to find their bearings on that. They just need to keep scoring the ball. There's one point in the first half. 7 points. They really were struggling to put the ball in the hoop. So good start here in the second half for the offense.
3 ball off the mark. We'll stay with the Titans. Maxson dials it up one. It's good. Titans shooting the ball a lot better in the second half.
He's got all the confidence in the world to keep shooting. Like we've kind of said, knocking the rust off took a little bit, but gets some quality shots, second opportunities, and finally finds a triple.
Deep ball from Mancusi on the other end. It's raining threes here in Washington.
He's going to be nicknamed the responder before it's all said and done. Every time EPG scores, Mancusi has the answer.
Funk with the tip off the mark, but keeping it in bounds with Mice, and it will stay EPG ball. What a play there from Mice. Able to throw it off of, I believe that may have been Stackhouse, and Stackhouse's foot was on the line. They'll say Titan ball.
Meese not having the best game. You know, he's still got to figure a few things out. Hasn't made a lot of shots, but he's been really athletic and defensively has made some nice plays. Draws a foul right there. He's still very involved.
That one will go on. Will go on Israel Bolton.
Hard to believe that's his first point of the game. Again, he's had a few good open looks. Failed to have scored yet, but if Mice can get going, could be trouble for Indian Trail as EPG starting to find some life.
I saw that basket just go right through the rim there. Great directorial decision by Joey Wright at the controls. Now here's the Titans on defense. Can they control the Hawks on offense? They can on this possession. Well, a chance to cut it down to 6 or 7 with the bucket here. Here's Maxson. Now giving to Funk. Driving in on Stackhouse. Trying to throw it up with some spin. No dice there. Stackhouse also such a great defender as well, Gavin. Not only can he score, but he's really made it tough for Jonah Funk in the post.
I'm not sure what he can't do. You know, this is my first time watching MJ Stackhouse, and I hope it's not the last. I would love to see him playing somewhere big at the next level, hitting triples just like that. MJ Stackhouse is just really one-of-a-kind player. I mean, he's awesome.
You saw there, he just looked confident shooting that ball. And the moment it released it from his hands, he knew it was going in, and I figured it was probably going to go in as well. As EPG tries to respond. They do. Micah Mice. There's that three he's been waiting for.
Finally gets his first field goal, and suddenly he's already up to 5 points, so he can get going in a hurry, John, and it doesn't take him too long. The 3-year starter, junior, starting to find a little magic.
Deep three here from Mancusi off the mark, but it'll stay with Indian Trail. Now back out to LJ Dagan. Now back to Mancusi. He'll slow things down. Schumacher's on Stackhouse. Again, 5-inch height differential there. They won't switch it off the pick. Schumacher's got a pair of fouls. Good defense here. And Indian Trail is going to call a timeout. And this timeout is brought to you by Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. And for all of your insurance needs, whether it be auto, home, or life, you name it, Jake from State Farm is your guy. Visit him at jakewestoninsurance.com or at 309-444-4441. It's Jake from State Farm. I figure he's just destined to be an insurance agent after the Jake from State Farm popularity a little while ago.
You know, probably. But either way, you can get some good coverage there from Jake in Washington. Not too far away from here, John.
No, just down the road on Washington Road here in town. But Indian Trail's being some good coverage from Manasseh Stackhouse on both sides of the ball. He's got 21, and you know, Gavin, these shootout games, you know, obviously they bring in some strong teams here, but really, you know, these shootout games are really where you see a lot of strong players. I mean, some of the best and biggest stars of the TOC play in these shootout series games. It's a shame we get to only see them 4-1 contests, but you know, almost every year there's usually at least 1 or 2 players that go crazy in these games, and so far This year, it's been MJ Stackhouse.
Yeah, no discredit to the other players on the floor, but he looks like a man amongst boys. However, Jonah Funk trying to cement himself into that conversation as well. We know how good he is too.
He goes behind the back before a pass to Hayes. Now Mice, a deep ball. Nothing. Now it's Stackhouse out in transition. Hayes back to defend. He pulls up off the front rim and no good.
Mice definitely can shoot those threes. He can keep firing away, but don't rush him too much. Be patient a little bit more. Maxon able to float it up and in.
A nice floater from Chancey Maxon, who's got 5 now, along with a pair of fouls. Pretty balanced scoring effort, all things considered, for EPG. Funk has 6. Braden Hayes has 6, both on a pair of threes. Mice has 5.
But honestly, that's pretty encouraging, John, that right off the bat, a lot of players are going to get involved early in the season. That'll be big going forward.
Nice drive there from Indian Trail, and right there for the miss was Bolton.
That's all basketball IQ right there. Bolton anticipating the miss.
Hayes, he can't leave him open, but they dodge a bullet. The Hawks do, and they'll push it back the other way. 100 ticks left to go in the third quarter. Indian Trail's led for the entirety of the game except for that 2-0 lead that Titans took on that dunk from Funk. Oh, and a foul away from the ball here. Looks like this will be on Max, and that'll be his third and just EPG's first.
Not many fouls, John. I love this basketball here at the TOC. So if you're, I don't know who out there would be a fan of fouls. However, this is not the tournament for you. If you are a fan of fouls, there's not many out here. You know, they don't call a lot. More on the action in the game.
Mancusi, mid-range is good. Yeah, when I saw a game last night, it was Bradley's game against Tulane. That was a game, if you love fouls, that was a game for you. I think there were 45 combined between both teams. Funk, nice turnaround, and he's got it to keep the lead at single digits.
I was also observing that one from my television, and yeah, that one was significantly slower. This is fun, fast-paced basketball in front of us.
And the shot clock will make things a little bit more fast than some high school basketball fans are accustomed to. I think it's coming, though, Gavin, where every school in the IHSA will have a shot clock here soon. Maxon feeds Funk in the post, working on Stackhouse. Now he's double-teamed, spins, turns away, almost got it, but no good. Now the shot clock is off, and Indian Trail can hold for the last shot.
And on that last one, Funk obviously trying to take it himself, but he did have a couple of guys open on the perimeter. So maybe as Funk kind of settles in a little bit, he'll have the vision to pass out to his teammates and get them involved.
That fan right there settling into his bag of popcorn. Concession stand looks pretty good right now. About that time of the night where everyone's hungry, but out foul will go on Braden Hayes of EPG. Shot clock still off for Indian Trail. How about Hayes? Almost took it away from Stackhouse. He does. He's got Maxon. Slows it down, kicks it back out. Nice pass. Now Hayes in the corner with Stackhouse closing out. He got it. Big three from Braden Hayes, and he started with his steal at midcourt.
I said earlier in this game it's going to come down to momentum, and that may be the momentum shift that EPG needed to get things going heading into the fourth and final frame.
How about the freshman? You know about Jonah Funk. You probably know about Micah Mice. Get to know Braden Hayes. Coming out party for him. He's got 9 points, 2 fouls, but a couple big plays. Those two being his biggest right there. The steal and then the bucket and EPG right back into this one. And we'll take this quick break to thank all of our great sponsors for nice broadcast, starting with OSF, Multidisciplinary Cancer Care. Our team of cancer experts meets regularly to discuss and develop individualized care plans. And our patient navigators are there to help you every step of the way. Multidisciplinary Cancer Care, only at OSF. And by the City of Washington, they welcome you to the 18th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And by Uftring, looking for a tough truck for winter? Central Illinois' toughest trucks are in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Saves thousands on a new Silverado, F-150, Titan, or Ram. Find yours at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Strap in for the fourth quarter, folks. This is getting to be good. Stackhouse trying to take it away from Funk. How can the Hawks get a big steal? But no. Dagan threw it away. Trying to do his, maybe his best Jordan Love impression, trying to just air it out down the court and just a bit too far.
Wasn't able to connect, and that would have been a big opportunity for the Hawks to get the steal and then start to shift the momentum to their own way. But EPG, really no harm, no foul, just a waste of 15 seconds, and they'll try to keep things going. Another steal, though.
And it'll be a jump ball. Possession favors Indian Trail. Good sportsmanship there from Funk, helping up Dagan. Again, Maxson just telegraphed that pass a little bit too much there, and before the bodies crash to the court. And the Washington Panthers, the host team, head into their locker room. They have a big game. As Stackhouse shoots a three, got it! This could be 4. A cold stare from Stackhouse that he is just absolutely locked in right now. His 24th point of the game. He could make it 25 here at the stripe.
He is really getting after it, and he's going to earn some all-tournament honors for sure. I know they'll hand out some things to the TOC Shootout Series after they play their game, so he's going to earn something for sure.
And the free throw is good. Stackhouse now with 25 for Indian Trail. Aside from him, EPG's done a nice job defending, but I just don't know how you defend MJ Stackhouse. And how about the steal there? That was Lavera's Curry.
And that's 3 possessions and 3 turnovers for EPG. So you end the third quarter really well, but really just imploding here. You got to rein it in.
It's getting to be crunch time. They trail by 10. There's Mancusi feeding out to the outside. No good. Funk goes the other way, and Gavin, I think that they're going to need get their funk on if they want to climb back in this one late. Still plenty of time left, but as driving to the hoop was Mice. He'll go to the stripe for 2.
Yeah, and really just important to cut down on these turnovers. I mean, to have 3 in about a course of a minute is really detrimental. You need to be consistently scoring points at this point in the ball game. And again, they've come a long way since a slow start in the first half. But a chance to shoot some free throws. Misses the first, very costly.
Gotta make your free throws. Any coach will tell you that, and they're free for a reason. We'll see if Mice can knock down his second. Lead has been around 9 or 10 most of the night. As Stackhouse runs the floor and hands off to Dagan. Hawks in no rush. Now to Mancusi, the 5'9 senior. Stackhouse working on Schumacher, kicks it out. Wide open, deep ball is good.
Can't get much easier than that. A wide open 3 from the near side wing. They'll take that every single day of the week, month, and year.
And no 15 on the roster for us, so Indian Trail maybe some number changes as goes on again. No foul. Stackhouse helps him back up. EPG has numbers. Here's Funk on Bolton. Draws the foul, but not the hoop.
Funk definitely has got to be a little frustrated. Just hasn't gotten a few of those to go in. He would have went up a little stronger. Perhaps could have got the and one opportunity, but however, he'll still get to shoot free throws. Very critical spot. You got to keep this gap kind of low if you want to have a shot.
First one is good. That's the second team foul on Indian Trail here in this fourth quarter. Again, in case you're just tuning in, new rule changes. this year is now you get the double bonus after 5 fouls in a quarter, not the half, as a deep three from Mancusi is good. That will extend the Hawks lead to 15, and here come the Hawks. Smiles all around from the visitors from Kenosha.
They're feeling pretty good despite making the trip. Great showing.
And we want to thank our sponsors to help make tonight possible, starting with Teamworks. They're honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer, ball boy and girl of the game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. And by Hometown Community Banks. When you're here, you're a family. Hometown Community Banks located many different locations around the area. By Countryside Banquet and Catering right here in Washington. And also by Jake Weston State Farm, also in Washington. For all your insurance needs, give Jake a call, 309-444-4441, jakewestoninsurance.com. And Legacy Solar, they're a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And there we are on camera. Hello to you all at home. Jonathan Michael, Gavin Russell with us in the broadcast booth. John Camosa just over here to our left, your right. He'll be coming up later for some of the later games. Another big part of our crew. Also want to take Charlie Schermerhorn, one of our camera operators, alongside Aiden Jones. Takes a village to put this broadcast on each year as Maxson dials up a three off the mark and Stackhouse brings it in.
Felt kind of just like a desperation three right there. Things getting behind for the Titans as Indian Trail showing why they're going to be a really tough team this season.
Foul here will go on EPG.
Dagan's had a really nice game as well. Just both teams, despite the Titans trailing by a pretty good margin now, I think that it's been a pretty complete effort. A lot of different players getting involved. Of course, Stackhouse is going to stand out, but there's been so many players that have been able to score this evening, I should say. Really promising going forward. Both these teams going to show their depth off.
Hawks lead by 17. EPG needs to get something going quick if they want to get back into this one. It's probably going to start with some three balls. They'll get one from Mice off the mark, and here comes the Hawks with numbers. It's Dagan, loses control and slows it back down.
And really, honestly, this is the best thing here for Indian Trail. You don't have to play fast. You've got a comfortable lead, but just keep playing your game. Take open shots like that. If you're going to get the opportunity to take it, might as well pull the trigger.
Al Funk on the other end. He responds with a three. May have been mistaken, Gavin. Number one may have been Lavera's Curry. That's what the PA announcer said. Yeah, we're provided with the number one, number 5 on Indian Trail's roster. At least not the one that was given to us. So apologies if we misidentified those players. We're gotta do what we can. But Indian Trail, they're doing what they can. A big 18-point lead over EPG. Looking for a win here in the Shootout Series, sponsored by Teamworks. You look at some of the security here, making sure no one's on the court that shouldn't be.
And that last timeout right there, Robert Van Dyke, the head coach of Indian Trail, took it after a quick basket by Funk. Coach until the end. He realizes this is just the start of the season as it'll go out of bounds, but you got to coach, all 32 minutes of the game. Even those little minute details me and Jeff Little talked about in the last game, there's always an opportunity to coach something, and Jeff admitted, hey, a coach can always pick something out to critique if he wants.
Yeah, especially at this point of the season as well. First game of the season for both teams as Funk is fouled. It'll be Indian Trail's third, but obviously, even with the lead, there's still some things. One of the first times that you get to see your team play against an opponent that's not yourself, so there's something to be said about that. And it may be a little bit different how your team plays against each other versus how they play against a different opponent, much less one from a different state, as Funk, no good from straight away.
And again, another point we made in the last game, you don't really have an opportunity to scout these teams. You're just kind of coming out here to play basketball. You learn more about yourself.
Swatted by Funk.
We're learning Funk can block a lot of shots.
That was one of the biggest swats so far in this young tournament. So far this year, just the second game. This tournament been around for 18 years. Stackhouse off the back iron, but rebounded by Indian Trail. They'll keep possession and they'll bring the double team. Now working to Mancusi, over to Stackhouse. Driving in on Mice, almost stepped out of bounds, but found Dagan back, gets his own miss, and puts it back. 27 now for MJ Stackhouse.
It'd been a couple minutes since we called his name, so it was about time for the big fella who's had a fantastic outing here at the TOC.
Another foul on Indian Trail, so EPG getting closer to that bonus, which pretty much you can say the double bonus because it's 2 free throws, but it's going to be too little too late unless Titans pull off something miraculous. Mice thought about the 3, but instead drives in, gets one up, and good. And I want to remind you that coming up after the game, we'll have more coverage coming up from the Upstream Auto Group studios. Stay tuned to see who we found. Never know who's roaming around Torrey Gymnasium. Some interesting people to talk to. Well, that tide you over until the next game between Washington and Burbank St. Lawrence. 2 strong teams in Class 3A here in Illinois. St. Lawrence from around the Chicago area, Washington from right here at the tournament hosts. Deep 3 there, off the mark. And who's got the ball right now? It's EPG. They kick it off to Hayes, who had that great stretch near the end of the third quarter to get the Titans to within 37-31. This fourth quarter is belonged to Indian Trail, though, by a margin of 17-5.
Yeah, it's again game of momentum, and Indian Trail just took all of it here in this final frame. Arguably the most crucial frame, depending on the situation. So, big credit to Indian Trail. They were fresh coming out, and looks like they'll be rewarded with an early sit as they'll get to observe what should be the last couple minutes of this victory. From the bench, MJ Stackhouse and company coming down to Peoria area and taking care of business.
What a showing for MJ Stackhouse. A pleasure watching him and the rest of Indian Trail tonight. And for all of you Southern Wisconsin, Milwaukee area basketball fans out there, there's still some more area teams from your neck of the woods here at the TOC. Later on in the week, Grafton will take on Evansville Rights. That should be a big-time matchup. Grafton's got Juan Guerrero Hernandez, got a litany of D1 offers. And then later on, Kai Rogers and Wauwatosa West will take on Laurence North out of Indianapolis. So those should be some really big-time games. As deep 3 is off the mark. Evansville Rights and Grafton coming up. That'll be at 3 p.m. on Saturday after Thanksgiving, with Wauwatosa West against Laurence North right after that at 4:30. So back-to-back action from southeastern Wisconsin teams. Usually Wisconsin teams have fared pretty well here at the TOC. Gavin, you remember Wisconsin Lutherans played here, Conakinipo last year. Milan Momcilovic and the Pewaukee Pirates, they took out some big wins here in the shootout series.
Indeed, Pewaukee, a team I remember from 2021, the first time that we covered this tournament in this fashion, and get a substitution timeout. But yeah, a lot of Wisconsin representation. But overall, this will end up being a nice win for Indian Trail, they'll take back to Wisconsin. And obviously one of the toughest games El Paso is going to play all season, but we saw the flashes this evening. They're definitely going to make some improvements, lick their wounds, and they're going to have a great season as well.
They certainly will, and we'll be able to follow them along at Clutch Sports Media. Next up for Indian Trail, they will host Milwaukee Destiny on November 28th, so they'll get a chance to rest up, eat some turkey, and get back to the hoop. And their conference opener is at Racine Park on December 1st. And that will about do it for the first game out of the Teamworks Shootout Series. Indian Trail gets 27 from MJ Stackhouse, exactly 50% of their offense. And they take down El Paso-Gridley 54-36.
50% of their offense, but 100% baller. MJ Stackhouse is going to be one of the better players heading into the college circuit that a lot of people aren't talking about right now. So keep an eye out for Stackhouse, whether he stays home and goes to Milwaukee where he has an offer, or perhaps another school. Really, really talented player, and a pleasure to watch him this evening.
Certainly, and for El Paso-Gridley, our first time that we got to watch them, I think they played a very strong team. Again, you're not going to see too many players like MJ Stackhouse down here in Illinois, but Jonah Funk, Micah Mice, Chance Maxon and company, I think they're going to have a special season as well. Keep an eye on the Titans because they are one of the state favorites in Class 2A here in Illinois.
Yeah, they are, and they'll play in some of the best coveted tournaments as well. State Farm Holiday Classic coming up in December, so we'll
have that on Clutch Sports Media as well.
We will. So there's a lot of chances to see the Titans as they embark on a big quest here in Class 2A. They're going to be very, very good this season.
Certainly is. I think all of our great sponsors, starting with OSF. The new OSF Cancer Institute offers a wide range of support services featuring a teaching kitchen, counseling services, financial navigation, and the area's only cancer-focused intimacy clinic. The most comprehensive cancer support services only at OSF. And the City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And buy Uftring. Get thousands in year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best money-saving offers. You'll always get a great price at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by Teamworks, they're honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all of your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. And by Hometown Community Banks, wherever you are in Peoria or any of the surrounding cities, you're never too far away from Hometown Community Banks. And also by Countryside Banquet and Catering. They do a nice job putting on the Thanksgiving meal for some of the out-of-state teams and coaches, players from all across the country. And also by Jake Weston State Farm here in Washington. For all your insurance needs, it's Jake from State Farm. Give him a call at 309-444-4441 or jakewestoninsurance.com. And SunPower by Legacy Solar, who is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. We're ready to send things down in the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central, where Teddy Ball and Michael Savoy are standing by. Guys, we'll send it down to you.
Welcome back to Tournament Central. I'm Teddy Ball here with Michael Savoy. We're going to break down a little bit of this game. Michael, they pulled away towards the end. Indian Trail did over El Paso-Gridley. We saw a little bit of a closer game going into halftime, but like we just mentioned, they pulled away, able to get the win the first time here tonight.
The first quarter saw a very tight game right away, and then Indian Trail started to pull away towards the end of the first quarter, heading into the second quarter. Then we saw a little bit of a Paso-Gridley comeback, but then Indian Trail pulled away a little bit more towards the first half. And then going into the third quarter, we saw a Paso-Gridley team knew they were down. They needed some fight. How about freshman Braden Hayes getting some big steals on defense and knocking down some big-time threes? But ultimately, MJ Stackhouse and company, the Indian Trail, they pulled away and they looked legit.
Absolutely. Like you mentioned at halftime, El Paso-Gridley had a little bit of a comeback, and they were hoping to bring that into the second half, and they even got within 6 points. I saw it 31-37, I think was the closest margin of the game besides the first quarter. But then they were able to pull away, and like you mentioned, MJ Stackhouse doing big numbers for Indian Trails. So obviously a great game. Excited to see how they do throughout the tournament. But like we mentioned in the halftime show, El Paso-Gridley, they're a smaller school playing a bigger school from another state they've never seen before. Indian Trail went to the playoffs last year and went to round 3 even. So they're a really credible team, and El Paso-Gridley just wasn't able to get it done here tonight.
When you're a small school, you don't have as much size. Not a lot of small schools have the size that El Paso-Gridley has. El Paso-Gridley has size to compete with those bigger schools, but like I said before in the halftime show, when you're a small school going up against a big school like Indian Trail, like El Paso-Gridley is, you definitely don't have the size advantage in most of the cases. Jonah Funk is 6'9". By the way, Jonah Funk was unbelievable in this game, don't get me wrong. It was just a complete performance by Indian Trail, MJ Stackhouse, proving why he's one of the better players in this tournament.
Absolutely. You talk about the rest of this tournament, Michael. You have games coming up. We got Washington here to play, Metamora, P&D, several other teams to play, as well as the rest of the night. But throughout the week, there's going to be great teams and great players. We talked about some that you were excited about here tonight. What about tomorrow night, throughout the rest of the week? Just something else that we haven't heard about too much yet.
I'm just excited to see the state champions from all the different teams that have played. We also know about the Metamora Redbirds, Mid-Atlantic rivals of Washington. Everyone in the area is familiar about them. I talked about Dale before from Oklahoma. Ended last year at 32-0, one state. Started this year 3-0. Hoover from Alabama, the Hoover High School team, really good too. They won state in Alabama last year. They started this season 3-0. They're also a really formidable team. They're going to be both in action today and tomorrow.
Absolutely. And another thing I want to bring up is even teams like El Paso-Gridley that have lost early in this tournament, that doesn't mean that their season is over. We're super early on. You look at this, just last year, Metamora were 2-2 here. They lost 2 games against Joliet West, and Winter Haven, I believe, was the other team they lost to, and they went on to win 32 straight games and win the state championship. So they've looked unbelievable ever since, and we're going to see how they look here tonight at the game of the night, Peoria Notre Dame versus Metamora. We talked about the Washington game coming up, but I want to talk about this game. This is something that everybody's on their seat about. It's going to be super exciting. Metamora has Cooper Koch coming in this year, Luke Hopp, obviously their big man, just Tyler Mason, a lot of people coming back that are going to be very key players for them. But let's talk about this matchup.
Surely Metamora, they lost a lot, and there's no denying that. They lost a lot of their state players due to graduation, but they also gained a lot. Cooper Koch, for example, comes from Peoria Notre Dame, like you said, Iowa committee. He's really good. And you also have Tyler Mason, you have Luke Cobb, you have all these pieces from last year's state title team, and the team that 2 years ago lost to Simeon in the state title, or lost to Sacred Heart Griffin, in the state title match 2 years ago. So Metamora, they sure lose a lot, but they have gained a lot too. Absolutely. And in terms of the team that they're playing, Peoria Notre Dame, sure they lose Cooper Koch to Metamora, obviously, but they do have a lot of pieces that they can compete with the Redbirds too.
That's something I want to bring up too. Cooper Koch, it's almost a revenge game for him. He played for Peoria Notre Dame. He's obviously going to Iowa, he's a highly recruited prospect in the state of Illinois, but going to Metamora, almost, a lot of people are talking about how it could be a little bit of a stab in the back of some people, but Cooper Koch, he's going to Metamora. They won a state championship last year. How do you think that's going to translate through this game and through the rest of the season?
Cooper Koch, when he goes to Metamora, he knows what he's going into. He knows that he's going to a very successful program. Not that P&D was not a successful program. Don't get me wrong; they were winning, but it's a matter of his preference. And if he knows he can compete with Metamora, the team that he's with now, if he knows he can do more better things with Metamora, that's up to him. But yeah,
Peoria Notre Dame, one of the memories I have of them last year was against Peoria High, where they hit almost a full court buzzer beater. I don't know if you ever saw this, but it's a full court buzzer beater. And I remember this very, very specifically because I was on camera that game. And in that game, in the buzzer beater, I nearly missed it. But overall, although that's a little bit of a downgrade, I don't want to talk about that. But Cooper Koch and the Peoria Notre Dame team of the past, they still have a lot of key players, a lot of players returning. And like you said, they're going to be a great team. It's just going to be interesting to see how Metamora does. A lot of people saying if they're going to be as good as last year, if they're going to be better. You never know. Cooper Koch, great player, as well as the rest of the players on that Metamora team. So that's definitely the key matchup I'm excited for, and most people here are excited for.
I mean, that matchup for sure is the game of the day tonight. Washington and St. Lawrence, also a really good game. Washington, we know them as a team that can always be feisty and compete with the teams that they play against, the Mid-Illini and the teams they play in this tournament. But how about Burbank St. Lawrence being a school that's in Burbank, Illinois, which is by Chicago? They compete in a very competitive conference in the Chicago Catholic League. So they're really prepared for this tournament, and they hope to bring their success or failures from this tournament into their season. So look for them to be ready to play against Washington.
Absolutely. We have a lot of games we're excited for. Michael, really, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know. I'm so excited for a lot of these games coming up. There's going to be great games throughout the week. We've talked about that. Just for tonight, I'm not sure. I don't know. Tell me your words. I'm
There's a lot of really good teams. You already talked about the 6 state champions. They're coming into tonight. They haven't lost a lot. From what I've seen so far, great basketball, and we've sure to see a lot more heading into Thanksgiving and heading into Saturdays too.
Absolutely. So we talk about a lot of the basketball, but here at the Tournament of Champions, it's a lot more than that. So here for a great cause. But especially when I mentioned, I will not be working on Thursday, which is Thanksgiving, but for everyone that is going to be volunteering here, whether they're getting paid or not, they're putting a lot on the line, working a Thanksgiving tournament. Same with these players that are going to be playing, away from their family and stuff like that. So it takes a lot to run a tournament like this, so we're thankful for everyone. I don't know. It's just there's a lot of tournaments that go on throughout the year. Not many of them go on holiday weekends. So the fact that they're able to do it and put on such a show that like they have with everybody walking around with concessions and hospitality, keeping everything fresh for everybody, it's a cool experience. And if you haven't gotten a chance to show up yet, go out throughout the week. It goes all the way through Saturday. I would recommend it for anyone. It's a fun experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have a tournament on Thanksgiving, to have it in-state and just for Illinois schools, you're not too far away from your hometown, you're not too away from your school. It's another thing that involve the Washington teams, the Mid-Illini teams like Metamora and Morton. And then it's another thing to involve the Florida teams, the California teams. They're like 13 hours away from their families, so it can be harder for them. But they know they're here for a reason. They want to win, and they know they're here just to, play well and win.
Absolutely. You talk about the teams from all over the country. Like you said, Florida, I saw South Carolina on the roster sheet. But throughout the years, there have been plenty of teams that have come from even farther away. And I think last year there was a team that came from Arizona that was like the farthest away that year. I remember that specifically. Then you got players like Zion Williamson, Tyler Hero, many players throughout the years that have come to this very tournament. So you could just see immense level of talent throughout the week that, in a decade from now, you could be seeing on NBA TV every week.
I will say this about Thanksgiving tournaments. It's usually the beginning of the year for most schools. We mentioned some of the state champions like Dale from Oklahoma. They started the year 3-0, so they had a week head start on the season. But for most schools, the Thanksgiving tournament is usually the beginning of their season. So whatever happens, if they win the whole thing or they lose every game they play or they go like 500, it doesn't define their season. And like you said about Metamora, they go 2-2 in this tournament. 500, people might look and say, hey, this isn't the same Metamora team that we expected, but they won state. So it just doesn't define your season.
Absolutely. And although it's not a defining moment in your season, and yes, you could start off, you could not win a game, you could split a few games, but also for some of these teams that aren't that talked about in the off season, you come in here and you win a game against a big team, and that could be something that elevates your season, elevates your momentum going forward immensely. So just teams like Washington, for example, in this upcoming matchup, they can win this matchup, get their mentality up, and not that it's down by any means, but just get prepared for the rest of the season. It could kick off a hot streak that could last however long it could. So like Metamora winning 32 straight games after TOC last year, that might be a little bit of a different case. That was an absolute super team. But it'd be interesting to see how they do this year too. But just for any team out here that might not start hot or start hot, doesn't define your season, but it can make your season.
Oh, for sure. When you're at Illinois schools playing against these powerhouses of bigger schools around the country, when you beat those schools, or at least you compete well against those schools, it does raise your confidence level up heading into the season, knowing that if you can compete with the teams that are best around the country, you compete with the teams in your conference, and you can compete with the teams in your state. So because El Paso-Gridley lost to Indian Trail is a really good team. El Paso-Gridley, you have nothing to hang your heads on. It was a great game. You have freshman Braden Hayes, who honestly, no freshman goes into a tournament, looking forward to, being the difference maker. A lot of freshmen going into it being nervous, but he looked poised. That's something that El Paso really needs to look forward to, is seeing him develop with Jonah Funk. And yeah, I mean, just the Illinois schools that, when they compete against the bigger schools, just take it with a grain of salt. It's the Thanksgiving tournament. It's their first game of the season, so yeah.
You talk about bigger schools as well. It's a good opportunity. It's a good measuring tool that you can use. Not a lot of these teams, especially in the central Illinois area, get to play teams from outside of the state, or even just upper Chicago area that, you typically later see in the playoffs, like teams like Simeon and stuff like that. Not that they're here now, but just like last year, Joliet West, not a lot of teams have gotten to play them but in the regular season, but they come here, get a chance to play teams like Metamora and other local teams, just to see, kind of test yourself. So it's cool for the central Illinois area. It's cool for the teams from way away, so that way, if something does happen, if you have a crazy game, you can see a whole new audience, or you can just, forget about it, go back to where you're from, and, write a new part.
It's always nice to see how Central Illinois compares with the Chicago suburban schools. We'll see later tonight with Washington and Burbank, St. Lawrence. St. Lawrence, obviously, like I said, plays in a very competitive Chicago Catholic League, where they play a lot of schools that are formidable in the state. So getting Burbank, St. Lawrence early in the season for Washington, it'll be a test for them for sure, but it'll be something they learn and grow from too.
Absolutely, and like teams, you talk about teams like from the Catholic League, it's like typically they're not playing against each other. So when they go to teams or go to leagues like this, or go to tournaments like this, it's just a way for everyone to experience a new game. Because especially in Mid-Illini action here, you play each other a couple times a year. You might get used to it a little bit. You might get used to the competition level. So it's good for these teams that do come out or just go out to any other tournaments to measure who they're going against and just see how they stack up against the rest of the state.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot different game in terms of Central Illinois to the Chicagoland area because, in Mid-Illini, I'm not going to say it's a bad conference by any means. It's definitely not a bad conference. It's just not up to par with some of the Chicago conferences, like the Chicago Catholic League, for example. St. Lawrence plays in a very competitive conference. They're a 3A school just like Washington, so we get a little bit of a 3A taste, and, maybe they see each other in the playoffs. Maybe they see each other going in the state or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in recent times that stigma of Central Illinois not being able to compete with other areas has kind of fallen. Obviously last year with Metamora winning state, but even beyond that, Washington always a competitive team. Morton having some good teams in the past. Just overall consistently starting to get better. And I think that might be because of, maybe just AAU ball or even just things like this where you can just travel and test yourself against other things, other competition elsewhere. And definitely has shown in recent years why the Central Illinois basketball has taken a step forward for the better.
And we saw last year with Metamora and winning state last year, and we also saw Cole Serta and Bloomington Central Catholic going in the semifinals in state last year. So we can definitely see the Central Illinois Dogs compete with the Chicagoland area.
Absolutely. We talk about some teams, but Michael, are there any players specifically in this tournament that stand out to you?
Cooper Koch, Iowa commit, obviously around this area. A lot of people know him. In case you don't, Peoria name stand out, transfers to Metamora, looks to keep Metamora on the top of Class 3A. I'll be looking forward to watching him play.
Absolutely. Cooper Koch, like we mentioned when we were talking about Metamora, he's playing his former team, and he switched to a team that a lot of people, were upset about over online, and just, maybe they're just too good. That was the stigma. They're too good, and they've been good for a really long time, and they're going to continue to be good with their 8th grade, 7th grade team winning state last year. Metamora has proved that they are a Central Illinois powerhouse. But Cooper Koch, like you said, he switched over there, and he's not the only good player to play for Metamora. They have plenty of guys that can make plays. That was their thing last year. They were one of the best teams in the state of Illinois. Not just basketball teams, but they played great fundamental team basketball. Even if they had athletes that could do something all over the court, like Ethan Kaiser could shoot from range, or he could drive in and dunk on anyone. They had other guys like Tyson Swanson that could drive in, and Tyler Mason, Matthew Zobrist, just guys that can play all across and all 3 levels of the game. So it'll be exciting to see how they play.
It'll just be very exciting to see how that game goes, because it's got bigger stakes than just a normal game, because he's playing against his former team in Notre Dame. So it'll be very interesting.
rivalry matchups and just random matchups are something that we're going to see all week long here at Tournament of Champions. And although I'm really excited for it, I can only imagine how everybody else has specific games that they might be thinking of that we might not have even mentioned yet. The game's going all the way through Saturday, and games we haven't even seen on the schedule because we haven't seen teams qualify yet. But it's going to be exciting. Like we talked a lot about Metamora, but they're one of the best teams in this competition, so it's hard to not mention them. Washington here with the home crowd, they're definitely going to be bumping here in a little bit coming up for Game 3 of the night of 4. Just really excited all around. Morton played a really good game as well in their first game, just really showing out for the Central Illinois squad.
It's always nice to get, the out-of-state competition like at Paso-Gridley and Indian Trail from Kenosha, Wisconsin. And it's also nice to see the Central Illinois matchup, Peoria, Notre Dame, and Metamora, being from the Peoria area, that's a good game for people to watch. It'll attract a lot of crowds, obviously, because they're two local teams. A lot of the competitions here it's good. So yeah,
absolutely. Here we're set up here in our little studio. You can't really see, but around us you have different areas of fans coming in to watch the upcoming games. But I'm Teddy Ball. We're going to send it back up to the booth here with Michael Savoy, and we'll see you guys at halftime of this Washington game.
Guys, thanks. Glad to be with you now inside the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium on the campus of Washington Community High School. The 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions entering its third game, and boy, do we have a dandy in front of us here. The Washington Panthers hosting the St. Lawrence Vikings from Burbank, Illinois. Going to be a good one. Great atmosphere here in Torrey Gym. I would expect it for the next 2 games, as Metamora and Peoria Notre Dame prepare to close out the first day of the TOC after this one concludes. We'll go down to the floor and the national anthem and come back to set the table for what should be a good one 2 days before Thanksgiving on Clutch Sports Media, the Tournament of Champions. Back our 3rd year of coverage at this great event. Terrific rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner at Washington. As we turn our levels up there a little bit, a terrific rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner at Washington Community High School. That means it's almost time for basketball. Joey Wright alongside Jeff Little and John Camosa. Gonna be a great one here. 3rd game of the 2023 TOC. And Jeff Little, we'll start with you. What are you looking for in this one? 2 great teams. St. Lawrence, a lot of tradition, making its first Tournament of Champions appearance. Washington, of course, the host of this event's played in all 18 of them so far.
Well, I think it's a situation where it's a first game and you feel like you're prepared as a coach, or feel like you're prepared as a player, but until you get out there, somebody blowing the whistle, making calls, you just never know. So
and John Camosa, over to you. Washington, a lot of success in the Mid-Illini Conference last couple of years. What an atmosphere tonight to start out the season.
Yeah, Washington in their 18th appearance here in their home gym for the Tournament of Champions. And, obviously this is a big game. They want to come out and make a statement, playing a very good St. Laurence team out of Burbank. So this is going to be a new-look Washington team. Obviously some younger guys. Devin Vanderhyde, really experienced player. But looking forward to seeing what they can do tonight. And this is obviously a good game to kind of jumpstart their season.
Absolutely. Jeff, looking at the starters for Washington, a lot of familiar faces, 3 seniors in the lineup. Washington was a little bit of a younger team last year. Now they've got some experience here back in the fold. Should be a fun season for the Panthers.
absolutely. This is a group that Coach Schimmerhorn's been looking forward to having out here and being ready. All of his teams will always play hard and get after it. They'll be well organized. There won't be any surprises that the other team can pull on them. So.
Going to be a great one here in Washington. The Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium hosting the Tournament of Champions for the 16th year. Glad you're with us on Clutch Sports Media, our coverage presented by OSF Healthcare and so many great partners. And Jeff, we've got a lot of great games here, not only tonight, but with this Washington game in front of us, but Peoria, Notre Dame, and Metamora to follow.
Absolutely. I mean, when you can bring in the kind of talent that Sean brings into this tournament year after year, and then on top of that you throw in a local rivalry type game coming in the next game, that will leave the place rocking all night long.
Going to be a great night for basketball in Washington, as we have about now 33 seconds left. John Camosa, your final thoughts entering this one.
Yeah, it should be a good game. Obviously, the second to the last game of the night, you touched on Metamora, Notre Dame coming up next, but this is an intriguing matchup. Both teams want to come out here and get a win to start their season, so definitely looking forward to this one.
Going to be a lot of fun here. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. And Jeff, looking at the early stages of this game, who do you expect to set the tone?
Well, invariably in that first game, one team seems to get out to a hotter start than the other, whether it's offensively or defensively. And I just, it's hard to say who it's going to be, but, one team traditionally does. You always talk in the locker room before you come out on that first game, hey, what's going to happen if we get up 10? What's going to happen if we get down 10? It could go either way. You're prepared to be up 10, but you just never know.
And John, how do you see this one starting out as the lineups are introduced?
Yeah, Washington, obviously, they've always relied on their defense. They're going to want to come out strong in this first half. I think they're going to slow the tempo down a little bit. St. Lawrence likes to run the ball, so could see a slower pace to this first half. Let's see what Washington can do on their home court.
Looking at our starting lineups in this one, St. Lawrence being introduced first. In St. Lawrence, it's going to be Bradley Stratton, Josh Pickett, Khalil Jones, Zarek Johnson, and Caleb Lindsay, the starting lineup for the St. Lawrence Vikings. First tournament appearance out of Burbank, Illinois, coached by Byron Burt. The athletic director is Tim Chandler, and the athletic director for Washington being introduced now in his final season, Herb Knobloch. Eric Schermerhorn, the Panthers head coach. And the Panthers starting lineup looks like this. Javon White, a 6'2 senior. C.J. Duncan joins him. He's a junior. A sophomore in James Johnson. A senior in DeAndre Jackson. And a senior in Braden Vanderhyde. The Vanderhyde family synonymous with Washington basketball. For St. Lawrence, their starting lineup, a junior, a senior, a junior, a junior, and a junior. So a junior-heavy roster for St. Lawrence. Jeff, good opportunity to get some good, meaningful experience here in a great atmosphere. Couldn't ask for a better atmosphere to start off the season. Absolutely.
I mean, this gym's been known for this kind of atmosphere, and the crowd's only going to grow as it builds for that next game. And, you just get excited for your young players to get a chance to go out. You hope your experienced players can kind of give that confidence and that kind of calming effect on those young players, because you think you're ready, but until you walk out on the floor and you hear this noise level, it's new.
Working through an audio issue with John Camosa, who I know is struggling to hear Jeff and I. And John, not a great night to have that problem, because it's gonna be loud in here.
No, I'm doing the best I can to try to lean over and hear you guys. But this gym, to Jeff's point, it gets loud in here. This is a home game for Washington, obviously, and they're going to be fired up tonight. So look for a good start for the Panthers.
Well, we don't even have the pep band tonight, raising the roof off the place for us either. So.
As we'll see so often down the stretch, going to have some really good ones. Washington, of course, home games against the Middle Illini Conference. They'll play the defending Class 3A state champion Metamora Redbirds later this year, and you'll see the Redbirds and the Irish right after this. As the game ball is delivered to midcourt, we're ready to go. Third game of the TOC, presented by OSF Healthcare. It is Javon White in the circle for Washington. He's going against Caleb Lindsay for St. Lawrence. Of course, Washington in the home whites, St. Lawrence in the road blacks, and we are underway in Washington. Glad you're with us. It will be Khalil Jones, running point for the Vikings to start things out. And they get it over to Lindsay. Lindsay now out top. It's Johnson. Washington not letting anything inside easily here in the early stages. We do have a 30-second shot clock at the TOC if you're new to the tournament. Tournaments across Illinois can implement that, and the Tournament of Champions has elected to do so. It's down to 5. Here's St. Lawrence with a drive. Up and under. No finish from Zarek Johnson, and the Panthers clear it. They'll take it ahead.
That's exactly what you'd expect from Coach Schermerhorn's Panthers. A good defense to kind of make that shot clock become a factor.
C.J. Duncan gets it. Longtime Clutch Sports Media viewers know the Duncan name as well as the Vanderheit name, and Duncan loses it out of bounds. St. Lawrence with stingy defense here early on.
Good defensive start here for Washington, putting the pressure on St. Lawrence. This crowd, though, you could hear they are fired up for this one.
And here's St. Lawrence, still no score, trying to drive, penetrate. Johnson out top, 3 on the way from Pickett, off the mark, and the rebound hauled in by Washington. James Johnson chugs ahead. And Johnson to the corner, and Vanderheit. Panthers swinging it around, still no score. Both defenses settling into a nice rhythm. One offensive trip for Washington. St. Lawrence forced a turnover. Looking for space, Johnson. Now to the corner, and Duncan for 3. And Washington answers on the scoreboard for the first time tonight.
Good spacing, little dribble penetration. They find the open guy in the corner.
See what St. Lawrence can do to respond. Jet Higdon now, or not Higdon, pardon me, Zarek Johnson, the ball for St. Lawrence. And now top of 3, and count it. Bradley Stratton answers and silences the crowd. See what the Panthers have as Duncan takes it across the stripe. And Vanderheit looking for space, looking for Johnson. He's got him. And Duncan contested now by his man Bradley Stratton. 3 on the way, and all the points scored have come from the 3 ball so far. Washington, Javon White, 6-3. Jeff, what are you seeing from these defenses? Everything's come outside, including another 3 there from Stratton.
I think both defenses may need to stretch out a little bit behind the arc here. Both teams running offenses really well, getting good spacing. Good shooters knocking down open shots right now.
4 buckets, all 3s, 12 points. Duncan, another 3, too strong. White can't haul it in, and the rebound's brought in by Johnson. And Zarek Johnson ahead for St. Lawrence. Driving off the block, and a foul. First free throws. No, a charge. Jody Brown likes that. It's a Jody Brown State Farm charge.
Yeah, if there's one thing Washington's known for, it's making 3s and taking charges, and right here early on doing just that. What a great start to this game so far.
Both teams have come to play 6-6.
And have Braden Vanderheit be the one that takes it, not a surprise at all.
When Clutch Sports Media began a few years ago, it was his brother Devin Vanderheit that was the anchor of Washington's offense. Now it's Braden Vanderheit looking good for the Panthers as our first two of the game comes from James Johnson.
You know, the Panthers are excited about James's one-on-one ability. And there, he kind of isolates there.
Almost
takes it all the way strong. Got an offensive foul.
Sorry, Jeff, but it almost feels like a turning point there. You were looking to see which team would go inside first. Both teams kind of tried, felt it out, but Washington is able to penetrate first.
Well, I mean, Washington's not going to do it with their physical size because they're not bigger. They're going to do it with spacing and dribble penetration and cutting and coming off screens. So, you know, what you expect to see out of the Panthers so far.
Oh, Johnson tried to stop his dribble and traveled. And St. Lawrence, John Camosa, a stingy defensive attack. They forced a couple of turnovers now in the early stages.
Yeah, and that's going to be big if you're St. Lawrence. Washington likes to slow the game down, find those open shots right here. Chance to cut into this deficit.
St. Lawrence at three, out top and knocking it in. Josh Pickett to give the Vikings a 9-8 lead. Very much a fast-paced game here. The shot clock helping, and the threes adding to what feels like it's going to be a shootout here. Vanderheit doesn't get the pass after the foul.
Looks like St. Lawrence switched to a little bit of a zone there. Andre Lewis in the game for the Panthers, drives baseline, gets a foul, draws a foul.
Andre Lewis, a junior for Eric Schermerhorn's Washington Panthers. Washington all-time 34-29 in its own tournament. It's been played at Washington now for 16 years. The first two iterations of this tournament were at Bradley University's old Robertson Fieldhouse. St. Lawrence the other way, driving ahead, Johnson down low, and they get it out top to Stratton. Tough to play offense in front of that Orange Crush.
Yeah, I think there's some of Coach Crouch's better defenders over there in the front row, trying to make it tough.
A free throw wouldn't go for Khalil Jones. Vikings get the rebound. Driving is Johnson, and he's fouled by Johnson. Zarek Johnson up for the shot. James Johnson fouls him. 2 free throws on the way for Zarek, number 4. Zarek has not yet scored tonight. He has a foul, and that is the first personal foul against James Johnson. First free throw off the mark, and John, foul's not really a problem here so far tonight. 3 for the Vikings, 1 for the Panthers.
You know, that's going to be big tonight is those second chances right there. Josh Pickett, 6'6" senior. So inside, he's going to be a force. Washington want to make sure they can box that out, but right now, Vikings looking good with that early lead.
Duncan now high out top for Washington. If you're just joining us, 2 threes and a mid-range jumper for James Johnson. Washington scoring so far, all threes for St. Lawrence. Here's a rebound for Lewis and Vanderheit, and Duncan a 3. Too strong. And now a little bit of a transition opportunity for St. Lawrence. Out top, 3 on the way and in. 4 threes for the Vikings early on. This time it's Josh Pickett.
Those transition threes sometimes are the hardest ones to defend. You're trying to take away the basket first, but you leave wide open people.
Duncan now out top, and Lewis will drive. Lewis a floater and a charge. Presented by Jody Brown State Farm.
Again, that's such a hard play for young players. You just got to pull up and shoot that instead of trying to get all the way to the rim.
James Johnson coming in, and he will come in relief of Javon White. No subs for St. Lawrence at this dead ball.
Luke Kaminsky in the game for the Panthers as well.
Just north of 2 minutes to play here in the opening quarter. Joey Wright, Jeff Little, and John Camosa with you. We'll get John's headset fixed as soon as we can so he can hear us in a loud gym tonight in Washington. John Michael, our director. Charlie Schermerhorn, our producer. For this, the third of 31 games, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Bradley Stratton will pull the trigger on this one, and inbounds. Good coverage there on the pass to Johnson. And Johnson finds Khalil Jones. Panthers trying to force the Vikings into a bad shot here. They want that shot clock to wind down. A third of the way gone now. Johnson has a lane and lays it in. And C.J. Duncan will push ahead now for Washington.
St. Lawrence in that 1-2-2 zone. The Panthers are trying to attack that middle area where it's open.
And Vanderheit, a three, the third three tonight for Washington. Jeff, I watch a lot of high school basketball. Not often you see a game open with such exclusive perimeter shooting. You know, you see a three here and there, but it's been almost all threes tonight.
Yeah, we've talked about that early in the first game. It's like we didn't see very many threes, and this game's been all threes, really for the most part of both offenses.
Another one there won't go. And that might have been a tough look there for St. Lawrence. Probably could have found a little bit of a better shot had they waited. 35-second shot clock. But hey, when you're hot, you might as well let it ride.
Well, it was challenged for sure. And again, we talked about this in the first game. You know, these kids aren't used to playing with the shot clock, so do you take the quick shot that you normally would? Do you wait, run the clock down? Pass deflected. Jackson saves it for the Panthers.
Panthers have to hurry here. Shot clock down to 5. Duncan calling out the offense. Now to the corner and a three on the way. In and out. Wouldn't go from.
Vanderheit with a rebound.
And he can't get that one. And St. Lawrence can finish this quarter with a shot here. Let's see. Driving up and under and in. Knocking off every surface. Khalil Jones. Panthers down to 5. Here's Duncan looking. Duncan driving. Floater at the horn. It goes. What a quarter. 17-13 at the break. The Panthers trailing the St. Lawrence Vikings in a good one here in Washington.
Joey, I can't hear anything. You want me to just...
Yeah. Great game so far here in Washington. Let's thank our sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare, proud presenting sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. OSF's team of cancer experts meets regularly to discuss and develop individualized care plans, and our patient neighbors are there to help you every step of the way. Multidisciplinary cancer care only at OSF. By the City of Washington, proud partner and host of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. While you're in Washington for the TOC, stop in and enjoy a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. The Tournament of Champions also brought to you by Oftring. Get thousands in year-end savings at every Oftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at OfteringAutoGroup.com. By Titan Industries, proud partner of the Tournament of Champions. Titan Industries proud to support all the players, coaches, and athletes here at the TOC, as is Teamworks by Holzhauer. Teamworks by Holzhauer, proud partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and Hometown Community Banks. Glad to have them on board. They are a proud supporter of everybody here at the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC, now in its 18th year, and what a great tournament this is. Joey Wright and Jeff Little back in with you. We'll try to get John Camosa back for the second half. His headset having an issue. Hope to have that rectified. But Jeff, as we just go you and I here for the second quarter, another three there from St. Lawrence. That one wouldn't go. It's clear that's the game plan. Yeah. The Vikings are going to be a team that lives and dies by the three.
Well, and I think what you're going to see out of them is that they're going to spread you out, and once they start making shots and you have to challenge more on the perimeter, they're going to take you off the dribble. Help situations, we talked about this earlier in one of the earlier games, help situations give you such a disadvantage rebounding-wise, and for the Panthers, they're going to need every advantage that they can.
Here's James Johnson. Johnson to Vanderheit. Not James Johnson, pardon me. That was DeAndre Jackson for Washington. Now it's Duncan, a three on the way. That goes. It was contested. And knocking it down is Johnson. Bradley Stratton playing good defense there.
Cuts the lead to 1 here. The Panthers battle back again. They're just going to try to make this shot clock run down and maybe force a shot that St. Lawrence doesn't want to take.
Key sequence here, driving and losing the ball. And it'll stay with St. Laurence. Eric Johnson trying to drive past Andre Lewis. St. Laurence looking good out of the gates here. A school about half the size of Washington Community High School, 710 St. Lawrence's enrollment. Washington boasts about 1,370 students. And a blocking foul there, a good offense from Josh Pickett to draw contact. And not quite in the bonus, not nearing the bonus. Jeff, as the foul's now reset between quarters here this season.
Yeah, DeAndre Jackson there trying to get position, didn't quite get squared up and draws a foul.
And they will call that on the shot then. So going to the line is Josh Pickett.
I thought that was on the ground, but sometimes out of a free throw, you'll see teams maybe extend their pressure, go to some full court pressure.
And up and in the first free throw from Josh Pickett, a senior. Josh Pickett was named one of the 30 intriguing players to watch at this year's tournament. One of a handful from the Washington Invitational, the largest of the 4 groups of tournaments here at the TOC. A little hard to explain, but Pickett's going to be a player to watch, not only this week, but all season long.
Little full court pressure here from the Vikings. On a 1-2-2, they try to extend. Long pass, Duncan over top. Jackson saves it.
And a 3-0 on the way from Vanderhyde. He'll drive in for a 2 and knock it down.
Good shot fake, get the defender in the air. And again, there's a situation where he understands as a senior, I'm not going to take this all the way to the rim. I'm going to dribble to where I'm open, and I'm going to take this open jump shot.
Washington made a deep run in the Class 6A football playoffs. That looked a little bit like a football play on the offensive end, and that won't fall from Bradley Stratton, a 3-point field goal. Here's Vanderhyde.
Good check out by Jackson to keep Pickett off the boards.
Vanderhyde almost carried it, hauls it in, and now it's Andre Lewis to set the offense up. Lewis. His brother Drew, so many highlights here in a Panthers uniform. Drew driving. 4 guards 4. It's Eric Johnson playing defense. And Vanderhyde looking. Duncan can't get free, down low. Now he gets free on the wing.
Thought they had a little bit of a size mismatch with CJ on the block.
At the buzzer, Vanderhyde can't knock it down. You almost forget, Jeff, you have to keep an eye on the shot clock here.
Absolutely. Or sometimes you see somebody rise up to take that shot and you wonder, whoa, and shot clock.
You start hearing the student section count down, and it's like, oh my goodness, I better keep an eye on that. Another deep 3 at the top of the key, wouldn't go that time. Caleb Lindsay taking that attempt. Both offenses have gone somewhat cold here in the early stages of the second quarter in Washington.
Andre Lewis, dribble drive left.
St. Laurence had a little bit of a size advantage there, and Vanderhyde now calls out a play emphatically and gives it to Lewis. Lewis, the 6'1" junior, was going up against the larger Johnson, and a 3 on the way, and the Panthers lead.
First lead since the first quarter for the Panthers. Now the defensive end. This is where it'll be key. Can the Panthers get a stop here? Again, good spacing, spread out, dribble drive.
And the Panthers come up with that stop, Jeff, there, as Lewis is going to haul in the rebounds. Panthers wall up and cut off the lane for the Vikings. Lewis, again, that's the matchup to watch. Lewis versus Johnson. Vanderhyde in motion, but it goes out top to Duncan. Now Vanderhyde, a free throw, falls. And Braden Vanderhyde has been electric with that mid-range jumper, and a timeout called by St. Laurence.
Vikings kind of went to a 1-2-2, almost 3-2 zone, and that middle area is wide open, and Braden Vanderhyde does a great job of finding himself in there. Takes a nice free throw line jumper.
I'd like to take a brief word to thank a few of our sponsors here, starting with OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare, proud presenting sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Only at OSF. By the City of Washington, proud host of the Tournament of Champions. Check out all Washington has to offer with a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants while you're in town. for the TOC. By Uftring. Get the used car you really want at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Local trades, one owners, hard to find trucks and SUVs, great gas mileage and more. Get yours at UftingAutoGroup.com. Titan Industries, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, as is Teamwork, such a big part of the community here in Washington, and proud to support this great event. And Hometown Community Banks, you could say the same about them. Hometown Community Banks, proud to support Clutch Sports Media's coverage of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and, of course, the tournament itself. Joey Wright and Jeff Little in with you here. High atop Torrey Gym. It's been a good one so far. 23-19 is the score. 4:23 left to play, as you see at the bottom of your screen. And Jeff, we're locked in a good one here. I've got a feeling that the finals could take 60 points to win this game.
Oh, absolutely. Unless one of the teams really clamps down defensively. St. Laurence has kind of cooled off from the perimeter, looking more to put it on the floor.
Up and under. Zarek Johnson knocks it down, and C.J. Duncan will run the offense for Washington. See if St. Laurence gets away from the three-point ball that's been so electric tonight. Now to the corner for Washington, and Javon White and Andre Lewis will slow it down. Can't slow it down too much. Shot clock down to 15.
Again, St. Lawrence has got good length, overall length, so the spacing against that zone, when they go to that zone, they got long arms that make passing angles difficult.
White had a little too much on that three, out of bounds, and Washington will make a sub, as will St. Laurence. James Johnson's in for Washington. Washington making two substitutions. First time we've called Pierce Martin's name, the junior, number 23. Vanderheit as the shot clock resets. Johnson looking for space. Contesting him, Josh Pickett. And now Pierce Martin fresh into the game. His first appearance of the season. Gives to Johnson. Spins. Duncan now out top. Duncan, a deep three. Doesn't fall. And the rebound cleared by Josh Pickett.
That's a tough one. That's one where he was open and thought about it right when he first caught it. Hesitated and then shot it from the same spot without putting it on the floor. That's a tough spot.
Driving baseline, cut off, and a foul. Zarek Johnson was looking for space. A three fell, but it was well after the whistle. Go figure. And that's going to be the second foul on Washington's James Johnson.
Andre Lewis comes in to replace him.
Three minutes gone by here, and the ball lobbed in. And a three off the release. Won't go despite a good bounce from Bradley Stratton. Lewis up the right sideline for the Panthers. Near capacity crowd here at Torrey Gym. Expecting a good one in the nightcap as well. Peoria, Notre Dame, and Metamora, as that pass intercepted by Stratton, but he stepped on the line.
Nice cut by Jackson at the basket. He tried to throw that baseline pass to the shooter in the weak side corner. Got intercepted, but luckily for the Panthers, Stratton stepped on the line.
Inbounded now to Martin. Martin looking, spinning. Give to Duncan. And Duncan has it knocked out of bounds by Stratton. Washington in its first of 4 games at the Tournament of Champions. Same for St. Laurence. Washington back in action tomorrow at 7 against Dale, Oklahoma. That's going to be a great game. St. Laurence versus Hoover at 12:30. Both games on ClutchSportsIL.com. Another three won't go, and St. Laurence, Jeff, has started to cool off. The threes aren't falling like they were. Well, of course, it was going to be hard to sustain that pace.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, they haven't got him in any kind of rhythm like they did early. They got him out of transition a little bit earlier, some inside out. Panthers here against St. Lawrence, back man-to-man. Corey Duncan, great backdoor cut by C.J. Duncan.
Duncan was wide open underneath the basket, and he extends Washington's lead to 4. Now a 2-score game. It's been rare that that's been the deficit here. Look out in transition. Nice move and a little too strong on the finish. DeAndre Jackson couldn't finish.
Did a great job stepping in the passing lane. There's a 3 from the corner off.
And that wouldn't go from Reggie Stevens. First time we've called his name tonight. Trying to lock in the momentum with the transition 3, and Washington knocking in another one there. It's Andre Lewis. So now it's 28-21. Great game if you like multiples of 7. And that's knocked out of bounds. Who touched it last? Washington touched it last. Didn't even have to see the call. You can just base that on the Orange Crush's reaction.
They might not have agreed, but they usually won't agree either with most of their calls.
Tough place to call a game, but a good spirited game so far here. Not a lot of calls in this one here in the second quarter alone, just 2 total fouls, both against Washington. And we'll have a timeout called, one of the 30-second variety from Washington. So, Jeff, if you're Washington here, you've got to like what you've seen over the last 7 minutes. We'll get a word on that quickly. Jake Weston is a presenting sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and we left a 4 off his phone number. It is 309-444-4441. So make sure to add a 4 there if you give him a call. JakeWestonInsurance.com, also a good place to visit. SunPower by Legacy Solar, proud presenting sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and an array of silver sponsors to thank. Takes a village to put on this tournament, and you see some of the silver sponsors of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions there. A lot of big hitters on that board. And there's a Kep's board, too, popping up out of the wild. Kep Sports Bar and Grill, great place to stop in and grab a bite to eat in Washington. PJ Hoare as well. A lot of sponsors it takes to put this tournament on. And St. Lawrence out of the inbound there. They knock in a 2 and cut the deficit to 5.
Caleb Lindsley, nice job. Nice little spin move in the lane.
55 seconds for the half. And here's Washington. C.J. Duncan looking over, finding Lewis. Lewis all the way across the court to White. And in trouble now. Vanderheit lost it. St. Lawrence in transition. And they'll step back for a 3 that doesn't go. Transition look wouldn't favor the Vikings there. And the Orange Crush now has some fodder.
Yeah, I would imagine Coach Burke probably would have preferred them take that to the basket for the layup instead. Shot clock's off here. 31.2 left here. Panthers can hold it for the last one.
I would expect they would.
You see St. Lawrence extending their pressure here a little bit. Look for them to come trap, create another turnover.
Duncan passes up the shot to Vanderheit. Now Johnson fakes it out, and Johnson has a little bit of a lane to get a pass off to White, and he knocks in a 3. See what St. Lawrence does to respond. Down by 8. 8 seconds left. Up across Khalil Jones. Jones calling it out. Open 3 for Stratton, and he can't knock it down. Vanderheit the rebound. That's it. And Washington takes an 8-point lead into the halftime locker room.
Yeah, I don't think Coach Schimmerhorn's it's not a way to go in the locker room, leaving a good shooter like Stratton wide open in the corner, but luckily off the back iron and secure the rebound. So I think the Panthers have got to feel good after the way that started, the hot shooting that St. Lawrence came out with, and they were able to survive that here and build the lead up to 8 here going into halftime.
31-23. Stratton missing that 3 at the buzzer to preserve that lead for Washington, and the Panthers will take it. 31-23 is our score. A word for some of our sponsors here before we kick it down to Tournament Central. Gavin Russell standing by. OSF Healthcare, proud presenting sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. OSF Healthcare, their team of cancer experts meets regularly to discuss and develop individualized care plans, and our patient neighbors are there to help you every step of the way. Multidisciplinary cancer care only at OSF. And the city of Washington as well, proud host of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in while you're in town to check out Washington's diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. By Oftring Auto Group, stop in and see your local Oftring Auto Group dealer. Get thousands in year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. Titan Industries, proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. All the players, coaches, and fans here. Teamworks by Holzhauer, such a big part of the Washington community. Proud to support the TOC, as is Hometown Community Banks. Stop in and see your local Hometown Community Bank branch today. We'll go down to the Tournament Central presented by Uftring. Gavin Russell standing by. Gavin, excited to hear what you have for us. Buddy, take it away down there as we actually hold a minute. They're not quite ready yet. And our director, Jonathan Michael, directing traffic here. Looks like an air traffic controller over here. And we're waiting on Gavin Russell here to get the cue. Great performance by the Washington dance team here as we see that unfolding in front of us. And we'll keep filling some time here. Jeff, as we have a minute here at halftime, we'll talk about this in a minute as well. What would you expect to see in the third quarter?
Well, I would think, Coach Schermerhorn's got to be happy with the way the offense, they've recognized the changes in the defenses. St. Laurence has gone a little bit of 1-2-2, gone a little bit of man-to-man, and they've done a great job of recognizing that and continue to be efficient offensively.
It's going to be fun to watch. Gavin's ready now. We'll go down to Uftring Tournament Central. Gavin, take it away.
Welcome into the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Really pleased to be back here. I've done this a lot the last couple of years, so it's fun to be back. Alongside me is Robert Dowling, the head of officiating here at KBMTOC. Robert, it's great to be back. I know we've talked a couple of times, but 2023, it's a great field. Really excited for it.
Yeah, it's a very balanced field. I think this year they've got a nice mix of the small schools and then the bigger schools. They've got some nice local schools, Notre Dame, Metamora, Washington, in the medium level, and then teams like St. Lawrence that come from a little farther away. So, and then the out-of-state teams like Normal. So it's a great field.
And you mentioned that really good game coming up next, Metamora and Peoria, Notre Dame. Of course, you're busy organizing all the officiating, but you look at games like that. What else catches your eye as far as maybe some individual games or players, maybe some teams that you like to see in this tournament?
Well, I think everybody was interested to see how Washington would be right here, coming off the semifinal berth in the state football playoffs 3 days ago. Several of their key players haven't had a lot of practice time, but I have to be honest, I'm very impressed. Who knows what the great games are going to be. We just don't see a lot of these players until they get here, right? But I'll tell you, that last game that we just had, El Paso and Indian Trail. Now, I know it's only a one and done, but the kid from Indian Trail, Stackhouse, is the real deal. That game was very, very impressive.
And you were actually out there officiating for that one. We don't want to – I believe it was the last game, correct?
Yeah.
We don't want to throw you under the bus or anything, if any mad fans out there. But, a game like that was so fast-paced. What do you do as an official? I mean, that's – it's really hard to manage when you're up and down the court constantly.
We try to stay out of the way. When they're just playing, making baskets, I don't want to blow the whistle. If I don't have to blow the whistle, I'm not going to blow the whistle. Let them play through a little bit of contact. If it causes a turnover, maybe we blow the whistle and make it right. But in a situation like this, we just want to let the players play, the fans watch, and we're like the last thing we want to worry about, okay?
Indeed. But there is a lot to worry about on your side of things, organizing all these officials. I've asked you this before, but, maybe for our viewers at home that don't understand how much goes into it just from an officiating side of things, talk a little bit about how much it takes to organize, how many people are involved, and what you're doing with it this week. As right on cue, the fire alarms.
I planned this, so I didn't have to talk, but, I like to talk. They must have burned the popcorn.
This is an annual occurrence here in Washington, is the fire alarms tend to sound when there's some burnt popcorn or something. Is this annoying screeching sound will probably happen for who knows how many minutes, 20, 30 minutes?
Hopefully less. Last year we fixed it in about 5, but the fire department still has to come and do a walkthrough and all that jazz. So,
well, we'll see what we're gonna do. I don't know. I'll defer to our. Keep going. All right.
Okay.
We're just gonna keep talking.
I'll tell you. We use, if you can hear me, we use 17 officials for the whole tournament. It's usually everybody averages 2 games a day. And we try to keep the staff tight. They all have college experience. They all currently work some level of college basketball. They split their time between small college and high school, and we get really quality people. We don't just get the what are the best referees, but we get good referees who are quality people, and they're all dedicated to the TOC. I mean, when I schedule these guys, I know they're going to close their schedule. Even if they get a little higher level game, they're still going to honor their commitment here because they love the tournament.
Indeed, and how, I'm sure there's been many guys that have worked this for years. Are there anybody that's worked the entirety of the life of the tournament?
So one of the gentlemen out there right now, Randy Leitner, and I both started in the first year of the tournament. He has worked every year. I missed 1 year when I had ankle surgery about 6 years ago.
Makes sense.
But we've both worked since the beginning. So, yeah, I think it's just us now. But we've got guys out here that have worked 10, 11, 12, 13
awesome.
years. So, yeah, long time guys.
And you also mentioned, do you have maybe like a waiting list almost of, guys that are ready to get into this or wanting to get into this?
I have 10 to 15 guys every year ask me if I need help. I had a guy last night tell me, if you need me Friday or Saturday, I'm open.
Yeah, there you go. And, officials and referees across all sports and IHSA, I know that's become a need. A lot of need to get more people into officiating. So maybe some people out there are watching thinking, hey, I'm looking for a job, something part-time, something flexible. Talk about what the benefits of getting into officiating and the need for that as well.
It gives you some exercise depending on what sport you do. I've started doing volleyball. As my daughter has graduated from high school playing volleyball, she's in college playing volleyball, but my wife is a coach. I started officiating volleyball. I do 7th and 8th grade. I'm great at 7th grade girls. So, but we need officials in all the sports. Go to ihsa.org. It'll walk you through how to do it. And now they're letting 16 and 17-year-old high school kids, and I think they'll let you sign up for free. They won't make you pay a dime.
Man, that's awesome. I mean, can you get into it as an 18-year-old?
16.
16. Wow.
I started refereeing when I was 17, but they've opened it up to 16-year-olds now.
How about that? Well, hey, go out there and do it. I know I've done it for some baseball and action, stuff like that, so that's pretty awesome. We won't keep you too much longer. I know we've got the fire drill going on right behind us. If you just joined us and you hear this loud screeching noise, somebody burned some popcorn. Now, who do you blame burning the popcorn? There's a lot of people you might be able to blame for that.
Probably don't have your regular cafeteria workers back there right now, so it could be you or me. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, hey, we appreciate the volunteers for being able to come out. Robert, I won't keep you too much longer. We'll get Teddy to jump in, but I appreciate Hey, and right on cue, as I'm about to exit you from the studio, the fire alarm stopped. But, Robert, I appreciate you coming on for a little bit, talking with us a little bit. Enjoy the rest of the tournament.
No problem. If you need any rules interpretations during the week, just let me know.
I may need that at some point. Appreciate it. Teddy Ball, we'll sub you in here for a moment. Thanks again to Robert Dowling, head of officiating. He'll get back to it, checking out the games, organizing stuff here. Teddy, thanks for popping in with us. That was a bizarre turn of events there with the fire alarm. I feel like we always get at least a couple good fire alarm stories here at the TOC.
Yeah, last year was my first year, and it was the first experience with that. It honestly scared the crap out of me, so I was a little more confident in this year, but still, it's funny how it happens.
It really is, and I remember last year I had gone to Champaign for a IHSA state football game. Drove back here to finish up with the tournament. Was obviously trying to get back as soon as possible. First game I got back, the fire alarm starts going off, and I'm like, what a bizarre day. So definitely some stuff there. But, hey, we got some great basketball. The fire alarms are off. We're going to get back to playing here in a little while as, we may have to kill a little more time here. But the next game coming up, and we don't want to take away from this Washington-St. Lawrence game, but I think it's one of the best games of not just today, but just the tournament in general.
Absolutely, and me and Michael Savoy were talking about this in the last, here in the studio last time, but, Cooper Koch is his revenge game here at P&D. Not necessarily revenge game, but he's going against his former team in the first game with his new team, Metamora Redbirds, and so it's interesting to see how that's going to happen. Obviously, Metamora coming off the state championship last year and how successful they were. A lot of people in the offseason a little upset with him going to Metamora because they're already such a powerhouse. They've already been so good in years past, but it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out, no doubt.
Really is, and I don't think it's anything to say Koch was bailing ship. P&D was always a really good team. They've got Owen Dillon. He's headed to Belmont, so there's a couple of big D1 guys. Not to mention, Tyler Mason. While he's not headed to a D1 school, I don't think that should take away from a guy that's headed to like a powerhouse Division II. I believe it's Winona State. I think sometimes people lose sight of, while we have all these great D1 players out here, there's guys that are going to go to D2, D3, and play for teams that could win national championships at that level.
Absolutely, and you look at last year, the Metamora team that they had, and one of the best players on that team, Tyson Swanson, there's talks of him playing college ball. I don't think he ended up doing it, or at least hasn't yet. He still can, but one of the best players on that state championship team that beat Simeon in the state championship, one of the best teams in the state, obviously. He didn't even go to play college ball, and he put up over 20 in the state championship. So it just proves that talent can be so many different levels and stuff like that. So
Indeed. Well, we'll see some great games coming up. We got another half of basketball to play. Washington and St. Lawrence. Despite an odd studio appearance, it's been Teddy Ball, Gavin Russ, and Robert Dowling. Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Send it back to Joey now.
Gavin, Teddy, Robert, thank you guys so much for staying with it there. An interesting halftime here in Washington. We've added a little bit of time. The second year in a row, the fire alarm has gone off. Luckily, we didn't have to evacuate this time. Just switch out the popcorn in the popcorn maker and call it good. Joey Wright, Jeff Little, and John Camosa with you in the booth. John, we got your headset all fixed up. It's crazy what plugging it into the right port will do. And, John, we'll start with you because you obviously kept tabs on the first half even after you had to put the headset down. Your takeaways from an entertaining 16 minutes of basketball.
Yeah, Washington with the lead here going into the second half, 31-23, but really impressed by how balanced this team is. We've seen this year in and year out, but C.J. Duncan puts up 10 points to go along with 7 from Braden Vanderhyde. They really spread the ball well, hit some big threes, some good defense there. Once they were down, they were able to pull away, grab that lead, and Washington's in a really good spot here coming out of the halftime locker room.
And, Jeff, we talked about it a little bit before we took a break, a little longer than we expected for halftime, but your thoughts on the second half? Do you see St. Lawrence shooting as many threes as they did in the first half?
Well, I don't know their personnel that well, but I would say that, they seem to like to take them. They take them in transition. They take them in the half-court set. So, yeah, I would expect them to continue to shoot them. I think they're going to look maybe for a little bit more inside off the dribble penetration and especially with the floor spread, against the Panther defense. They're a bigger team, probably a little more athletic, but at the same time, you still got to get the ball to go in the basket. So, Coach Schermerhorn's defense is making every shot a tough one and not get up many second opportunities. He's got to be happy with the defensive rebounding of the Panthers in the first half.
St. Lawrence led in the first half by 8 points from Josh Pickett, Washington's leading scorer. 10 for number 10. C.J. Duncan has 10 points. And, John, what have you seen from C.J. Duncan, Washington's junior? Of course, the Duncan name you recognize if you're a longtime Clutch Sports media viewer. He's getting his junior season off to a good start here.
Yeah, really, really solid player for Washington. What I've seen that I like from him, well-rounded player, great ball passer, high IQ, and gets to the basket, not afraid to go at the rim. And with his height at 6'6", he can have that ability to get over you. So really good from C.J. Duncan in this first half, and I think they continue to look to him in the second half. But Washington definitely going to rely heavily on that defense with this lead.
Washington opening its 18th Tournament of Champions appearance with a lead, 31-23 over St. Lawrence in its first Tournament of Champions. Mentioned earlier, St. Lawrence in action against Hoover tomorrow at 12:30. Washington and Dale at 7 o'clock. Hoover, Alabama, and Dale, Oklahoma. Going to be a great day of action. Those are 2 of the 7 games we'll have for you all live and for free on ClutchSportsIL.com and our YouTube channel. Tomorrow kicks off with Thayer and Heyworth. Plenty of good ones. Alexander and Maumelle at 5:30. Morton and North Tampa Christian at 8:30. And a good one on tap after this one ends. Could be the game of the tournament. We'll see. Peoria, Notre Dame, and Metamora. Metamora, the reigning Class 3A state champion here in Illinois. And Peoria, Notre Dame, of course, knows its standout Cooper Koch quite well. Going to be a good one next on Clutch Sports Media. John Michael will take you through that one. Joey Wright, Jeff Little, and John Camosa with you now as the third quarter begins. And let's see what St. Lawrence has in its first possession. Down low, and Vanderhyde intercepts it.
Great help by Devin Vanderhyde on the weak side, who had a good backdoor cut. Looked like the pass was open. Vanderhyde comes from the weak side, comes up with the interception.
Washington has a chance to push its lead to double digits. C.J. Duncan out top, coming out to guard him, Zarek Johnson. Duncan lost it, got it back, Has to pass to Johnson for a three that's just a little strong, and Lewis can't clean it up as the shot clock expires.
And Washington, another patient possession there. Just not able to get that one to go, but they like to chew that clock and draw these possessions out.
I think the officials are talking about whether it was a shot clock violation or not.
And they will confer. One of our officials talking with Braden Vanderheit. Eric Schermerhorn gets the word. And after all is said and done, St. Laurence has the ball. Jeff, St. Laurence, not only have they taken a lot of threes tonight, but they've been quick. They've been quick threes. They like to go early in the possession.
Yeah, I don't think the shot clock has been a factor for them in the least bit here.
John Camosa, think back to last season. That was one of the big storylines coming into the Tournament of Champions. First time teams from Illinois had played with a shot clock. Didn't seem to be a factor at all. I think there were more play clock violations at the state football finals later that week than there were at the TOC.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that's really transitioned well into the game dating back to last year. First time they had it. Didn't seem like it fazed too many teams. They played really well through it, in the same case tonight.
5 seconds into the shot clock there. St. Laurence off on a shot. Vanderheit will bring it ahead for Washington. Washington, go ahead.
No, again, the Panther defense makes that a tough shot. I mean, it's a dribble drive to the basket. They don't foul it, but they make it a tough shot. And they're to get it off or defensive rebound, not giving up second opportunities.
Duncan, a three would have given him 13 points. Hard contact, look out, the other way, and not able to finish. Down low, would have been a one-handed slam for Caleb Lindsay.
Couldn't get that one to go, but I think those are the plays that St. Laurence is going to look for trailing in this game, getting those rebounds and getting out in transition quick.
It was not a dunk. If it would have been a dunk, it was a Legacy Solar dunk. Glad to have them on board every dunk of the Tournament of Champions. They'll be the presenting sponsor. Duncan turns around and drops that one in. 12 points now for Duncan.
CJ's had a couple of outside looks in the first half, and now with a mismatch defensively, they put him on the block, and he, like John said, with the 6'6" frame, he gets up over the smaller defender, knocks it down from the block.
Stratton looking for Johnson. Now a three on the way from the wing, a little short, and it'll carry him out of bounds. Unable to connect there, Josh Pickett. Washington by 10, 33-23, 2 minutes and some change into the third quarter on ClutchSportsIL.com. Braden Vanderheit. Now Duncan a free throw, turns around, doesn't fall. Another offensive rebound. Panthers have been strong on the offensive glass here in the third quarter. And they'll kick it out now. And looking for an opportunity is Lewis. Lewis will drive. Lewis with contact and gets it to go.
You can see on that possession, St. Lawrence really sped their defense up, trying to rattle Washington. Not fazed by it. They get right to the bucket.
Good defense from Washington. Little contact. It was clean, and Josh Pickett can't connect. Vanderheit the other way for the Panthers. Good home crowd getting a good game early here. I guess we're past the early stages of this one in the third quarter. Turning around, White can't knock it down.
St. Lawrence, like John said, St. Lawrence the last couple of times, kind of a run and jump. They were kind of doubling things, especially after that first pass.
Good offensive rebound and a finish from Josh Pickett. Cleans up the miss. It's a 10-point game again.
I think that's going to be big for St. Lawrence. Just like Duncan from Washington side using his frame. Pickett at 6'5", got to get to the basket.
Instead, he elects to shoot from the perimeter and knocks it down. 15 points now for Duncan, and the lead back to 13.
That's the versatility of C.J. Duncan, inside and outside.
C.J. Duncan, I'm always hesitant to throw a height out on TV because, of course, you can see the height for yourself. But a 6'6" junior, you figure he's still got a little room to grow.
Definitely going to get stronger over these next year and a half that he's in the Panther program.
And so many players throughout the years, Alec Peters, Devin Vanderheit, Braden's brother, tall players that can shoot threes and get to the basket. He's just one of those upcoming.
Double team, look out, transition and a block. How about that? Out of nowhere. DeAndre Jackson. And Vanderheit for three in the corner. In and out. Almost knocked it down. Crowd would have exploded. St. Laurence fighting an uphill battle to get some momentum back, and it's out of bounds off Washington. Vikings get a second chance. And Jeff, it seems imperative here that St. Laurence score on this possession. They've got to go soon.
They've got to start getting things going offensively. I mean, we talked about all the threes they made early. It looks like they're waiting for them to start falling again. They spread you out and then try to dribble kind of really tough shots.
How about Josh Pickett, John Camosa on the glass? Another offensive rebound and a putback. Pickett, the senior, one of 30 intriguing players to watch at the tournament this year, is named in the tournament program, and Pickett's living up to that billing. He's having a great night.
Yeah, and we saw him take a handful of threes there in that first half, but the last two times he got to the basket, able to get his own rebound, put it right back up. That's the type of plays that St. Laurence needs to keep going through. Use his frame and size inside. I think that's what's going to work for the Vikings.
Pickett with 12 points, and he's played a clean game, too. No fouls.
Well, the Panthers really don't have an answer for his athleticism.
And he'll try his hand at a pair of free throws. And, John, that might be the turning point St. Laurence needed. The perimeter game has cooled off, shot the heck out of the ball in the early stages, but now they need a spark. They're going to Pickett.
Yeah, and even when you're not shooting those outside shots, getting to the basket doesn't always have to finish. You draw contact right here, get to the line, and just like that, adding on those points.
38-28, now 13 points for Pickett. Duncan still leads all scorers with 15, but it's going to be a close race to the finish line there. See who can outdo one another.
Again, you see more pressure here from the Vikings. Near steal in the backcourt.
Vanderheit pushing to the corner, and Lewis didn't have a three. Good defense from the Vikings, and the Vikings looking alive here, playing with some energy. Down low off the glass, and count it, Khalil Jones back to a 7-point game.
And Washington used to getting in that set right now with this pressure from the Vikings trying to turn the ball over from Washington. It's worked out back-to-back times.
St. Laurence on a little bit of a run. This game's far from over. Vikings looking, three on the way to cut it to four. Wouldn't go, and a rebound down low. White hauls it in, and he gives it to Lewis.
That would have been a big basket there. Again, here come the Vikings with that pressure. Run and jump.
And Lewis can't finish off the window. Down low, flip ahead, contact in Washington. A clean block there. Javon White knocking it down, and Vanderheit catches up with an errant pass. And White has an open three, passes out of it. Lewis passes up a three, and the Panthers slow it down. And Vanderheit's open down low with the finish.
What a great play there. Lewis elects not to shoot it, gives it back to White. White to Vanderheit. Great ball movement.
40-31, three on the way, short. And Jeff, that's what St. Laurence, had some success when they got away from it. Just a deep three early in the shot clock.
Well, and they've done such a good job getting back into this with their defense, and then to just come down and rush and take that shot. Give up a basket to Vanderheit, make it 2 baskets by Braden Vanderheit in a row.
John Vanderheit has been almost impossible to stop on that mid-range jumper tonight.
Yeah, he's so solid, just like his brother Devin was, and he's a tough player to stop. Same thing, uses that size, soars to the rim, and can shoot it.
Contorting his body in midair, and a good finish from Zarek Johnson cuts the lead back to 9. Panthers had worked it back to double digits. Down low, Jackson turning around. Duncan's open for a three. He got it.
Inside out, a good way to attack.
That's definitely one guy you do not want to leave open behind the arc. C.J. Duncan knocks down another.
Trading buckets, down low, and a block from Vanderheit. Vikings get it back, and a floater falls from Khalil Jones. And Jeff, both teams settling into a rhythm now, kind of matching each other up and down the court.
Well, I think the Panthers have finally calmed down a little bit on the half court in this run and jump, and they're finding the open guy. I mean, if they run and jump, there's got to be people open. There's another wide open three for White.
Javon White, 13-point lead. Orange Crush loves it.
And this is where Washington can burn you. You put too much pressure, you double off. They find the open man. It's worked out every single time down the floor.
St. Laurence has a chance to end this third quarter with the last shot. Looking for anything open, driving, contact, and a charge presented by Jody Brown State Farm. Josh Pickett a little too aggressive there, and Washington has 6 seconds to make something happen.
Good play by Braden Vanderhyde. Again, he's just looking there. He's in the lane. He sees a player coming down. Not going to pull up. Sets his feet, takes a charge.
John, who do you go to here in the last 6?
Go with either C.J. Duncan or Braden Vanderhyde. Chance to maybe get Andre Lewis on the wing as well, but it's going to have to be a quick one down the floor.
Let's see.
Panthers make some changes here at the end of the quarter. The pressure, you hope this doesn't come back to haunt them here.
Martin gets it in. Here's Duncan to Lewis. Lewis stopping, shooting at the buzzer and knocks it down.
And how good has their offense been clicking in this third quarter? Just like that. Only up 4, and then they just pulled away big time.
You know, I think the one thing about the Panther offense is they don't have a lot of guys, maybe C.J. Duncan, they don't have a lot of guys that are high-volume shooters. They don't have to get, 15 to 20 shots. I mean, Vanderhyde's maybe got 6 or 7. A lot of guys making shots when they're open. And I tell you, that makes a team tough to guard and tough to defend.
Let's take a quick word to thank our sponsors, starting with Countryside Banquet and Catering. Countryside, proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here in Washington. Glad to have Countryside on board. Great venue here in Washington. Jake Weston, a proud sponsor as well. We'll get it fixed tomorrow. That's missing a 4. It's 309-444-4441. JakeWestonInsurance.com works just the same. SunPower by Legacy Solar, proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And an array of silver sponsors, a myriad of great businesses here in Washington that are proud to support the Tournament of Champions. And Kep's Sports Bar and Grill, great place to grab a bite to eat here in town for the Tournament of Champions. Took the whole Clutch team out there a few weeks ago. It was a lot of fun. PJ Hare as well. Glad to have them on board once again here at the TOC. 8 minutes to play in Game 3 of 4 tonight. Peoria, Notre Dame, and Metamora to close down the joint after this. Going to be a great crowd. A lot of energy in the gym certainly for that one. Jeff, I would think a lot of folks here for the Washington-St. Lawrence game are going to hang around to watch the defending Class 3A champs.
I was just thinking the same thing. I don't think you'll see very many people that have those good seats down there in the front are going to get up and leave.
Why would you? And John Camosa, not a lot of folks here in Washington care too much for the Redbirds or the Peoria Notre Dame Irish.
Yeah, but not a bad idea to hang around, scout them out. Washington's going to have the chance to play Metamora in the middle line. I probably run into Notre Dame as well.
Andre Lewis again for 3. And it's a 19-point lead. Washington, pardon me, guys, looking really strong here in the early stages of the fourth.
Well, I think you saw Coach Burt try to get his team right as they came out there to really focus on taking the ball to the basket.
White on the run, up and under, and knocks it in.
Just some solid plays from Washington as they continue to pull away in this game.
And a 3 on the way from the Vikings, and a silencer from Josh Pickett, who is up now to 17 points. Just 1 point off the lead among all scorers. And St. Lawrence saying we're not going away just yet. A timeout called, a 30-second timeout from Byron Burt to lock in the energy.
I think back to they had that 3 to cut the lead to 4. Missed it, and ever since then it's been a run by the Panthers.
You're right. At that point, it was 37-31.
Yeah.
And that lead, or 38-31, I believe, and that lead that 3 would have been huge.
Yep.
And credit to Washington. That's the mark of an experienced team that's kind of gelled together. They know when to turn the pressure up, and Eric Schermerhorn has to really like what he's seen from the Panthers in the second half. And really in the second and third quarter as well overall. First quarter was okay. Here's Jackson to Vanderhyde. Vanderhyde, one-handed finish, no. White can't clean it up, but he steals it. And the Panthers prolong this possession. Free throw, no.
I think that's one Coach Schermerhorn might have liked to run a little more clock after they came up with the steal.
3 on the way, count it for Bradley Stratton, knocks it down.
He's one guy I don't think the Panthers want to leave open.
Stratton now looking pretty good. Has a handful of threes tonight of his own and a turnover, and the Vikings pushing ahead. Look out, a 3 here would be big, and Pickett can't knock it down.
Both teams playing with a lot of intensity. For St. Laurence, cut into this deficit, but it's going to start on the defensive end.
Jackson over to Javon White, and a whistle.
See what play Washington runs on this possession. We talked about this in the third quarter after St. Laurence started applying some pressure early on in that quarter. Washington turned it over twice, but since then it has not fazed them, doing a great job through this pressure defense.
St. Laurence going to come away with a steal there. And a floater. Oh, count it. Little finesse from Khalil Jones. And a timeout. And St. Laurence not going away. Still plenty of time in this ball game.
6 minutes is a lot of time left in this game.
Plenty of time left for the Vikings to claw back into this one. It's only a 13-point game now, and let's thank some of our sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's presented by OSF Healthcare. OSF Healthcare doing a lot of good here in the Peoria area. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy only at OSF. The City of Washington proud to host this great event. Stop in and enjoy a great array of businesses and restaurants here at the TOC. Oftring proud to support all the players, coaches, and athletes at the Tournament of Champions. UpringAutoGroup.com. Stop by today, online or in person. Titan Industries proud to support everyone here at the TOC, all the players, coaches, and fans. And Teamworks by Washington as well, although as we get back to the action, it's Vanderheit pushing ahead. Get to the rest of those sponsors in just a moment. Lewis turning around, can't get that one to go. White fighting for the rebound, he's got it. And Vanderheit gives to Johnson. Johnson to Lewis, he'll slow it down. Vanderheit in the corner. Hoists up what I think was a shot, might have been a pass that was tipped. And Jones will bring it ahead for St. Laurence. St. Laurence down low, taking a little bit off that one, and count it for Ryan Seddon. Haven't called his name a ton tonight, but the senior has played big minutes here in the fourth quarter. And it could be a 10-point game with a free throw.
Nice strong move off the steal on the long cross-court pass or shot from Vanderheit in the corner.
And great job by St. Laurence just battling their way back in this game. Chance to cut the deficit to 10, but their offense has really turned it on.
It's the mark of a well-coached team. I know I said the same thing about Eric Schermerhorn's Panthers squad earlier, but Byron Burt these last few minutes has to really like what he's seeing from his team early on in this 2023 season. Free throw, no. It's looking like a volleyball match down there. That ball tipped around so many times. And Washington will have a chance to inbound.
Well, when Seddon misses a free throw, but then you give up the offensive rebound, ball tipped around, and it's going to go out of bounds to St. Laurence.
Inbound, just under 5.5 minutes to play. Plenty of time to erase an 11-point lead and a charge.
That's just a smart play by a smart player. I mean, he sees the weave coming. He shows on the screen on his guy taking the handoff and just takes a charge.
It's a Jody Brown State Farm charge. Had a chance to catch up with her in our Off-Ring Tournament Central earlier, and she said, I asked her what she was excited for this tournament. She said, I want to see some charges. And she's got, I think, her third charge of the game there. So Jody Brown loves it as Washington leads by 11. And we'll keep it right here. Joey Wright, Jeff Little, and John Camosa John, give us a little preview here as we've got a minute. Metamora, Peoria, Notre Dame, a lot of storylines. I know we've talked a little bit about it so far, but if you're watching this game on ClutchSportsIL.com, don't change that, don't close that browser window out. It's going to be a dandy here to end the night.
Yeah, I think one thing going into this game next with Metamora, and we're going to see this throughout the week in this tournament, Joey, every single team here is going to give the Redbirds their best shot. It's a team Class 3A defending champion, 34-2 last season. You know, graduating Tyson Swanson, Drew Tucker, Ethan Kaiser, the core of that team, but bringing back Player of the Year Tyler Mason with the addition of Cooper Koch, the Notre Dame transfer and Iowa commit. It's going to be a really exciting game, but Metamora, you know, obviously the favorites to win again in 3A, so it's going to be exciting. They got Eon Dillon for Peoria Notre Dame committed to Belmont. Should be a really exciting matchup.
Jeff and I will slide out of here. John, you'll stay put in the booth. John Michael and Jim Lynch joining you. That'll be a good one. Jim Lynch, Elliot Lynch's father, Peoria Notre Dame standout, knows a lot about both programs. They do such a good job with Peoria Notre Dame streams of their home games on YouTube, and excited to hear what he brings to the table here in the booth for the final game of day one. And only 4 days left after tonight's game ends.
Turnover by the Panthers. You saw a little half-court trap from.
And count the basket and the foul there for Zarek Johnson. Johnson's been quiet here in the second half, but a huge basket there gives him 8 points. And the fourth foul overall on James Johnson. And Zarek Johnson has a clutch free throw here with 5:02 left. Still an eternity here, Jeff.
Yeah, 8. If he makes this down to an 8-point lead with 5 minutes to go, we thought 6 minutes was a lot of time.
And he got it.
Yep.
It's an 8-point game.
And again, you're just going to see this relentless pressure by the Vikings. You know, the Panthers did such a good job for about 2.5 quarters, and now it's starting to seem them having a little rattled. They've dropped a couple passes, rushed a couple shots.
Quick three wouldn't go there for Johnson. St. Laurence really doing a good job of getting down low. That one doesn't fall. And with the shot clock, Washington has to keep the tempo going at least to some extent. And it's intercepted. Look out, fast break opportunity and a layup. Count it for Khalil Jones, 6-point game.
They're going to continue to apply that pressure. Makes Washington pay there, see how they respond.
With a three that's off the glass and doesn't go. Vanderhyde out of nowhere to clean it up. Back to an 8-point lead.
That's the kind of play you expect out of your senior.
Vanderhyde starting his senior season out with 13 points so far. St. Laurence driving, shuffling, not quite loose, and a three on the way from Pickett. Short. Had the right line. It was just a little bit short there off the iron. Panthers in a spot to field it and clean it up, and Vanderhyde is fouled.
I think down the stretch here, Washington really going to turn to their senior and junior, and Braden Vanderhyde, C.J. Duncan, two guys that have been dominant all night. You got to add in the mix Andre Lewis. These are the key guys to try to hold on to this lead for Washington.
Well, it'd be interesting to see, you know, with that shot clock, how long do they go into the shot clock before they start to look for shots?
Duncan in distress, over to Lewis for three. Wouldn't go, and who touched it last? I think Johnson was out of bounds, and he was. And John Washington going for that three. They want that dagger. They know if they can get this to 11, not over, but with 3.5, it would be very tough. And a three would get the crowd into it, too. They haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, it certainly would, and I think they're, you know, trusting their three. We've seen a lot of big ones hit throughout this game. I think we're going to see the Panthers continue to shoot that, like you said, Joey, to your point, trying to seal away this game.
Panthers kind of switched to a half-court trap defense there, and it almost created a turnover. Probably should have, and the Panthers end up giving it right back to them. So I look for Coach Shimmerhorn maybe to switch out of that now that they know what they're looking for.
Pickett and his team-high 17 points inbound. Khalil Jones looking for space. Orange Crush getting into it here. Everyone starting to feel the intensity. Packed house at Torrey Gym. 3 on the way, wide open. Out top, doesn't go. Fighting for the rebound, Eric Johnson. He can't clean it up. James Johnson the board. Dangerous pass there, but it's hauled in by DeAndre Jackson. Vanderheit almost lost it.
Great save, though, from Vanderheit.
Yeah.
Could have been another turnover.
And a whistle and a foul. And they will call the guilty party there. Caleb Lindsay.
A little bit of inexperience. James Johnson throws it up the court to DeAndre Jackson. I don't think that's who Coach Schimmerhorn wanted to have bring it up, and he throws it to Vanderheit, who had to save the cheerleader in the front row.
Duncan in trouble, double team, looks and finds Jackson. Jackson to Lewis, Duncan's open. Duncan swing to Vanderheit, 3 on the way, in and out. And St. Laurence keeps it alive, heads up play by Lindsay. Vikings trying to push it. And a 3 blocked out top by Johnson. Getting it back is Jones. Jones down low to Johnson. 6-point game.
A great job there from Lindsay after that block, able to tip it back. And they find the open man.
Lewis over to Duncan. 3. Got it! Might have iced it. 61-52. Johnson splits the defense and answers.
Panthers have got to get the ball stopped there. You get a big shot by Duncan down on the other end. He hasn't had one for a while.
And a whistle and a foul as Johnson tried to bring it ahead. And that's why you say might have iced it. Still plenty of time here, and it's only a 7-point lead, minute 45. St. Laurence is going to need some missed free throws, but they can get a little luck. John, their defense has really ramped it up in the second half. Nothing's come easy for Washington.
No, they've made Washington work for their baskets. And you got to think with the minute 45 left, still have the shot clock. At what point does St. Laurence start to foul here? Try to make Washington earn it at the line.
Well, I think they've really done a good job of ratcheting up the pressure all second half. So I think it's a situation where you just keep that same pressure, and if you get a foul called, so be it. You're not afraid of that at this point.
Johnson's second free throw doesn't hit either of them. It's kept alive, and St. Laurence, a key rebound. Johnson up ahead to Jones. Now the corner, and Stratton for 3. No.
That would have been a huge one.
And Washington pushing. Lewis driving. Lewis gets blocked, and a key block there from Lindsay.
Looks like we got a foul, too. A little bit of body.
You're right, Jeff. A whistle came in there. My apologies, and that'll send Lewis to the line for 2. I tell you guys, as I look around, what an atmosphere this is. Packed house. And to start the season, game 1, in front of so many fans, many of whom will stick around. I would anticipate all of whom will stick around for Metamora and PND. I don't know. I might stop short of calling it a playoff atmosphere, but these atmospheres get you ready for the playoffs, that's for sure.
Certainly do. And, you know, just kind of scanning around the gym, we look across, got to look underneath our booth here. A lot of red, a lot of green. Fans waiting at the doors. I think this is going to be a raucous environment.
Vanderheit comes out of there with the offensive rebound off the missed free throw.
Little contact, lost it. Duncan's there to clean it up and drops it in. And Washington goes ahead by 10. And St. Laurence gonna need some luck on its side here in the last 75 seconds. A 10-point deficit. And Washington, if they can take care of business, the Panthers will be in good shape here in game 1.
Another big play by Braden Vanderheit off the missed free throw. Comes out of there with it, gets a nice assist to Duncan. Build that 10-point lead back up here for the Panthers.
Could be the last stand for St. Laurence. 3 short. Jackson, the rebound. Duncan ahead. Duncan looking for Lewis. Lewis, a step back 3 short. And White is fouled on the rebound.
Good effort going to the glass there. I think Coach Schimmerhorn might have preferred to run a little more clock off that than that 3 in the corner, but Lewis has made some.
3 on the way. Count that one, and St. Laurence answers. Josh Pickett for 3. 7-point game, and Pickett has 20 points.
And Joey, we've seen crazier finishes here at the TOC throughout the years. Certainly not over just yet.
One of my favorite games we've ever done with Clutch Sports Media. Washington was on the positive end of a comeback that was, I think it was against Morton during the COVID year. And as I think back to it, they were down 11, 12 points. I think with 2 minutes left, there was a little more time. But a couple of turnovers, they brought pressure. They forced, intercepted some passes. Got lucky on a couple of missed Morton free throws. A late block from Drew Lewis. Washington fans will remember that well. And Jeff, John's right. There's still some time, although St. Lawrence, again, they're going to need some luck on their side.
I think the one factor here is that St. Lawrence is down to one timeout, too. So, I mean, I think that's going to really weigh heavily in how this one plays out down the stretch.
One timeout left for the Vikings. 3 left for Washington, should they run into trouble.
Well, you hope that the players realize that. I'm sure that one of the coaches in the huddle is telling, hey, we got 3 timeouts. If you get hung up, call a timeout.
St. Lawrence, you're right, Jeff. That timeout could be crucial, especially late in the game, because the clock does not stop on a made basket. So if St. Lawrence knocks in a basket, under 5 seconds left, that's essentially game over. Washington wouldn't have to inbound it.
Long pass to James Johnson.
Football pass to Johnson, and the Panthers content to make St. Lawrence come to them. Johnson to Lewis. Still plenty of time on the shot clock as Jackson is fouled by Stratton.
And I like that play from Washington. Saw Johnson had the ball. Vanderhyde cut right to the rim. Could have had him for a layup, but hey, let's burn a little bit more time off the clock. Get to the free throw line.
Jackson to the line. And his first free throw off the mark. So still the door ajar here for St. Lawrence. St. Lawrence, I mentioned, tomorrow against Hoover and back in action against Dale, Oklahoma on Friday. Washington plays Dale tomorrow, and they play Hoover on Friday. So they'll see the same opponents. Free throw good.
Jackson gets a second, makes it an 8-point lead. Panthers a little bit of token pressure on the full court. Pickett strong to the basket.
And Pickett somehow finishes that shot. No contact, and a 6-point game now with 27 to play. And Washington wanted a call.
I think Washington thought it should have been a travel because when Pickett shot it, it didn't hit anything, didn't hit the floor. He catches it. I've seen it called a travel before, but I think Coach Burt's saying that he doesn't usually miss from there, so he's calling thinking, hey, our guy got fouled. So.
And Jeff, there's that final St. Lawrence timeout. So they elect to stop the clock on a made basket now instead of waiting. Washington could have ran it down to roughly 22 seconds on the inbound. And now St. Lawrence will have to go the rest of the way, needing to score even quicker. John, the good news there, they take a lot of threes. They're going to need 2 of them here to tie this one up if Washington doesn't make its free throws or turn it over.
Yeah, they're going to have to get down the floor in a hurry. 27 seconds, not a whole lot of time to work with. They're just going to have to hope Washington doesn't convert their free throws and get down and, like you said, Joey, make some big baskets. But got to see what happens first with Washington. They're always a solid free throw shooting team.
I think the one thing the Panthers have done against the pressure is they've thrown some long passes. If St. Lawrence can go and get one after a 3 or something and give themselves a chance, I think we've all seen it happen.
Both teams looking to open the City of Washington Invitational with a win. Washington looking for TOC win 35. St. Lawrence looking for TOC win 1 in game 1. And to the line, Braden Vanderhyde, I should say. Braden, though, or I should say Devin, was in a lot of games that came down to free throws there. Feels like we run into close Washington games here at Torrey more often than not.
Yeah, and Joey, one of those memorable games you just touched on with during the COVID year, Morton and Washington, Devin Vanderhyde on that team here in Torrey Gymnasium. So we've seen a lot of highlight reel games from Washington.
My mistake, that was Andre Lewis at the line. His brother Drew played in a lot of those games as well, though, and Washington now leading by 8, trying to nurse this one to the finish line. And a foul after the pass. And that'll be a block, and that will give St. Laurence an inbound with 20 seconds left. And Eric Schermerhorn will burn another one of those timeouts. Panthers now down to 2 remaining.
Yeah, this late in the game on these inbounds plays, you almost got to start playing for the 3 unless they get off real quick at a 2 foul, but it's going to take some magic here to try to come back in this one.
Well, I think this is one where I'm sure Coach Schermerhorn's saying in there the last thing we want to do is foul. If they shoot and miss and we give up an offensive rebound, that's where you see a lot of times a kid will be standing there and a foul called as they put the offensive rebound back up. You just, give them the 2 points and let the clock run, and that's, they've got no way to stop it. So
it's a Jake Weston timeout. Washington has 2 more Jake Weston timeouts. They elect to use them. St. Laurence has already used all of their timeouts. None remaining. 20 3/10 of a second left. Joey Wright, Jeff Little, John Camosa hanging out with you at Torrey Gym. John Michael, Jim Lynch, John Camosa in with you for our next game. And then 7 games tomorrow, 5 on Thursday, 7 on Friday, 7 on Saturday to make up the 31 game slate. Here's St. Laurence on the inbound, and Pickett, a 3, needs this one, doesn't get it. It's loose. Lewis the rebound, and he'll give it to Vanderheit. Vanderheit is fouled, and this one's all but over. Washington almost assuredly is going to win it. Question is, by how much?
Brayton will have a chance to stretch the lead back to double digits here. Joey, you said 60 to win it. I guess you were right, 67.
St. Lawrence still has not gotten to 60,
right.
So that magic number still in play. 68, could be 69 for Washington. 60's usually, you get a lot of up-tempo offenses. 60, you want to hit 60. If you can hit 60, you probably feel pretty good about it. I remember, John Camosa might remember this game. I remember it was, St. Rita and Yorkville Christian here at the tournament in 2021. What was it, 103 to 92?
Might have been I think it was 111.
111 to 103, I think it was. That's what the score was.
A lot of dunks in that game as well.
Legacy Solar would have been pleased. We didn't get a dunk tonight. If there would have been a dunk, it would have been a Legacy Solar dunk. Did see a lot of Jake Weston timeouts and Jody Brown charges. Jody and Jake, both State Farm agents here in the Washington area. And a deep 3. And St. Lawrence won't hit 60. And Washington's going to win it by 10. 69-59. They open up the City of Washington Invitational with a 10-point win. And a great showing all around. Jeff, final thoughts on this one?
I thought
some positives for both teams.
Yeah, I think both teams have to walk out of here feeling like, hey, first game, we learned some things about our group. I think Coach Schermerhorn's got to be really pleased with the group that he put out there today, the way they responded to that pressure that St. Lawrence put on in the second half that was, had them rattled at times, but I tell you, they did a great job of keeping things spread out, knocking down open shots. Not having high-volume guys is really a key going to be for the Panthers. So,
and John, as we close the book on this one,
to Jeff's point, they spread out their offense with a lot of key players in this game, not just one guy that dominates. But that third quarter was huge for Washington as they really turned up the offense and pulled away in this game. Great first win for Washington, though, here in their home gym.
Take a word for our sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare, proud presenting sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. OSF Healthcare's team of cancer experts meets regularly to discuss and develop individualized care plans, and our patient navigators are there to help you every step of the way. Multidisciplinary cancer care only at OSF. There's the OSF artwork there to accompany that read. OSF doing so many great things here in the Washington and Peoria area. Speaking of Washington, the city of Washington hosting, of course, the Tournament of Champions, a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check them out while you're in Washington for the Tournament of Champions. By Oftring, get thousands in year-end savings at every Oftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at OfteringAutoGroup.com. By Titan Industries, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. By Teamworks in Washington, so ingrained with the Washington community and proud to support this event year in and year out. And by Hometown Community Bank, stop into your local branch today. Hometown Community Bank's proud to support everybody here in the gym tonight, players, coaches, and fans, and those fans watching on ClutchSportsIL.com. Getting ready to go down to Oftring Tournament Central when Gavin Russell's ready. Looks like he's got a guest lined up down there. Excited to hear from him, and he's ready now, so we'll go down to Gavin. Oftring Tournament Central, take it away. And we'll pause here for Gavin. Stay tuned after Oftring Tournament Central. Metamora and Peoria Notre Dame. Going to be a great game. The fourth and final game of day 1 of 5 here at the Tournament of Champions. Metamora and Peoria Notre Dame. They're on the floor for warm-ups now. You see the reigning Class 3A state champion Metamora Redbirds on the floor for the first time since they played at State Farm Center and took down Simeon in the 3A state title game. Peoria Notre Dame locked and loaded under head coach Tom Locker, ready to compete in the Big 12 Conference. They've got a lot of size and strength. This is going to be a great matchup to see where both these teams are here early in the season. This is, of course, the final game of day 1. A loaded slate tomorrow as we look at what's ahead tomorrow. Washington playing Dale, Oklahoma. Going to be a great game. Of course, we mentioned St. Louis in action against Hoover. Metamora will play Victory Christian Academy. Alexander Maumel's going to be a great game. 7 of them on tap tomorrow. Gavin Russell's ready in the studio. We'll go down to Gavin. He'll get you ready for PND and Metamora. Gavin, take it away. And a little bit of a miscommunication here, folks. Gavin unable to hear us up top side, so we'll keep it right here. Tomorrow's game begins at 11. Thayer and Heyworth going at it. Then it's Hoover and St. Lawrence. Gray Collegiate Academy in Peoria.
Tim Sherlock and Gavin Russell alongside Kerry Pruitt. We just saw Washington winner 69-59. That's a big win for the host Panthers. But Kerry, I appreciate you talking with us for a few minutes.
Yeah, no problem.
So Kerry, you obviously are involved in this tournament a little bit different way. You know, we talked to a lot of people that are the coaches, the players, people that put this together, but you're involved in the part that's bigger than basketball, the KB Strong Foundation, fighting the fight against glioblastoma. Just off the top, talk a little about your involvement with that and everything that you do.
Yeah, sure. So I got involved through Jody Brown, actually, and my uncle was David Misselhorn. He is a resident of Washington. Kids went to Washington High School as well, and he was diagnosed with glioblastoma in the early part of 2020, right around when COVID started, and he unfortunately passed away about a year later in May of 2021. And so coincidentally, at that point, Jody had reached out. My dad had worked with her through State Farm, and we just kind of formed a bond. Obviously, having a mutual thing happen to us that wasn't great, and so she started KB Strong when Kevin passed away, and it's grown ever since, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. We've kind of developed heroes after that as well, and so that is a group of people who have been impacted by glioblastoma coming together and providing support for other people who are also going through it, either themselves or their caregivers, just offering resources and things like that.
Sure, and I was just talking to Jody Brown, actually. She mentioned you guys crossed a pretty big threshold as far as raising money goes. I think she mentioned $500,000 or something like that. Yeah, talk a little about that.
Yeah, so we do several different events throughout the year. This is obviously one of the bigger ones, and we have a good relationship with the University of Illinois down here in Peoria. Dr. Valpula and Dr. Sung, they have a research lab they do a lot of research for glioblastoma, and unfortunately they've come across a lot of not great cures or great options, but as they say, with everything that doesn't work, you find maybe something that does, or you don't spend your time and money on something like that. So there's a lot of good things that are coming from the donations and the money that we're able to get, so that's very exciting.
Absolutely. And you professionally, you work in this industry
I
of helping people and helping change lives. Talk about the job you do and how many people that you're able to help.
Yeah, so I work over at Illinois Cancer Care, and where I'm the lab manager, and I have been there for over 12 years. And so unfortunately I've been able to see different types of cancers, including glioblastoma, and when my family actually found out that Dave had a brain tumor, the first thing they came to was me. And that's a hard spot to be in, because you kind of know what to expect and what not to expect, but you give hope where hope can be given, and the providers that are out there, the patients that we see are really something special. So
Indeed, and everybody out there, of course, just by coming to the tournament, you're supporting KB Strong and
Correct.
raising awareness. But people out there, if they're so inclined to maybe donate money, how much can just a little action, by somebody watching at home or somebody coming out here, do to further this research?
Yeah, so any amount is fantastic. $1, $10, $20, $100, it doesn't matter. All of it goes towards the research to stop this disease, to get some cure, because right now there isn't one. We're talking about a year from diagnosis, and that's not great. There has been zero real expansions in treatments and things like that over the last 15 or so years, and so we really want to see something different, and all that money, big or small, can really help get us there.
Indeed. And then out here we may have people that were here today or will be coming for future days to watch great basketball games, but you guys have a nice big tent set up out here. You've got merch to sell. Maybe tell some people about it. Come visit your tent.
Yeah, come visit me. I'll be here till 9. We have sweatshirts, t-shirts, long sleeve shirts, anything you want, or you can just give a donation. Anything helps.
Awesome. Well, Carrie, appreciate it. I know you got to work tomorrow. You got to finish up with the tent over there, so I won't keep you too long, but appreciate everything that you're doing for KB Strong in this tournament. It means a lot to everybody, so thank you so much.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Teddy Ball, we'll bring Teddy back in here for a couple more minutes. We'll sub you guys out. Okay. Thank you so much, Carrie. It's Carrie Pruitt. She'll grab her phone there and head back to her tent. Teddy, thanks for coming back with us again. Great stuff there with KB Strong. If you're so inclined, you can donate online or come in person, even just by showing up, buying a ticket, or even an all-session pass. There's a lot of basketball left to be had. Over 25 games still in this tournament. But definitely do whatever you can to help support KB Strong. It's a really worthwhile cause. It's affected so many people. But we got a really good one on tap coming up, and I know a lot of our viewers and listeners are really excited about this one. Probably going to be one of the best in the tournament. Peoria, Notre Dame, Metamora. Last game was a capacity crowd. This one out the door.
Absolutely. I was trying to just go to the other side of the gym to get into the gym, and just in order to even get into the gym, 500 people standing at the door, so it's really hard to get through. Everybody's excited just as much as we are, if not more, because they're coming from all the way from Metamora or from Peoria to get here. So everybody's excited. We are. I can't wait to see it.
I know we've been talking about it throughout the day, but now that we're kind of on the official pregame show type set here, let's break it down a little bit. You've got two great big men for both teams. Owen Dillon, the Belmont commit, the senior for Peoria Notre Dame. Cooper Koch, the transfer from Notre Dame. You've got two big guys going at it in the post. Both can stretch the floor, though. Kind of talk about that matchup and how big it's going to be for this game.
Absolutely, and there's plenty of games throughout this tournament that we're going to have close games in, but not many times are you going to see two high-level players go against each other, especially with the storyline how it is. Cooper Koch coming from P&D, and having that little bit of a rivalry, revenge type of game that is going to happen. And I think that's why so many people are excited to see it, because not only is it a great basketball game, it tells a great story. Sports are one of the greatest storytellers, in my opinion, and I think we're going to see that here tonight.
Indeed it is. Maybe a couple keys for both teams. Obviously, you want to be able to make your shots. You want to be able to do things like that. But Joey, I got to mention, Joey Wright stumbled in here. I'll let Joey pop in here briefly. Had to grab his case. He's a busy fella on the run. It made me laugh there, but we'll get back to it. Keys of the game, Teddy. you want to be able to come out and make a good impression here in your first game of the season. But what's a key for both teams to maybe pick up the victory tonight?
Definitely just try to ride the momentum of last season. Both these teams had great years last year. Metamora obviously winning a state championship. It's a new look Metamora team, but Metamora is still Metamora at all levels of it. They still have the same great coach they have, a lot of the same players they have, and even new players, but just riding the momentum you had last year, P&D losing some players, but obviously the team chemistry, you got to build it over the offseason. I'm excited to see how both those teams play it.
Indeed. Well, it's going to be a great one coming up. We don't have to talk about it too much more to do justice to how good this one's going to be. And, if maybe you're smart, you want to just watch from your couch or, from your computer and not deal with the crowd, you still got all the same great coverage and action. We got a couple more minutes before this one gets underway. I'm going to pull up my handy-dandy note sheet. And,
whoa.
We talk about all the great players in this tournament, but I have them all written down here on my handy-dandy note sheet.
Okay.
Off the top of your head, Teddy, just take a guess how many Division I either commits or recruits are in this tournament.
I think it's going to be more than I think. So I'm going to say 23. 17. I'm going to go 17.
That's a valiant guess, and I'm going to go with it because I don't even have an answer for you. There was too many for me to count.
Okay. Technically, I could be close.
There is so many Division I players, or future, I should say, Division I players in this tournament. It is quite awesome to see. I have a long list of them here. I probably missed a couple here and there. There's also others that, hey, they're so young. They're freshmen. They're sophomores, right? They're not even maybe having the offers yet. They're just getting looked at and scouted. But definitely some of the players that we're going to be wanting to watch. How about Dayton Forsythe? He's headed to he's from the Dale Pirates out of Oklahoma. You'll get to see him tomorrow. He's going to stay home and play in Oklahoma. He's a player that averaged 25 points a game and was a state champion last year. I mean, the list is pretty extensive. Trevon Maddox, Braylon Thomas, Dwayne Brown of Hoover. He's a 4-star recruit by Rivals in 24/7. He has 10 Division I schools offering him. And then the list continues to go down. Where else are you going to find this, Teddy? Because it's like there is just Division I player after Division I player. A lot of these guys are going to end up playing professional, not just collegiately, but they're going to play professionally too.
Absolutely. We've seen it in years past with players like Zion Williamson and Tyler Hero, just to name a few, and the list goes on. And even players you wouldn't expect typically coming into the year that just have breakout seasons last year. Kenneth Lewis with his 50-plus point game he had. And, several guys that come in and, just make a name for themselves here at this very tournament. It's the start of the year. It's a chance to prove yourself and prove to your team, prove to the rest of the state or just whatever state you're from that you are real contenders. And that's why a lot of these teams here are former state champions or just playoff contenders.
I know me and you tomorrow have the first couple matchups as we'll be on the call for those. Not too bright and early this year. They've moved the games back a little bit. They'll start at, I believe, 11 a.m. and 12:30. So if you're feeling a little hungry, you got some lunch and stuff, some plans, you can turn us on as well. I believe one of those teams we're going to be covering is Thayer. They're out of Missouri. Their team I've actually done quite a bit of research on. Of course, we're broadcasting them. They've won down in Missouri. They have districts, what they call, maybe here in Illinois we'd call them like regionals in the playoffs. They have districts. They've won 10 straight district titles. They were the Final Four team last year in Class 3 in Missouri, and they graduated 0 players.
That's scary.
And they may not even be one of the teams with the most, Division I recruits, but I think that's another element to this tournament, as you'll see tomorrow morning with Thayer, the Bobcats out of Missouri. Not only are there great individuals, there's great teams too, which I think having state champion teams, former state champion teams, potential future state champion teams, that makes a world of difference.
Yeah, we've seen it in the past. So many teams that might not have not necessarily might not have, but just they play so well as a team that it boosts their level of play to a new level. Like Metamora 2 years ago when they lost in the state championship, they still made it to the state championship, but they came back the next year with team chemistry like you would never believe and won out from the TOC tournament all the way through the end of the year and won a state championship. So you never know how teams could turn out.
Indeed, it's one of those things that, this is a great stepping stone for a lot of teams. And you mentioned Metamora, they're definitely on the list. How about tonight? St. Laurence out of Burbank, great team in Washington, just that great chemistry, the home crowd behind them, able to take them down. So definitely exciting times, exciting basketball here at Washington. You've got over 25 games left in this tournament between tomorrow, even on Thanksgiving, Friday, and Saturday. So a lot of great action. Some of the matchups aren't quite set yet, depending on how bracket plays goes, but maybe I always ask my guests to say one thing, being here at this tournament, if you're somebody that's like, say, sitting at home, right? Should I come out? Should I pay the money for the ticket? What do you say to get people out here to this tournament?
Although it's great to watch on demand, it's the best thing to do. Well, I guess we're going to have to wrap it up here, send it back up to the booth, but we will talk about that when we come back optimistically. But thank you guys. We're going to wrap it up, send it back up to them.
There it is.
And thank you, Gavin. We're back here inside Torrey Gymnasium. Jonathan Michael here for Clutch Sports Media alongside John Camosa and Jim Little here. We're going to have a great matchup on tap. The gym is packed. It's Metamora and P&D. There is hardly an empty seat in the house, and for one reason, it's for Cooper Koch for the Metamora Redbirds playing his first game in a Redbird uniform against his former team.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting matchup. Obviously, Metamora, Class 3A defending champion. Switching teams this year, Koch with Metamora. Got Player of the Year Tyler Mason. A lot of talent up and down this roster, but Notre Dame also a lot of talent with Ian Dillon committed to Belmont.
Also joining us in the broadcast booth tonight, Jim Lynch. I want to thank Jim for hopping on as well. Jim, if I'm not mistaken, you have some ties to P&D and everything. Should be an exciting season still, though, for the Irish, even without Koch. Still got Owen Dillon, still got Caden Hudson, Thomas Graham, Teddy Dimmler. Lots to look forward to for this P&D team.
Absolutely. I think they've had a great summer. Some great games for summer ball. Losing Koch is certainly something that you can't ignore. But I think there is a ton of excitement as they look for the transition from 3A to 2A. And it'll be a tough schedule. It's going to be a tough regular season, tough conference schedule, but a lot of excitement for this Irish basketball team.
It certainly will be. We'll get a quick look at the starters. First with the Irish, it'll be Ted LaHood, a 6'1 junior, followed by Ted Dimmler, a 6'3 senior. Both of those players on P&D's soccer team as well that just won second in the state in Class 2A, and then also you have Thomas Graham, a 6'5 senior as well. Owen Dillon, the 6'9 senior, he's committed to Belmont. He'll be in the Missouri Valley Conference down in Nashville next year, and then rounding it out will be Elliott Lynch, a 6'8 senior for P&D. And then for Metamora, their starting five goes like this. A little bit of a different team from last year. No Tyson Swanson, no Drew Tucker, no Ethan Kaiser, but still some major returners. Ashton Greaves gets the start, 6'2 junior. He'll be alongside Matthew Zobrist, a 6'5 junior, can play a little bit of guard and forward. Tyler Mason, Winona State commit, a 6'2 senior point guard who really broke out last year. Then Luke Hopp, a 6'8 senior. He's a big post presence. And rounding it out is the all-important Cooper Koch, a 6'8 senior. He's headed to Iowa next year. As it was rumored for some time whether Koch was going to be going to Metamora or not, there were some rumblings in the offseason, people hearing that he may be practicing with Metamora, and sure enough, it ended up being the case. And this is the first, maybe the only chance that he'll get to face the P&D Irish, who, as Jim mentioned, dropping down to Class 2A, it really, I think, could benefit them quite a lot, especially with the tough schedule they have with teams like Manual, Normal Community, Normal West, and the Big 12.
Absolutely. And again, I think as we see, this, I think there's no tournament, there's no shootout where these teams will cross paths again. So tonight is the night, which is why I think we see Torrey Gym as packed as it is tonight.
It is standing room only right now. Hardly any empty seats here in the house. As we're ready to get things going, it will be Koch and Dillon, former front court mates, to tip off against each other. First time seeing Koch in that Metamora red and white, P&D in their signature blue and green. And we are underway in Washington. Metamora controls the tip. And here's Matthew Zobrist, who's drawing interest from Bradley University just down the road. Now Mason over to Koch. They look inside. A little inside-out action. Zobrist on the drive. Back out to Greaves. Son of Metamora head coach Danny Greaves. Koch, corner three. Off the back iron, no good.
Nice rebound there from Graham to get it down to Lynch.
I think the big thing early in this game is that momentum. Which team's going to come out and fire this crowd up? A lot of Redbirds and Irish fans in the stands.
Lots of red, lots of green as well. Some leftover Washington orange. Everyone's in the building tonight. Shot high off the back iron and grabbed by Hop. And both teams trade unsuccessful threes. Here's Mason now finding Koch. Now back up top. Now reset. Greaves dials up a deep ball, in and out. But Koch is there. He can get it to go. The first points of the game go to the P&D transfer.
First bucket for Koch in a red and white uniform, and it will not be his last. I think it'll be the first of many for him.
Well, he had plenty in the blue and green as well, too.
Right, absolutely.
Now the other way, Greaves is going to get called for a little bit of a trip there as Ted Dimmler tried to get things going.
Did they call that on Greaves, or did they get that one for Zobrist?
I did get that one on Zobrist. Looked like it was maybe Greaves initially, but I stand corrected. Now here's
I think
Dimmler
that's
on.
Dimmler attacking the hoop.
Now
Off the feed from Lynch and gets fouled.
P&D is still a team that brings a lot of height. You got Elliot Lynch at 6'8". You got Owen Dillon at 6'9". Thomas Graham at 6'5". So still a very big team, P&D is, and that'll never hurt you as Dimmler's first free throw is up and good. First points of the Irish season. And Dimmler goes 2 for 2 as we're a minute and a half into this one. Glad you're with us on Clutch Sports Media. This is a place to be. So there's no empty seats in Torrey Gymnasium. Biggest crowd of the night. This could be the biggest crowd of the tournament, especially with two local teams facing off.
I think everyone had this one circled on their calendar for a while. Great game to start the high school basketball season.
Great ball movement from Metamora as Zobrist kicks it back out to Greaves. Mason open for a deep three, and it's off the mark. Who's got the rebound? It will go in the direction of the Irish.
A lot of patience from Metamora right there, just working the ball around, trying to find the open seams. And the Irish doing a good job of closing them up quickly.
Now here comes LaHood for the Irish. Nice defense by Greaves. Didn't quite force the half-court violation, but nice one-on-one moves as Dimmler went flying in, couldn't get it to go. Now here goes Hop the other way. The forward's going to run with it. Kicks it out. Greaves. Nothing.
That's off Koch and out of bounds will be Irish ball.
We've seen a lot here in this first day of action at the TOC. We saw Morton with a really big win over Heyworth in the first game. Potter's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the Mid-Illini. Then talk about big Mid-Illini wins. Washington just took down Burbank St. Laurence as LaHood drives in on Greaves, no good. That St. Laurence team is projected to be one of the best in the state, so that's a massive win for Eric Schermerhorn. Koch's three off the mark. Hop keeps it inbounds. What a play.
And both teams not afraid to shoot the three early. Haven't seen them fall just yet.
Mason driving in, and there'll be a foul call there. Looks like that Graham will be the guilty party.
I love that neither team is hesitating to attack the basket. And again, with this kind of height, you don't often see that, but you know, the closer you get to the basket, the better chance you're going to have of getting a shot here.
Koch with one hand, no good, and brought in by Elliot Lynch. Here's LaHood. Lynch going right, pulls up for the mid-range, just a bit too strong. Koch finds Hop down low. He gets walloped there by Graham. That'll be P&D's second team foul. Metamora also has two. Mentioned it in the game that I was on two games ago between Indian Trail Academy and El Paso Gridley. So we're getting used to the new foul format with The fouls resetting after each quarter, and now 5 fouls in a quarter will put you in the bonus. It's pretty much the double bonus because there's no more one-and-ones.
Right. It's automatically putting you at the line for 2 free throws, and quickly reconsider. Easy fouls like that. That one was a good one from Graham. I would absolutely take that foul and not giving Luke Hop that easy basket. But again, when you get a little deep into your fouls and you hit 4 fouls early in the first quarter, it's good to know that they reset quickly at the start of the second.
Mason comes away with a steal, can't finish. Bringing in the board was Dimmler. That was a good foul there from Graham as Hop only went 1 for 2 at the line. Now here's Caden Hudson, an all-state soccer standout. He can really get it done on the pitch. LaHood.
That ball was tipped. No backcourt violation.
Graham now driving left, wide open, lane to the hoop.
Nice
right
take.
Before the buzzer.
Great job there from Graham. Just blew by the defenders.
Mason will slow things down, finds Hop. Now back to Mason, a little 2-man game as Koch hangs out near the corner. He elects that spot. Now the work to Zobrist, who in his 3rd year on varsity. 3rd year with significant minutes on varsity as well. Nearly came away with the offensive board, but here comes P&D the other way. 2-on-3, what a pass from Hudson! But Graham can't finish.
Nice take though, but Hop, strong defense to disrupt it.
Zobrist.
Good hustle by the Irish to try to get that ball. Just went off of Hudson as he tried to poke it away.
Very active hands there from the Irish. It was almost like, there's one of those apparatuses they use in football practice where it's like they run through and it's supposed to simulate that defender's arms reaching in and trying to grab the ball. That's what it was right there. It's almost like trying to run through a car wash. Keep trying to hang on to the ball. Koch finds Hop for the easy bucket.
Good look by Koch on the inside, finding Hop cutting through. Easy move through the middle.
Nice P&D, nice cut down low in the finish.
Jack
Campbell. First time we've called his name off the bench. Is 6'1" junior just checked in.
Not afraid to go at him early, get into the basket. It's paying off big for Notre Dame as they hold on to that 1-point lead.
Into the game for Metamora now, Nick Walker, 6'4" senior forward.
And this one's going to get called on Hudson, I think.
That will be P&D's 3rd and indeed the first on Hudson. So Irish have 1 more to give. A nice inbounds play to Hop, who can't quite get it to go. Gets his own board somehow, and another foul there for P&D. So they got the lead, albeit a narrow one, but Metamora really being physical and Hop showing his aggressiveness on the offensive glass.
We've seen a couple of those second chance opportunities for Metamora here in the first quarter, and that's something that the Irish are going to have to stop. You can't give Metamora more than 1 chance, and they're going to absolutely kill you with their height and strength.
Yeah, with Koch and Hop inside, like you said, second chance points, that's going to hurt you.
And now with Nick Walker, and Nick Walker is a strong player as well. Strong junior comes in and just continues to add to this great lineup here for Metamora.
Metamora brings the press, P&D able to break it. Quick little mid-range J from Dimmler is clanks off the rim is Zobrist. Nice pass down to Walker. Now Mason, what a crossover of Hudson. Throws it up, no good. Guess who's there? Koch again. And just like you mentioned, Jim, those offensive rebounds are leading to lots of P&D fouls.
Hudson's going to pick up, I believe. Oh, is that on Hudson? No. Checking the board. I thought it was.
He's got 1 foul.
That's what the scoreboard says at the moment. You saw there the refs. They were ready for the inbounds play. Remember, they're still adjusting this as well. They're like, we're still shooting free throws.
Yeah.
But with 2 minutes left, Metamora's at the line shooting the equivalent of double bonus here, and that's something that you just don't want. Clock stopped and letting the other team score.
Yeah, John, last year we were getting adjusted to the shot clock for the first time. This year, the new foul format. So, refs and players alike starting to learn this.
Walker almost grabbed it. P&D will retain it. Will Lynch just checked into the game for the Irish, number 13 in blue. Now swinging around. And that three no good from Owen Dillon. He's going to play an even bigger role this year. Mason will slow things down. Haven't seen a ton of shot clock violations so far, but there are some teams where still tripped him up here in the early going. Zobrist from three, got it. Metamora leads by 5.
That's one player that can really shoot it. He's had a great summer as well. Hit the weight room, got even bigger and stronger. Matthew Zobrist getting offers from Bradley and Illinois State.
Especially after that loss to SHG. I know Metamora fans will want me to bring it up, but Danny Greaves really mentioned that we just got to get a lot stronger in the weight room, and that they did. Ended up winning the 3A state title last year over Chicago Simeon. What a game that was.
Oh, nice fake from Dillon. Led to a left-hand layup, got to the basket quickly. And that breaks the ice for Dillon there. Something that absolutely needed to happen for him and for the Irish.
Balanced scoring from P&D. They got buckets from Dimler, Campbell, Dillon. Mason.
Ooh.
Pass was deflected. I was going to say, I don't think he was trying to pass it to our friend in the stripes down there, but.
I heard he has a heck of a jumper, though. But from behind the hoop, I don't know. I haven't seen him on that side.
Hey, behind the hoop can be some shooters' go-to. Says this is going to be a backcourt violation.
Never called it.
And no, I'm going to say it was deflected. P&D and Caden Hudson pleading, but Hop eventually too hot for Nick Walker to handle. It'll give the Irish the last possession with the opportunity to tie with a 3 here at the end of the first quarter.
Notre Dame will see what type of shot they look for in these closing seconds. It's definitely the guy you want to have the ball, Dillon.
Stolen away by Mason with 5 on the clock. What is he going to do? Oh, he's met at the rim by Owen Dillon.
That was a big-time block for Dillon right there.
That's 2 of the best players in the area going up at each other, and Dillon gets the upper hand. We'll see that one on the highlights.
Dillon greeted Mason unwelcomingly. As Metamora, though, had the last laugh, at least in the first quarter. We still got 3 more to play. Very intense, exciting action here in Torrey Gymnasium. Not an empty seat in the house. Fire code capacity crowd, you could say. We got a good one brewing here. And we're going to take a word for all of our great sponsors for tonight's broadcast. First, starting with our title sponsor, OSF. The new OSF Cancer Institute offers a wide range of support services featuring a teaching kitchen, counseling services, financial navigation, and the area's only cancer-focused intimacy clinic. The most comprehensive cancer support services only at OSF. And by the City of Washington, they welcome you to the 18th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And by Uftring, get the used car you really want at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Local trades, one owners, hard to find trucks and SUVs, great gas mileage, and more. Get yours at UftingAutoGroup.com. And also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all the players, fans, and coaches at the TOC. And by Teamworks, they're honored to bring you the whole hour ball boy and girl of the game for all your sporting needs. See Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. Also by Hometown Community Banks, a division of Morton Community Banks, member FDIC. Wherever you are around the Peoria area, your Hometown Community Banks is there with you as well. Quarter number 2 of the final game of the first day of the 2023 Tournament of Champions, as there's a scrum near midcourt, battle of tens, who's got it. Possession arrow favors Metamora.
Players hitting the floor there, physical play. Tyler Mason using that strength to get the ball back, and Real close game back and forth going into this second quarter.
That was an important possession for the Irish, though. You don't want to let this gap get much bigger. Keep it within 3 to 5.
Koch found Walker, who finds Zobrist in the corner. Wide open three. Book it. That extends the Redbird lead to 6 after they got a stop on the other end. And LaHood was trying to find Graham, expecting him to continue the cut. Alas, he did not.
Just a couple of first game communication issues for the Irish. Hopefully they can work some of those kinks out here in this game, as it doesn't get a whole lot easier over the next few days for either team here.
It certainly doesn't.
Metamora's only 2 losses last year came here at the Tournament of Champions. They were 2-2 and then won over 30 in a row to end the season. They give it to Hop, now to Koch, top of the key, fadeaway three, just short.
That was a real opportune time for the Irish to do something here.
There's Dylan, corner three, needed it but couldn't get it. Dylan gets his own miss, he'll drive in.
Oh, nice take.
And nearly slams it home, but opts for the easy lay.
I mean, how smooth of a player is Dylan, able to get the missed basket off the tip and takes it right to the cup.
Dylan reminds me of a prototypical Belmont player, you know, a big guy who can really shoot it a lot, as so can Zobrist, but that one falls short. Ball still on the ground, and Metamora comes away with it. Nice pass from Hop to Walker.
You know, and Luke Hop at 6'8" plays more like a guard, takes the ball down the court, able to find those open guys underneath. Got a lot of speed for his size.
Now that is Elliott Lynch back into the game. Graham, nice pass down low. Dimler. Now back to him. 5:48 to go here in the second quarter. Metamora with a 2 or 3 score lead, depending on how you look at it. Everyone driving in on Walker, goes for the floater. Tough look, almost got it.
2 seconds left on the shot clock. He had to get something off.
Have not seen a shot clock violation yet in this one. Mason gets the play call from Danny Greaves, legendary coach on the sideline for Metamora. Tom Locker on P&D, you could say the same. Good defense here from the Irish. Lynch was there. Now Graham defends, but Zobrist gets by.
How about Zobrist in this game? 8 points to start for the Redbirds and gets the steal.
Here it goes the other way with Graham, who's got 2 fouls, and Zobrist lays it in.
Zobrist just controlling this game right now for Metamora.
I stand corrected, Zobrist does not have, I think Graham has 2 points, not 2 fouls, as here comes Koch the other way, had it stripped away from him, but a foul is called. That'll be P&D's first of the second.
And just like that, Metamora's got a 10-point lead, and the Irish really, really are struggling on offense to really get anything put together.
Kind of saw it in the last game, you know, Washington and St. Laurence. Washington was down for a decent part of the first half, and then before you knew it, they were up by as much as 21 in the second half. Just the ebb and flow of basketball. Glad it's hoop season. As here's Ashton Greaves. Now back out to Zobrist. She almost pushes off Dimler. Now here's Mason between the circles. Koch, nice feed down low. And Kendrick Shafford couldn't quite get it to go as the foul is called on Metamora.
If you're Notre Dame, come out and try to get a big bucket, cut into this deficit.
Need one here. Don't want to get it much past 10 for sure.
Absolutely. Really need to stop that bleeding.
As Dimler drives in, has it taken away. And throwing ahead are the Redbirds looking for, guess who? Zobrist. not quite. That would have blown the roof off the place, and it'll go back to P&D.
But first hand on the ball again was a Redbird on that offensive rebound, although number 15 wasn't able to control it there. Or number 12 that was, I apologize.
12, that is Shaffrin. Now here's Dimmler down low, almost blocked by Shaffrin, the football player. Now back to Zobrist, who lays it in.
Finishes again.
He's up to 10.
Really nice up and under. He saw the block that happened on Mason from Dillon. He didn't let that happen this time.
Now Mason with a steal, and P&D has got to get something going. Everything going in the Redbirds' way now. Zobrist finds Mason. Heat check from Zobrist. Oh, mercy!
And there's the timeout. Much needed.
The Redbirds are white hot. They lead P&D 25-10, and Matthew Zobrist is making a name for himself early on in this season.
And I think if there's any Bradley or Illinois State fans wherever he might go, or maybe somewhere else, Bryant, Eastern Illinois, but right now he is putting on a clinic. And you got to think with the departure of Tyson Swanson last year, Drew Tucker, Ethan Kaiser, he's really broken out of his shell. Not that he wasn't a good player, but more of a bench role player that came in and right now,
Sixth man of the year.
Yeah,
absolutely one of the best 6 men coming off the bench who would have started on several other varsity teams throughout the state. But right now, I think he's saying, guys, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
You came for Cooper Koch. Well, you're getting Matthew Zobrist, at least for right now.
Yeah.
Koch just has 3 for Metamora in his first and, like we said earlier, likely only game against his former team, although you never know. But again, Metamora in 3A, P&D in 2A, so unless these teams cross paths at a tournament or shootout later in the year, which I don't believe they will. Again, I wish I had the entire schedule memorized. I don't. I don't think many people do. Dillon finds Dimmler in the corner. Nice pass down low. Can Dillon get something
nice
going?
move.
Up and under. Got it. Much needed basket for the Irish.
And I think it's okay for Dillon to do a little bit of that right now. Just be a little bit of selfish, get the team going, close the gap a little bit. But we need, we as in terms of the Irish really need to turn things up a little bit here on defense. And
Gave Zobrist wide open, but he can't make him pay. Frantic scramble, and Mason, what a save near the corner.
Another opportunity for the Redbirds on offense.
Mason, after nearly flying into the locker room, buries a 3.
Yeah, those second chance points.
Right.
Rebound leads to another 3, and Metamora is starting to find their groove.
Big slam on the other end. That's Thomas Graham. Highlights coming fast and furious as now Zobrist tries to find Shaffrin down low, but off of his foot. Madstrom for a ball, and Greaves says, look what I found. Air ball. But Koch throws it off of Graham, or no, he did not.
I think he might have thrown it off himself.
Yeah, got a little deflected there.
You've got that wingspan and that length, you can throw it off yourself and not even know it.
So Metamora is doubling up P&D with 2 minutes left to go here. And stay tuned, we'll have coverage from the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central coming up at halftime. Plenty to digest in this one. Nice spin move there from Dillon.
Dillon's got a quick 8 here. I think 6 in this quarter.
And a timeout will be called. And we're leading 28-16. We'll take a quick word for some of our other sponsors of tonight's broadcast, starting with OSF Healthcare. The OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy only at OSF. And the City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington, a growing city known for its strong mix of life, diverse mix of business and restaurants. Check it all out when you come here to the TOC. Top looking for Zobrist. Nice pass down low to Koch, who spins it up with some English.
Great find there to Koch, and Notre Dame's looking for an answer.
Metamora coming with a trap. PND beat it. Graham can't get the layup to go. That's just been the story of the half right now for PND. Zobrist thought about it twice. Passed it up. Greaves. Koch! The rim rocker.
Again, right now, the selflessness and unselfishness of Metamora is on display here.
The points off of assists and the points off turnovers have got to be very big numbers for Metamora as Hudson kicked it out. No good. Now Mason their way up and under, rejected by the bottom of the backboard.
Mason knew better that time, going up on Dillon again.
He had flashbacks of the Dillon block in the first quarter. Thought, oh boy.
That's really tough with Dillon's length at 6'9". Deep three here from Dimmler is off the mark.
Yeah, the Irish are really struggling just to find any sort of rhythm here.
And Metamora, they'll hold for the last shot. Great effort from the Redbirds in their first half. Trying to repeat as state champions. Zobrist off the mark. Hudson gets it up. No, it was close. Not a bad look from 3/4 of the court, but what a dominant half from the Metamora Redbirds. No Tyson Swanson and no Drew Tucker, no Ethan Kaiser, no problem.
Yeah, without a doubt. Really seeing Zobrist more than anybody step up. What will be just a one-year brief Koch era, not bad. 7 points in the first half. Impressed with his generosity more than anything on the floor.
Yeah, Zobrist, really got things going. But to your point, the unselfishness, moving the ball really good. Luke Hopp started out early, was able to get to the line, get some points. Now Koch finding his rhythm a little bit. And, Tyler Mason, only 3 points in this game, but still a big lead for Metamora. And we'll see what the Irish can do to respond here in the second half. But right now, Redbirds looking all the part of that defending state champion in 3A.
Lots of work to do for P&D. We'll take a quick word for our sponsors. Again, starting with our title sponsor, OSF, the Breakthrough Treatment Center Institute at OSF Cancer Institute offers phase 1 clinical trials, innovative biotech, and novel therapies, giving you access to treatments and research from around the world. The Breakthrough Treatment Center only at OSF. And by the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the 18th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And by Uftring, get thousands in year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises and 6 locations and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Titan Industries, steel and miscellaneous fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by Teamworks, they're honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. And by Hometown Community Banks, you can, wherever you are around Peoria, there's Hometown Community Bank near you, member FDIC. I want to thank them for their support of this tournament, and also by Countryside Banquet and Catering. And also all the rest of our sponsors as well, like all of our silver sponsors. We have a multitude of them as well. Jake Wesson State Farm in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, give Jake a call. And we're going to send things down to the Uftring Auto Group studio, where Gavin Russell is standing by. Gavin, we will send it down to you. Take it away.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell alongside Wes Hewitt, Peoria Journal-Star. Wes, thanks for coming on with us.
No problem.
It's been a great day, first day of basketball. We've only got 4 games today, but this is just the appetizer to what we're going to get this week. Right now, Metamora up in half of the Peoria Notre Dame. I know you've been in the gym for most of that first half watching it. Maybe some of your first half thoughts.
I really think Metamora kind of like, they can show me ways to beat you. Obviously all eyes are on Cooper Cox. he's coming back to play for the team. I really feel like early they were really focused on stopping Cooper. But I think Metamora has so many ways to do it. And we're seeing that. They're starting to wear him down a little bit from that. Matthew Douglas is having a great first half. He can, honestly, we kind of knew that he was a bit of a shooter. That wasn't a huge surprise, but a couple times taking to the basket, I think was a little bit of a surprise. Luke Hopp has been amazing. Great rebounds. Few putbacks. I just feel like once Notre Dame maybe plays them a little more straight up, Cooper's then maybe going to have his time to shine. I mean, it's just a matter of time. And give him credit. I think Cooper's being really patient and not trying to force things because he knows he has people around him to help.
Indeed, and you obviously covered them and have watched them through their state title run last year. Of course, a different dynamic. You lose a lot of seniors. You have some new players. I think the one thing that has not changed is just that chemistry between the team. You know, start to finish, they are a team that will be there for each other, and that's, I think, a big reason why Metamora has been so successful.
Yeah, last year, even I was here seeing them here last year, and that was one of their first games on to the title run, and it seemed like they were already sort of like crisp and had the chemistry. And I'm seeing that it took a little bit, maybe like half a quarter or so tonight, but really in the second quarter they really started to turn it on. And it's not a huge surprise. That team was good of the summer, and Greaves, a team that is sort of focused on defense the way that his teams are focused on defense. Anytime a team focuses on defense and that's their priority, that just really helps team chemistry overall.
No doubt about it. We'll stick with Metamora for a minute. Obviously, they're probably the favorites in the Mid-Illini this coming season, just coming off that state title. Mid-Illini basketball is really good, though, and you know, although they probably are favored to maybe run the table again, the Mid-Illini as a whole is just looking really strong.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Metamora is great, nationally ranked 16th according to Max Preps, but they're going to have to come into Torrey Gym at some point this season. It's a tough place to play, as we can see tonight. They're going to have to go play at East Peoria, an improved East Peoria team. We're going to play at Dunlap. The Mid-Illini is a little bit of a buzzsaw. It can be a meat grinder, I guess, with the number of games you have to play in a condensed manner. So going on the road with Mid-Illini, they might drop one or two, but it's just a situation where these types of games will prepare them for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then over to Notre Dame, you know, they in their own right have some great players. You know, the focus is on, okay, you lose Cooper Koch, but they got a D1 recruit in their own right.
Sure.
They're also very deep. You know, I noticed a lot of different players getting in on the action. They played some tough defense at times. I mean, they should be pretty competitive in the Big 12.
Yeah, Owen Dillon, Belmont recruit, kind of their leader. Really, actually, kind of a spirited play tonight so far by him, but it seems like they have a lot of really good athletes, a lot of two-sport athletes. The Caden Hudson, who's an All-American soccer player. You got Thomas Graham is a soccer player. Dimmler is a football player, or soccer, pardon me. But yeah, I don't think they have the horses for Notre Dame, honestly. But that I don't want to take it away because they're going to drop down to 2A this year. They normally play in Class 3A. They're going to drop down to 2A along with Manual, and that's really going to open up. Playing games like this, once they get into the postseason, or seeing teams like, I mean, the smaller, it's just a different type of basketball.
Yeah, it really is. We saw that even last year, how loaded the regionals were around the area, where Notre Dame is, you know, a 7 seed or something like that, and they're pretty good, you know, all things considered. So we'll see how both these teams fare. One half of basketball left to play, but of course, Wes, you've been around this tournament for a number of years. You've come just to watch games as a fan, obviously providing coverage as well. Maybe just some favorite memories. Of course, Kevin Brown, I'm sure you did know him very well. Just maybe what he meant to you and what this tournament's meant to you personally.
Honestly, I think I was covering basketball when the event was sort of announced and coming into town, and they had big dreams when it first started, and honestly, I think it's even they managed to sort of even exceed those. Sean Powell, the guy who put it together, he's been sort of here from the start, but him coming in and then working with people like Kevin Brown, Herb Knobloch, I live in the town of Washington, and I know the sort of coordinating power and this town has when it wants to put its weight behind something. And honestly, Kevin's basketball acumen, Herb with his what I'm looking for, just putting an event together. They do things right here, and then you bring in the talent on top of it, and it's just a win-win.
It really is, and this KB Strong Foundation has been fantastic.
Incredible.
Jody Brown has been fantastic. I always, every guest that I come in here, different perspectives as a fan, as somebody involved with the tournament. maybe from your perspective, tell people at home if for future days they want to maybe they're thinking about maybe coming out to the tournament.
Yeah.
What's a good reason to come out to this tournament other than the great basketball?
You're just going to get a first-class experience. I mean, the people here are great. They run it great. Great concessions right over here. Just the atmosphere, the way it's laid out. You guys at Clutch Sports, you do a great job of putting like a sheen or a polish on a high school event. I mean, some high school events feel like they're sort of like fly-by-night. You sort of get there and they kind of just want to get people in the gym, get teams. But this is an experience overall. I think if you want to see the out-of-town teams, you come in on Thursday because they're mostly playing that day. Have some turkey. Come over and watch some hoops.
Indeed, 2:30 starting on Thursday, so you can sleep in a little bit, get your family lunch and everything like that. Come over. If not, hey, you can still tune in on ClutchSportsOut.com. That works for us too. Wes, I appreciate you taking a few minutes with us to talk some hoops. It's going to be an exciting one for the second half. I mean, I'm not going to ask you to make a prediction, but I think that we can both agree it's going to be an exciting finish.
I agree.
Yep. Indeed. All right, well, we're going to send it back up to the booth. Second half of Metamora and Peoria, Notre Dame coming up right here on ClutchSportsOut.com. We'll see you back in the Upstring Auto Group studio tomorrow. Wes Hewitt, Gavin Russell, back to the guys in the booth.
We're back. Thank you, Gavin, as we're back now here inside Torrey Gymnasium. Both teams back on the court, ready to warm things up. Owen Dillon just, as soon as I turned, just knocked down a shot from the volleyball line, so he might need some deep threes to get P&D back in this game, 32-16. But as we've seen in this tournament, no lead is safe. So, Irish are still in this game as long as they can get some shots. And I think really just prevent the turnovers and, really just box out Metamora a bit more.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be, the way it has to go for Notre Dame. And, it starts with a few points, getting some of that momentum back coming out of this halftime break. But, John, as you said, no lead is ever safe, especially not in the TOC. We've seen some great games throughout the year, some big comebacks.
One thing I'm looking forward to this second half is a continued effort in defense. And we talked about Tyler Mason not on the scoreboard and not seeing his stats in lights. But, boy, has he been disruptive on defense. So that's one player I think really want to focus on this second half and see what we're going to see, in terms of offense from him, moving forward in the next 16 minutes. But again, it's going to come down to defense for the Irish if they can stop Metamora from getting to the hoop on second chances.
Ready to get things going. Here's Dillon with the ball for P&D. And up and in, there's Ted Dimler getting things started for the Irish.
He was not going to be denied on that, was he?
That's the start you want. You go right to the basket. It's exactly what the Irish do.
Here's Mason now giving it back to Ashton Greaves, who's now a member of the Metamora starting five. Big three from Mason. It says 1 step forward, 2 steps back for P&D, it appears right now.
And you had to think he wasn't going to be sitting at 3 points for too long,
no.
To your point.
Here's Graham with it. Gives it back to LaHood. And driving in now, here's Elliott Lynch trying to kick it back out. Finds Dimler, guarded by Mason. Matchup of two players wearing number 10. Now here's Dillon on Koch. The former Twin Towers in the P&D front court, and Dillon gets that one to go. Nice hook shot.
Longtime teammates now playing against each other, and I suspect they're having a little chat about that on the way back down the court.
Sure they probably are, as I'm sure they probably know each other's games very well, as Greaves kicks out corner three, got it! There's Ashton Greaves, his first points of the season, and Metamora sends the lead to 18.
Metamora getting those looks from outside. Not a team you want to leave open there behind the arc.
Deep shot from Dillon off the back iron, but back to LaHood, who flies in. Foul on Greaves, and LaHood will head to the stripe for two.
I like the way LaHood's attacking the basket today. Of course, he didn't get the and one, but he gets an opportunity to get a couple of points here, and just try to keep up with what Metamora is putting on the board.
I think if you're P&D, I think as long as you're maybe within 10 or 12, you're still within shouting distance of the Redbirds. They are after the end of the third. You just can't let the lead grow much bigger. You got to start chipping away at some point. So now here's Zobrist, surveys the floor, drives and kicks to Mason. Good ball movement here from Metamora around the perimeter. Now they go inside to Greaves. That's great inside-out basketball from the Redbirds tonight, and also some outside in. Koch to Zobrist to Mason. Another three for Metamora. He's helping them really pull in front.
Starting to heat up a little bit, Tyler Mason.
Now here's Dillon driving on. Koch gets by him and lays it right in. Almost fell off the rim, but got it to go.
So again, the Irish are scoring this half, but they really need some stops on defense.
It's so
Good
tough.
hustle by Graham to get after it.
It's so tough with Metamora having shooters, and then you got guys like Hop and Koch down low. It really just hurt you at any part of the floor, and I think that's part of the reason why they're still a favorite to repeat as state champions in Class 3A. As Hop will head to the line.
That's going to be Lynch's second foul here.
Hop's first free throw off the rim, the backboard, and down. He's got 6. Koch has 7. Now Hop joins Koch along with 7. Zobrist has 15. Greaves has 3. Mason with 9. And a steal there from the Redbirds. How about Mason being able to keep his dribble like a figure skater? He flew on the, or slid, I should say, on the hardwood as Koch puts it back in, and Metamora just not seeing much resistance from the Irish currently.
That was a Harlem Globetrotters move by Mason to set up the Koch basket.
Perhaps maybe inspired by our good friend of Clutch Sports Media, Curly Boo Johnson. Curly, if you're watching tonight, our shout out to you. Hope you're doing well down in Arizona or wherever you may be. Hood inbounds to Hudson. Driving in on Greaves. He pushes him away. Back to Dimler. Now over to Graham. Easy to spot with the navy long sleeves. Out this man-to-man defense from Greaves. On the Hood, who kicks it back out. And Graham able to keep track of it. Shot clock down below 10. Now it's 7. Nice move from Dimler.
Great head fake. Able to sell his defender, and man, right to the basket. What a move.
A lot of basketball players try to pull off that move. Not everybody can actually do it. Zobrist, though, easy lay-in, and they're just trading baskets right now. Metamora's lead still above 20. Hudson spins, and Zobrist had an effect on that shot. Now Hop in some trouble. That will be, should be P&D ball.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. I do.
Thought it bounced off of Hop as he was laying down, but there's a reason I'm up here and not down there calling the game.
I couldn't pull off the stripes, I'll be honest with you.
I umpired Little League for a little while, and I enjoyed it, but basketball, a faster paced sport, especially at this level, I don't think so. Zobrist.
Rare miss.
Another offensive board for Metamora. Mason to Koch in the corner, bang. 50-26, it's all Metamora here in Washington.
That defense from Mason, I mean, picked a couple pockets there and then dishes it off to Koch again, but they're getting the turnovers that they're wanting.
That's the thing about Mason, he's always working. He never turns off.
We saw that all last season during the state tournament. And so many big plays from Mason to power the Redbirds and some comeback victories.
Here comes P&D with some numbers. Dylan will just
Nice
lay it
move
in.
by Dylan. He's got 14 on the night.
Half of P&D's offense is, look at this ball movement from Metamora as Hop and one. Luke Hop putting together a nice third quarter as he can make it double figures for him if he can convert from the charity stripe.
You're beginning to see some frustration between the Irish on the help with defense. It's Metamora has been able to find a lot of holes in the gap, a lot of gaps in their defense, and unfortunately it's turned into quite a lead here.
The ball just going just in and out of the post, in then back out, in then back out, and then sooner or later there's someone wide open, whether it's for an open three or for a layup. A clinic from Danny Greaves' squad tonight. Hudson will drive the lane.
Nice
Got
finish.
to go as Obrist took a tumble. That's Hudson's first bucket of the game. And a foul.
I believe it's
on Metamora, it looks like.
Is it a foul or a carry?
I think he might have initiated a carry. It almost looked like an over and back call of some sort, but
might have just got it caught on his hip there.
Yeah.
So P&D now to inbound. They really could use some threes or just quick buckets, some fast breaks, you name it. Metamora's made it tough on them tonight. In their first game without Cooper Koch as Hudson drives the lane, no good. Got his own board, nice job by the 5'11 junior. Now Dimmler's three is just a bit too strong. Mason now to a streaking Walker, can't stop him. He came in with lots of speed and finished nicely.
Going to be another valuable player on this Metamora team. Nick Walker comes off the bench. He always provides a spark dating back to last season.
Last year's TOC was my introduction to Nick Walker, and he put together some good games, and I think he's going to be an X factor for them as P&D will turn it over on the travel from Graham as Lynch will check back in. Under a minute to play. This is, at least in the third quarter, this is the final game of the night here at Torrey Gymnasium. I want to remind you that we'll be back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Koch three, got it.
Koch with 15 now in the evening. And again, I lost count of the number of threes that Metamora's hit tonight, but it's got to be pushing 15 to 20.
A lot of corner threes.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Greaves comes back in, but again, tomorrow we'll be here broadcasting all games of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and it all will kick off with Thayer against Heyworth. Hayworth fell to Morton earlier today. Thayer coming up from Missouri as it's a turnaround from Jack Campbell, no good. And it should be a really good game at noon, or I should say at 12:30, Hoover and St. Laurence as well. You can find the full schedule at washingtontofc.org. Plenty of other good information, including how to donate to the KBM Strong Foundation. As Koch, quarter three. How about this one? No good. Ball goes out with 2.1 to play, and Metamora will have a final shot. Almost in running clock territory.
We're going to see an inbounds under the basket. We saw how well they executed those plays last year to Tyson Swanson on inbound lobs. See what they do here.
They found Koch, who gets it up and in. 60 to 30 is Metamora's lead after three quarters, and I don't know how many people expected this. What a game from Metamora. And they'll have a running clock worthy lead as Some fans here in Torrey Gymnasium said, yep, we've seen
They've seen everything they need to see.
They certainly have. As we'll take a look at some of our great sponsors for tonight's broadcast, starting with Countryside Banquet and Catering just down the road in Washington. They supply the Thanksgiving Day meal and many other things here in Washington for the TOC. And also by Jake Weston State Farm. For all of your insurance needs, give Jake a call at 309-444-4441. We need an extra 4 on there. We'll fix that. Or visit him online at jakewestoninsurance.com. It's Jake from State Farm. And then also by Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. Also for all of our silver sponsors as well, there's a multitude of them. You'll look on your screen of them there. And also by Kep's Sports Bar and Grill. Great food, great drinks, great atmosphere. Family friendly as well. Right here in Washington, head over to Kep's Sports Bar and Grill. And also by PJ Hair. Glad to have them along as sponsors of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Also by the city of East Peoria as well. Can't forget about them. They play a big part in all the commerce that gets gained from this tournament. As Lynch drives in, can't get it to go, but this tournament obviously, you know, it brings a lot of eyeballs to the Peoria area, especially Washington, East Peoria, all of there. Lots of teams and staying in hotels around there, get to see a part of the country they probably never would have before, and I think for many of them they have pleasant experiences due to the efforts of the sponsors and everybody else involved here. So we get the floor all swept up.
Danny
So
Greaves
coming. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just said Danny Greaves going to coach and clean the floor there for Metamora.
Mason, corner 3, is off the rim twice and no good. A Metamora foul sends it back to Peoria Notre Dame. P&D just wrapped up a great season all across the board in their fall sports. They had really successful seasons in boys and girls golf, cross country made it to state, soccer got second in the state. Football team went 6-3 and nearly made it to the quarterfinals in Class 4A. Volleyball finished in the top half of the Big 12 as well, so strong athletic tradition at PND, and I think despite the outcome tonight, I think the Irish, going to face a lot of tough teams, but you learn a lot from facing teams like Metamora.
Certainly do, and when you're facing the defending champion your first game, you are going to learn a lot from these types of games, but why not play the best team in the state to open up your season?
Yeah, you're not going to get better playing weaker teams.
No.
There's a jumper from Kendrick Schaffer and got it to go. That's the first bucket from the lengthy player, also a football wide receiver.
Nice move by Graham down. Just down a little layup, muscles it in.
Graham's been aggressive in this game. Probably got that one to go. Lots of subs ready to check in for both teams, or rather some of them are in, including Colin Ramage on the court for Metamora, 11 in white. As Dylan kicks over to LaHood. Now over to Thatcher Hogan, another player who is a star on the soccer field for the Irish. Now Dylan working on Schaffer, crosses him up. What a move! Step back! Oh my word, Owen Dylan, put that one on your huddle tape.
Belmont's getting a great player in Dylan next season.
Oh, nice steal from Hogan right here.
Hogan with numbers. Here comes Dylan with the slam. Nice stretch from the 6'9" senior forward. Game's out of reach, but it may as well put up some more points and do so in fashion. Some subs come in for Metamora, including Jake Walker. And then now for PND, Jack Campbell is in. as is Jack Wilderman. And Dylan will stay in the game. He thought he was coming out, but Tom Locker says, no, we'll keep you in.
Yep, and now he takes it back out.
Now Colin Ramage with it. Now to Jack Hessing, wearing Tyson Swanson's old number 22. And now here's Hudson. Gets
Nice
it to
take.
go. And some traffic past Kendrick Schafferin. Hudson was giving up close to 7 inches.
I was going to say, that's a lot to get around for Hudson. He did a great job.
Another deep ball from Metamora, off the mark. Rebounded by Liam O'Neill. Hogan now over to O'Neill. Nice ball movement. Now back to Campbell. Now in the corner, it's Wilderman. Got it to go. Peony's bench impressing here late in the fourth quarter. Cut it from what was a 30-point deficit, now down to 21.
Notre Dame not giving up in this game.
Ramage drives in.
Nice take.
Got it to go. I think those are the first varsity points for Colin Ramage of Metamora, a 6'3 junior. And P&D figures, why not? 3 from Wilderman was no good. And now we'll get Blake Maxwell, sophomore guard for P&D, checking in.
Liam O'Neill, quarterback for the football team, picks up his first foul of the game. I'm not sure exactly what he did there. Maybe a little push off on the rebound, but
yeah, I'm quite sure.
I love that he's bringing a little physicality to the game.
He's also a physical quarterback as well. He can really run the ball, as obviously well documented that P&D, now wing T type offense.
Yeah, they certainly like to run it.
They do. And they will do so here. And no good. Maxwell almost got it to go.
How about another pick, though?
Something that Liam O'Neill doesn't like to see as a quarterback was an interception. This time, though, his team on doing the intercepting is on the drive. Now is Hogan. Floats.
Good
He's
take.
got it to go. Under 2 minutes to play in this one, and Metamora is going to hang on. Zobrist really more so of a first half player in this one. Didn't do much in the second half, but really just shows you don't need to have one player dominate all game. You have one player step up in the first half, and then you have a guy like Koch and Mason step up in the second, as that 3 is off the mark. Saw that a bit with Bradley basketball last night, where Connor Hickman had a really good first half, and Duke Dean owned the second half for the Braves as they beat Tulane 80-77. Maxwell airballs a 3. Out the Braves, undefeated start for them as well, as their head coach's daughter, Maya, a star for the Irish girls basketball team. And that girls basketball team is going to be an absolute problem this year. And they're many 40-plus point victories already.
Yeah, they're an absolute force right now, and as deep as the team that I've ever seen in girls basketball in terms of talent.
Not to mention one of the toughest schedules in the state.
Right.
So they are definitely in line to be a favorite to win a title this year.
That one no good. Still a running clock, even though deficit is not 30, but once it gets to 30, then it triggers it for the rest of the game. We'll see what P&D can do here. O'Neill kicks out to Wilderman. He'll step into a shot from the free throw line. Nice, Jay. That will do it from Washington. Metamora with a dominant win over P&D to start their season, 64-45. Great efforts from Tyler Mason, Matthew Zobrist, Cooper Koch, the player who everyone came to see. A little bit of a slow start, but he really picked it up late and wasn't the breakout star, but was part of a really well-rounded effort from the Redbirds here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, just a total team effort for Metamora. What you would expect out of the state championship team from last year, and they certainly didn't miss a beat coming out tonight. A little bit of a slow start early, but once they started picking up momentum, those three started pouring in for Zobrist, Mason, and Koch.
Yeah, and I think as you watch this game, exceptional game for Metamora, but that's, I think, what everybody's expected to see for Notre Dame, that they played the best team in the state and one of the top 20 teams in the nation, as labeled by Max Preps. So I think for Notre Dame, they had everything to prove tonight in terms of pressure and having the spotlight on them. And that was a tough team they played tonight, and Metamora came ready to play. They look fantastic.
Really strong effort on both sides of the ball, getting steals, getting turnovers, three-pointers, great passing. Metamora did it all tonight. And they walk away with a season-opening victory. They will take on Victory Christian Academy out of Florida tomorrow at 4 p.m. Again, you catch that game and all the rest of them live here on ClutchSportsIL.com. And then Peoria Notre Dame, they will be in action right before Metamora's game. They'll take on Gray Collegiate Academy, a top 100 team in the country according to Max Preps. That game at 2 p.m., so 2 more tests await. We'll see how both of them respond. Again, can't miss the rest of this TOC. We're just getting started. I want to thank all of our great sponsors that make it all possible. As we start with OSF Healthcare, our title sponsor. And at OSF, Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Cancer Institute offers phase 1 clinical trials in innovative biotech and novel therapies, giving you access to treatments and research from around the world. The Breakthrough Treatment Center only at OSF. And the City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington's a growing city known for a strong quality of life and a good mix of businesses and restaurants. Check it all out during your visit to the city. And Uftring, looking for a tough truck for winter. Central Illinois' toughest trucks are in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Save thousands on a new Silverado, F-150, Titan, or Ram. Find yours at UftringAutoGroup.com. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 KBM TOC. And Teamworks. And they bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer, ball boy and girl of the game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. Where you're not a customer, you're part of the team. And by Hometown Community Banks, you're treated like family. Member FDIC, a part of Morton Community Banks and all the other community banks around here. Never too far from them around the Peoria area. And also by Countryside Banquet and Catering. I thank them for their sponsorship of the tournament, along with Jake from State Farm. It's Jake Weston. For all your insurance needs, give him a call at 309-444-4441 or visit him online at jakewestoninsurance.com. And also by Legacy Solar. They're a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And also for all of our silver sponsors, you get a look at them. All right, there's SEFCU, Country Financial, Jody Brown State Farm, Casey's, Jimmy John's, and many more. And Kep's Sports Bar and Grill right here in Washington. Great food, great drinks, great atmosphere. Head on over to Kep's. It's a great place to go ahead and eat and take in the game. Also by PJ Hare. I want to thank them for hopping on board and sponsoring this year's Tournament of Champions. And last but not least, the City of East Peoria. I thank them for all that they do for the tournament and also for sponsoring the tournament and tonight's broadcast. So that about wraps things up from the first day of the TOC. Jim Little, John Camosa, guys, any thoughts? Or Jim Lynch, I'm sorry.
No
Jim Little in the booth earlier. Jim Lynch, any thoughts from this first day?
No, just great basketball. I mean, what a schedule put together here. And for people who are watching at home or even in the gym today, it is, John, I think you said it earlier, it is postseason atmosphere on day one for boys basketball. It couldn't be better.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you look at your area teams, the fans that came out today got a chance to see Mid-Illini teams, Metamora, Morton, Washington, Big 12, Notre Dame. Then you get to see some other teams that travel from outside of the state. It's a really fun time. We're going to see some great teams, some great Division I talent later on this week, but it is going to be a good time.
You know where to go this week of Thanksgiving. Enjoy it at home. And watch on ClutchSportsIsle.com or come on to the tournament as well. Going on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And we'll have it all for you here live and for free on ClutchSportsIsle.com. So for all of our great broadcast crew that helps put everything together, Gavin Russell, Teddy Ball, Ethan Carboni, Michael Savoy, Charlie Schermerhorn, Joey Wright, Patrick Huber, Corey Scott, Elsa Olmstead, Paco Alonso, Ethan Genders, Kenny Clifton, AJ Hollins, Aiden Jones, and many, many more. Emma wraps things up from Washington. Day one of TOC in the books. Great basketball finish, but great basketball also in store. So for Jim Lynch, John Camosa, I'm Jonathan Michael saying so long from Torrey Gymnasium. We'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. for more action for the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Until then, so long, folks. Have a good night.